Chapter 409. Is this the perfume you made? Does it really have the effects you said? Chris held an amethyst bottle and played with it curiously. Sulen smiled slightly and said, "Of course it does. If you don't believe me, you can try it yourself." Okay. Chris immediately opened the crystal bottle and sprayed a few times on herself. It smells so good. As soon as she sprayed it out, a pleasant fragrance filled the air. At the same time, Chris, who was already very beautiful, seemed to have a faint aura around her body at this moment. She became even more beautiful and looked charming. Even Sulen, who was used to seeing beauties, was a little dazed after seeing Chris's current appearance. After a few seconds, Sulen reacted. He snapped his fingers and a light flashed. Then a water mirror as tall as a person appeared in the room. Look at the effect. Is this the effect of the perfume? Chris looked at her figure in the water mirror and said in surprise. Of course. Sulen smiled slightly. Chris's figure instantly wrapped around Sulen like a beautiful snake. Then she said with a charming face, "Master, do you have any more of this perfume? Give it all to me, okay?" As she spoke, she secretly touched Sulen's lower body with her small hand. "You are provoking a war. Don't beg for mercy when the time comes." Sulen raised his eyebrows and said, Who's afraid of who? I will make you surrender tonight." Hearing Sulen's words, the little succubus said stubbornly, but the movement of her hands stopped. Although the little succubus's combat power was the best among the few girls, she was still defeated when facing Sulen alone. This proud little succubus who liked to train her subordinates was a little guilty, but she didn't want to give up on the magic perfume. She said weakly, "Please, master." As she spoke, the little succubus said with a righteous expression, "And these perfume are the best for me to use. Besides, master is the one who enjoys it in the end." Master, how about I help you deal with Hathaway? We succubi have a lot of skills that you haven't tried yet. Okay, I'll give you another bottle of perfume. Looking at the little succubus in front of him, Sulen held his forehead. You sold Hathaway for a bottle of perfume. You are really arrogant. If Hathaway finds out, she will hang you up and spank your little butt. Sulen shook his head and gave her another bottle of the magic perfume. In fact, it was easy for the little succubus who was good at talking to deal with Hathaway. Thank you, master. The little succubus quickly snatched the bottle of perfume and glanced at Sulen with satisfaction. She turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared. Sulen shook his head and went to find the others with the rest of the perfume. They were all pleasantly surprised after using the great magic perfume Sulen gave them. They were very satisfied with Sulen's gift. Hathaway even pestered Sulen for the method of making the magic perfume. She wanted to try making some herself. The construction of the Martyr's Palace in northern Battlefront City was progressing very quickly. Due to the abundant manpower and equipment in northern Battlefront City, the difficulty of the construction had decreased by a lot. They could even ask for help from Lorraine and Andre if they needed to solve some difficult problems. The construction of the Martyr's Palace changed every day. According to the current progress of the project, it would only take a month or two to complete the magnificent Martyr's Palace. After patrolling the entire city, Sulen left with 2 squads of soldiers. The one in charge was the commander of the sniper battalion, Kane. Due to the expansion of his territory and the construction of the new city, Sulen sent out the heroes under his command. In order to ensure the safety of the new city, Sulen sent Boulder and Johnson over. With the 2 of them there, even a legendary enemy wouldn't be able to withstand the attacks of 2 barbarians who had activated deity descent. Sulen was now a Grand Duke. When he went out, he had the corresponding etiquette and guards. He couldn't go out alone. He didn't want to expose himself when he went to the Desert Kingdom to search for ruins, so he didn't bring anyone with him. Now that he was in his own territory, he couldn't do that. After leaving Northtown City, the group headed straight for Mirror Lake City. The road between Northtown City and Mirror Lake City was only slightly repaired. Sulen frowned slightly. He planned to have the City Hall repair the road when he returned. He planned to connect Mirror Lake City, New City, and Centaur City with roads starting from Northern Town City. The roads would be 4 meters wide, and all of them would have to be paved with stones or stone slabs. This way, even if it rained, the roads wouldn't become muddy and difficult to walk on. The construction of the roads in Northwind Duchy was a huge project. It would take a lot of time to complete. As Northwind Duchy grew stronger, so would his territory. The construction of new cities and roads would continue. This project might be even larger than the construction of North Town. According to Suluan's requirements, a 4-meter-wide roadside needed to be paved with stones or slates. An open space on both sides of the road needed to be cleared. In this era, it was equivalent to the highway in his previous life. This kind of project required a lot of manpower and funds. Currently, Beifeng Principality was using refugees and slaves. Now they only needed to pay some food and points. However, 3 years later, the slaves and refugees would regain their freedom and become citizens of Beifeng Principality. At that time, it would cost even more money to hire them again. After building the roads, Sulan was very clear about the cost. It was cheaper in the city, but in the wilderness, the further away from the city, the higher the cost. The cost of building a 1-kilometer-long road was already over 20,000 gold. This was because Northwind Duchy didn't need to buy many resources. It was no wonder that the lords weren't willing to spend money to build roads. Even if they wanted to build roads, they only needed to clear the weeds and fill in the roads. As for hardening the roads, only Sulan would do that. Mirror Lake City was 50 kilometers away from Northtown City. Sulan and his army arrived in the morning. In fact, if he let the Pegasus run, it would take less than 10 minutes to reach the city. However, although the horses the others were riding were also high-quality military horses, they were still worlds apart from the Pegasus. When they arrived at Mirror Lake City, the Pegasus snorted unhappily. It was clearly unhappy that Sulan didn't let it run at full speed. Sulan patted the Pegasus' head to calm it down. Then, under the guidance of Occam, the city lord of Mirror Lake City, they entered the city. Mirror Lake City was much smaller than Northtown City. According to the plan, the city's permanent population was set at 50,000. However, there were only 20,000 people in the city right now. The group quickly arrived at the city lord's mansion. The mansion wasn't big, and there were many places that hadn't been completed yet. Sulan sat down in the main hall. "Master, welcome to Mirror Lake City," Occam said respectfully. Sulan leaned back in his chair. The chair he was sitting on was covered in beautiful winter wolf fur. It was very soft. Mirror Lake City has been developing well recently. It's all because of your leadership. No need to flatter me. Sulan glanced at him. You did this. If you didn't kill that legendary water spirit, Mirror Lake City wouldn't be able to develop. It's all because of you, Occam said firmly. Sulan shook his head and didn't continue the topic. Are there any other monsters around Mirror Lake City? My lord, ever since you killed the water demon last time, there have been no more powerful demonic beasts here. The ones with average strength have been taken care of by us. However, there are still some kobolds, goblins, and gnolls. Their numbers have been greatly reduced after our Mirror Lake City's army wiped them out. For this reason, we have an additional 2,000 slaves. Good job, Sulan nodded and continued. We can't let down our guard around the city. Let the city guards clean up the area regularly to prevent those monsters from destroying the farms. I came to Mirror Lake City to see how much land has been reclaimed. How much land has been reclaimed in Mirror Lake City? Mirror Lake City has reclaimed 14,000 acres of land. 10,000 acres have been planted with potatoes and wheat. The remaining 4,000 acres have just been reclaimed and haven't been planted yet, Occam said after thinking for a moment. Sulan nodded and didn't say anything. The data was the same as what was on his system panel. Don't plant the 4,000 acres of land yet. I have a use for it, Sulan said. Understood. I'll tell them not to plant it. Occam nodded and hesitated. Master, what do you plan to plant? Plant flowers, Sulan said calmly. Flowers? Occam frowned after hearing Sulan's words. The other officials in Mirror Lake City were also surprised. However, this was Sulan's decision and they could only follow it. You don't think it's possible? Sulan took a sip of tea and said. I'm sorry, Master. I don't understand why you want to plant flowers. Mirror Lake City can't be self-sufficient with food. Occam said. Sulan nodded. He was satisfied with Occam's attitude. He took out a crystal bottle and placed it on the table. This is the newest product that North Wind Principality has just developed. It's called perfume. It has the same effect as the rose dew from Colorama Kingdom. This perfume is very popular on the continent. To produce it, we need a lot of flowers. That's why I'm planning to plant flowers in Mirror Lake City. Thank you for your explanation, Master, Occam said respectfully. The production of perfume requires a lot of flowers. This will be another important product in North Town City. Next, I will send you more men and more food. Chapter 410. Originally, Suluan planned to plant 3,000 mu of land first, but he didn't expect that there were 4,000 mu of open land in Jinghu City. Then he planted all kinds of flowers, such as roses, jasmine, lavender, violets, tulips, datura, and so on. Mirror Lake City had plenty of water and sunlight, so it was very suitable for planting flowers. Sulan asked the caravan to buy a lot of flowers for them to plant. It also took time for flowers to grow. In order to produce perfume, Suluan asked people to collect some wildflowers first. Now it was the midsummer season, and wildflowers were everywhere in the wilderness. With some effort, they could still pick a lot. After staying in Mirror Lake City for a day, Sulan brought people back to North Town City. Sulan picked a piece of land in North Town City and asked the workers to build a perfume factory there. It was called a factory, but it wasn't much bigger than a private workshop. However, a sparrow might be small, but it had all the essentials. The perfume Sulan was going to make wasn't difficult. The blacksmiths in North Town City could make all the tools they needed. Even if the blacksmiths couldn't make the tools, they could make one with magic. Sulan then arranged for some workers to learn the steps of making perfume. The workers in the winery purified the alcohol, and the materials were mixed in the factory. The only technical difficulty was the production of the flower essential oil, which needed to be extracted from runes. Fortunately, the amount of flower essential oil used wasn't a lot. Sulan only needed to spend some time to produce a dozen kilograms, and it would be enough for them to use for a long time. After everything was ready, the factory started to produce the perfume. The good perfume was all bottled in beautiful natural crystals. These crystals were of high quality, and after being polished by professional craftsmen, the bottles alone were worth a lot. In order to sell a product at a high price, other than the quality of the product itself, another important factor was the packaging. Just like in his previous life, during the Mid-Autumn Festival, there were all kinds of beautifully packaged mooncakes in the shopping malls. A box cost thousands of yuan, and there were only 5 or 6 mooncakes in it. The cost was at most a dozen yuan, but the packaging could instantly increase the price by dozens of times. If he wanted to sell the perfume at a high price, he naturally had to prepare beautiful packaging for it. It had to be the kind that looked expensive at first glance. When some of these perfumes were produced, Sulan would sell them. Currently, there were more than 30 caravans trading with North Town City, such as sugar and rum. Each of these caravans was backed by a great noble, or a direct member of the royal family. There was no need to worry about the sales of such high-end perfume. As for the price, it was set at 50 kinner per bottle. Of course, considering that the perfume was a new product, the merchants were doubtful. Sulan gave them a condition. After buying 50 bottles of perfume, they could add 50 kilograms of sugar or 200 bottles of rum. Sulan had never released the sales of the goods that were in high demand in Northern Town City. Instead, they used a trading certificate system. In other words, they were selling them in limited quantities. It was hunger marketing. This method had been used by many merchants in his previous life. However, in this world, Sulan was the first to use it. The advantage of doing so was that their goods could be sold at a higher price. After all, if they were to sell freely, even if they had a lot of luxury goods like white sugar, they would become worthless. He did not intend to sell his sugar and rum at a cheap price. What good would it do him if it became cheap? Earn more money? Small profits but quick turnover? He would only do that if he lost his mind. He only needed to sell 1% of the perfume to make a huge profit. Why would he sell all of it to suppress the profits? No one was competing with him. This time, in order to increase the sales of the perfume, Sulan used the method of bundling sales. The merchants who wanted more sugar could only accept this method. The first batch of perfume produced 2,000 bottles. As long as each merchant bought 100 bottles, they could all be sold. Even if there were some left, Sulen would let the caravans in northern town city sell them. After the feedback, they would continue to produce the perfume. Even if they only sold 2,000 bottles of perfume per month, according to the price of 50 kinner, they could still bring in 100,000 kinner per month. It would take a lot of money to build a kingdom from poverty. Sulen had to keep making money. After handing over the perfume matter, Sulen had nothing to do and started to wander around the city. Because of the large number of adventurers who came to northern town city, these adventurers would often go to the wilderness to search for treasures. Therefore, there was a special market here. Occasionally, there would be some good stuff for sale. Sulen planned to try his luck at this market. Maybe he could find something useful. Since it was in the city, Sulen did not bring any guards with him. He went alone. This market used to be called the Black Market. It was located on the street next to the mission hall. Even the Black Market was under the supervision of Northern Town City. When Sulen arrived, there were still many people in the Black Market. There were stalls on both sides of the street. All kinds of strange items were piled up messily on the stalls. Some were materials from ferocious beasts, some were unknown things found in ancient ruins, and some were materials from magical plants or magical beasts. Of course, in addition to these, there were also some unscrupulous merchants selling all kinds of fake goods. For example, some merchants held a few pieces of metal and insisted that they were fragments of divine items. Some of them dug up porcelain jars from ancient ruins and insisted that they were magical equipment made by wizards. Some of them were even more ridiculous. They held some obsidian or polished bones and said that they were enchanted by wizards or shamans. They could protect themselves and drive away evil spirits. Sulen saw a guy like that in front of him who kept on recommending. This guy was not tall, less than 1.7 meters, but his body was very fat. His face was cunning, and he looked like a profiteer. If he was not a profiteer, it would be a pity for him to look like one. Hey, look at you. You're going on an adventure, aren't you? Don't go. I'm a proper merchant. I have a lot of things you need in the wilderness. Are you sure you don't want to take a look? Sulen did not want to talk to him. He was about to take a detour. However, the fat man was not discouraged. He turned around and continued to promote. You must be a new adventurer. The wilderness is not a safe place. You'll be at a disadvantage if you rush in like this. I have amulets here. They're enchanted by wizards and can drive away the undead. I also have holy water. Not only can it deal with monsters, but it can also heal injuries. Oh right, there's also this. It's a wilderness survival guide. I spent a lot of money to hire over 100 adventurers who often go deep into the wasteland to write this book. It records the various monsters in the wasteland, the places where they often appear, and some dangerous areas. It's definitely worth the money. Wundern followed Sulen and kept on recommending all kinds of products. However, Sulen kept on walking and ignored him. Seeing this, Wendell gritted his teeth, trotted 2 steps to the front of Suluan, and directly blocked his way. He spread his feet, grabbed his collar with both hands, and then, like a perverted exhibitionist, directly lifted his clothes with a swish. Suluan was startled, thinking that he had encountered a pervert. He almost took out his storm battle halberd and smashed him away. As a result, after this guy opened his clothes, he found that the inside of his clothes was filled with all kinds of goods. What do you think? These are all my collections. Do you like any of them? Tell me and I'll sell them to you at a cheap price. I like you, so I'm selling them to you. Sulen glanced at them. They were either wood carvings, stone carvings, or things made of broken bones. He was about to leave when he suddenly felt a strange energy wave. Looking closely, it was a somewhat strange statue. This statue should be made of some kind of wood, but Sulen did not recognize it. The statue's carving was rough and looked like it was made by an apprentice. The statue looked like a priest who was kneeling and praying. However, the strange thing was that there was a hole in the statue's heart. Sulen felt that the statue in front of him contained a very strange energy, which gave Sulen a familiar feeling. You like this prayer amulet? You have a good eye. After Wundern noticed Sullen's gaze, his eyes lit up and he immediately took off the statue amulet. I asked a master to carve this prayer amulet, and then I took it to a senior priest of the Church of Light to bless it with divine spells. The effect is very strong. With this amulet, ghosts, skeletons, and undead will have to retreat. As he spoke, Wundern handed over the amulet. Sullen reached out and took it. The statue amulet did not feel rough like wood. On the contrary, its surface was very smooth, as if it was wrapped in a layer of paste. The statue was of a woman. The woman's eyes were closed slightly, as if she was praying. The corners of her mouth were slightly raised. She looked very peaceful, but it gave Sullen a strange feeling. The smile on the woman's mouth looked more like a mockery. Where did you get this statue? Sullen suddenly interrupted Wundern's chatter. I asked a master to carve this statue, and then I asked a priest of the Church of Light to bless it with divine spells. This is the best amulet I have. It only costs 5 kinner. Sullen stared coldly at Wundern, and did not speak. After seeing Sullen's gaze, Wundern smiled and then made a gesture. How about 4 kinner? More? Then 3. Take it as a sign of friendship. This was blessed by the priest. 2.5 kinner. I can't go any lower. You have to let me make some money. Wundern gritted his teeth and said. Chapter 411. Sullen threw him 3 kinner and then asked, Tell me where you got this statue. Wundern quickly used the kinner, and even the rogue couldn't keep up with his speed. Then he put it in his mouth and bit it with his black and yellow teeth. You really have good taste. This amulet of mine is from. Don't say that again, or I'll let the city guards send you to prison. Seeing that he was about to speak, Sullen reminded him coldly. What bullshit priest's blessing? Although there were energy fluctuations on it, it was definitely not a priest's blessing. And Sullen suspected that this guy didn't even know that there was energy on the statue. Wundern opened his mouth, but after seeing Sullen's cold eyes, he obediently swallowed the next words back into his stomach. After hesitating for a moment, he said, I accidentally picked up this amulet. Where did you pick it up? Sullen asked. On the road outside the city. Sullen was silent for a while. It was not easy to find the owner of this statue if he picked it up outside the city. After confirming that he couldn't get any useful information, Sullen waved at the city guards not far away, and 2 city guards immediately came over. Arrest him and send him to prison. The crime is selling fake goods. Yes, sir. Sir, please don't, sir. I was blind. I didn't know it was you. I'll give you the money. Please let me go this time. After seeing the city guards coming over, Wundern already felt that something was wrong, but before he could escape, he was directly captured. Sullen waved his hand and motioned to take him away. After dealing with the profiteer, Sullen didn't want to continue shopping, and left the market with the statue he just bought. After returning, Sullen took the statue directly to the wizard tower, and then found Hathaway. Aren't you making perfume? How come you have time to find me? Hathaway took off her gold-rimmed glasses and said, Look at this thing. Sullen took out the statue and said. Hathaway took the statue in Sullen's hand and looked at it, and said hesitantly, This is evil god statue? Sullen nodded. It should be. The power in it should be the evil god's divine power. Where did you get it? Is there an evil god in the territory? Hathaway said solemnly. I bought it from a profiteer. According to him, it was picked up outside the city. Sullen poured himself a cup of black tea. So you want to find the original owner of this statue? Hathaway immediately understood Sullen's plan. Sullen nodded and said, Now, we can only try your object-seeking spell. The object-seeking spell also belonged to the divination school, and it was widely used. It could be used to find people based on some objects or even auras. Of course, this spell could only find the general location, and if the other party was also proficient in divination spells, it was likely to be detected and even interfered with. Okay, I'll prepare it now. Hathaway nodded and agreed. Then, Hathaway cast the object-seeking spell on the statue. A light flashed, and Hathaway frowned slightly. After a while, she opened her eyes and shook her head. The object-seeking spell didn't work. No reaction? Sullen was a little surprised. Hathaway was a little unwilling to give up, So she cast the object-seeking spell again. The result was the same as last time, and she still didn't get any answer. The object-seeking spell didn't work. Did the owner of this thing find out and make preparations in advance? Sulen asked. Hathaway shook her head and said, No. Even if the owner of this statue was proficient in divination spells and made preparations in advance, the object-seeking spell would only show an uncertain answer, but not a blank. Then what does this mean? Sulen asked. There are only two reasons for a blank. One is that this item doesn't have an owner, and the other is that the owner of this item isn't in this world. Isn't in this world. Sulen's eyes narrowed. You mean this item was thrown here by the evil god? That's most likely the case. Hathaway nodded. In order to gain believers, the evil god will do everything possible to put his power into the main material plane. This statue is his bait. This statue will gradually affect the mind of the person who picks it up. In the process, it will subtly influence and tempt the person, and in the end, it will develop the person into its own believer. Ordinary people will be affected after picking it up for 3 to 5 days. Then they will gradually become its believers. Are there many of these things? Sulen picked up the statue and asked. In fact, it's not easy for the evil god to send this thing in, so there are very few of them. Hathaway smiled and said, You should know about the plane's rejection. It's usually very difficult for gods or creatures from the lower plane, upper plane, or astral plane to enter the main material plane. The evil gods instill some power in these statues, and then spend a lot of effort to secretly send these statues to the main material plane. This way they cultivate believers. When the number of believers is enough, they will even secretly set up a church and perform a large number of sacrifices. They can obtain the evil god's power through sacrifices. Later, they can guide the evil god's clone to descend, or even the evil god himself may descend. Sulen nodded. Under normal circumstances, the evil gods would not descend with their real bodies. The main material plane suppressed them greatly. Usually, a part of their clone would descend to harvest flesh and blood, souls and faith, and then strengthen themselves. Under normal circumstances, it was very difficult for the evil gods, demons, devils, angels, and oracles to descend to the main material plane. The usual method was to let the believers in the main material plane use magic circles to summon them. Only with the cooperation of these believers or summoners could they come to the main material plane. This was a kind of self-protection of the main material plane. They should be grateful for this kind of protection. Otherwise, the main material plane would have become a battlefield long ago. Demons and devils were very eager for the many souls in the main material plane. They wanted to enter the main material plane all the time. And it was obvious that the evil god was the same. I should know this evil god, Sulen said as he played with the statue in his hand. You know it. Hathaway was a little surprised. Of course. What do you think is special about this statue? Sulen pointed at the statue and said. Hathaway observed it carefully and said, The heart. There's a hole in the statue's heart. Yes, this statue is very likely that old friend of mine, the Heartless. Sulen smiled. The cultists he had annihilated last time were the cultists of the Heartless. After he discovered that the cultists were causing trouble in northern Garrison City, he directly dealt with them all. Even the cultist's avatar that the Heartless had sent down at that time had been destroyed by Suluan. Not only did it leave him with a lot of experience, but it also gave him divinity. Back then, the evil god had unwillingly left an evil god mark on Sulen. Clearly this time, it was very likely that it had sent this statue near Northtown City, because of the evil god mark. What do you plan to do with this? Hathaway asked. Sulen smiled mysteriously. I have my ways. He snapped his fingers lightly, picked up the evil god statue, and left the wizard tower. Sulen already had an idea about the use of this evil god statue. He was prepared to help this evil god establish a heartless church, and let those people believe in him. Of course, this wasn't because Sulen was crazy. He was planning to raise pigs. Since the Heartless was preparing to recruit believers, harvest faith, and souls, Sulen would help him grow. After growing to a certain extent, he could summon the evil god clone of the Heartless. An evil god clone was a good thing. Killing such a clone would not only give a lot of experience, but more importantly, divinity. The evil god clone contained divinity, which was something that could be desired but not sought. Under normal circumstances, it was very difficult to obtain divinity. In the material plane, there were too few creatures with divinity, and these creatures were very powerful. It was not easy to find these creatures with divinity. Many of them had powerful allies such as unicorns. Unicorns lived in the elf forest and were protected by the elves. Now that Sulen had discovered the evil god clone, he naturally planned to give it a try. Of course, Sulen had never heard of anyone providing believers for the evil god. This method was very dangerous. The evil god was a very powerful creature. Once this happened, it would be easy to fail. Chapter 412. Establish a Cthulhu church? Sulen wasn't familiar with this business. What should he do? It wouldn't be easy to make those kobolds, gnomes, or gnolls become believers of the heartless Cthulhu god. In this world, he hadn't joined a church and believed in the gods, so he didn't know much about the god's method of recruiting believers. Now that he was recruiting believers for the Cthulhu god, he didn't know where to start. Cthulhu church, isn't that a cult? Sulen clapped his hands and immediately thought of something. Cults existed in his previous life too. Back then, there was a huge scandal. There was also a similar type of pyramid scheme. These cults and pyramid schemes were simply brainwashing. Sulen found 500 gnomes and kobolds, and chose one to be the priest of the Heartless Church. Then he gave him the statue. Sulen didn't have to do anything. In a few days he would become a believer of the Cthulhu god. My name is Hall, and I'm a kobold. At first, I lived in the wilderness with my companions. Every day, we were busy avoiding enemies and searching for food. Ever since I was born, I've never had a full day. Later, we heard that there was a lot of food near the river, so we came here to survive. As expected, after we came to the river, there was a lot of food growing in the soil. My companions and I felt full for the first time. The feeling of our stomachs being filled was wonderful. But when we were resting, a group of powerful humans rushed over, and we became captives. My companions and I were brought to a tall and magnificent city. Every day, we would have to move rocks, dig fields, and do all kinds of work. Every day, we would be exhausted. Although I wasn't used to it at first, I soon felt that this kind of life was actually quite good. Because I didn't have to worry about being hungry every day. And I didn't have to worry about being attacked by wild beasts when I slept at night. I felt that I was really lucky. I thought that I would live like this for the rest of my life, but the following changes changed my life. That day my companions and I were brought to another place by humans. We didn't have any work, just rest. We didn't have to work, and we even had food. It was so blissful. Right, when I was eating, I found a statue on the side of the road. I don't know who left it there. But since I found it, it's mine. On the second day after I picked up the statue, I woke up early in the morning and felt my mind clear up. Last night, I actually had a dream where I became the master of all the kobolds. Every day, all the kobolds would bring me the best food, and the most beautiful kobolds would be free for me to choose from. This feeling was amazing. But what was that mindlessness? Can he give me these things? On the third day, I was actually chosen by God. It was incredible. I was actually chosen by God as a believer. The gods had given him knowledge, and he wouldn't think that someone had done it on purpose. Okay, let's do it tonight. I'll cast hypnotism on them later and weave their memories, Hathaway said. Soon, when it was dark, Hathaway and Sulen went to the camp where the goblins and kobolds were. They cast hypnotism on the kobolds and goblins in the camp. Sulen found the kobold named Hall, and Hathaway began to cast memory weaving on him. Memory weaving was a very difficult spell to perform. After all, the brain and soul were very delicate. If one wasn't careful, it was easy to turn them into idiots. Fortunately, Sulen didn't want to impart much knowledge this time. After some effort, Hathaway successfully imbued the knowledge into Hall's memory. Under the effect of suggestion, when the kobold woke up the next day, He would think that he had received a divine revelation at night, and that the gods had blessed him with this knowledge. As expected, early the next morning, the Kobold Hall announced that he had received a divine revelation as soon as he woke up. He had become the messenger of the gods, and those who believed in him would receive the gods' blessings. Sulen also asked the guards to cooperate with the Kobold Hall and hand the food of the kobolds and goblins to Hall for distribution. With the authority to distribute the food, Hall easily made the kobolds and goblins obey him. Next, Hall began to preach. The mortal world is like a prison and all living beings suffer. In the Void hometown, everyone is equal. There is a god descending from the heavens, Wuxin Patriarch. Followers of the Wuxin Patriarch, as long as you believe in the Wuxin Patriarch, you can eat your fill every day. You don't have to starve or be oppressed by others. You can also enjoy the offerings of others and enjoy the things that only humans can enjoy. Why are we oppressed and enslaved? Are we born like this? No, it's the oppression of others, but we can't resist. Only by believing in the Wuxin Patriarch, the gods will give us power and bring disaster to our enemies. Learning medicine can't save the kobolds and goblins. Only the Wuxin Patriarch can save us. Open your eyes and take a look. We have reached the most dangerous moment. If we don't believe in the Wuxin Patriarch, no one will care about our lives. Comrades, friends, fellow believers, wake up. As long as we unite and believe in the Wuxin Patriarch, nothing in this world can stop us. Are you sure there's nothing wrong with what he said? Hathaway and Sulen stood not far away and looked at the kobolds and goblins in the camp who were surrounding the kobold in the middle with fanatical expressions. Sulen glanced at her and said, I think it's great. Look, those kobolds and goblins have now become believers of that evil god. That's not what I'm talking about. Hathaway glared at him. I know what you mean. Do you think these kobolds and goblins can succeed if they want to rebel? Sulen said with pursed lips. Judging from their fanaticism, they must have provided a lot of power of faith. In a few days, the evil god will begin to give back to the believers. Be careful, don't let those churches find out. Those churches will never tolerate the evil god. Be careful, they might come after you when the time comes. Hathaway said with pursed lips. Don't worry, everything has been arranged, Sulen said with a nod. That's good. By the way, how long do you think it will take for the evil god to come looking for you? Hathaway asked. I'm not sure about that either. Why don't we wait until it's about time and force him to descend? It's up to you. Just remember to inform me when the time comes. Under normal circumstances, the evil god was very vengeful and would usually take revenge. Sulen had killed its church and its clone, and finally took away its divinity, which was a great humiliation for an evil god. After accumulating enough power, he could not wait to send his divine power incarnation to seek revenge on Su Luan. You said you helped the evil god establish a church? He won't thank you. Chapter 413. The Heartless Church developed quickly. It only took a few days for the kobolds and goblins to become believers of the Heartless. Hall became the leader of these 500 kobolds and goblins, as well as the Pope of the Heartless Church. Hall even became a fanatic believer. Even the other kobolds and goblins had a few devout believers. Of course, most of the kobolds and goblins were shallow believers. However, with Sulen's brainwashing method, Hall only needed some time to cultivate a few devout believers among the 500 kobolds and goblins. Hundreds of devout believers and a few hundred ordinary believers provided a lot of faith power. Moreover, the evil god liked blood sacrifices. If these believers were sacrificed, the evil god would gain a lot of power. Sulen ordered people to keep a close eye on the kobolds and goblins. He didn't pay attention to them for now. With the church, the next step was to develop slowly. When the pigs were fattened up, they could be slaughtered. Right now, the pigs were at most a little piglet. Sulen had spent so much effort. How could he not make a profit? North Town City. This month's white sugar sales had begun again. The managers of more than 20 caravans were all present. Everyone was chatting and laughing in the hall. At this time, a middle-aged man walked in. After seeing this person, all the merchants immediately stood up and surrounded him. Manager Xian, you're here. Please take a seat. Manager Xian, this is the superior divine oil I brought from the Desert Kingdom. It can strengthen your body and cure all diseases. Manager Xian. The group of people fawned over him. Xian waved at them and went to the main seat in the room. He said, "You're all old friends. There's no need for these things. Let's discuss the quota for this transaction." Yes. The merchants immediately quieted down and sat obediently in their seats. Xian glanced around. When he saw that everyone was present, he said, "Due to some technical reasons, the white sugar production this time has decreased compared to last month. Therefore, this month's quota has also decreased." Master Xian, how much did it decrease? We're all counting on the white sugar to make money. That's right, Master Xian. We've lost money this time. We're just waiting for the white sugar to recoup our losses. We can't decrease the quota. As soon as they heard that the amount of white sugar had been reduced, the merchants below instantly went into an uproar. For a moment, the entire room was in an uproar. "Quiet! Quiet!" Jean shouted loudly, but the merchants were all in a hurry and didn't pay attention to Jean's words. Seeing this situation, Jean frowned slightly and then shouted, "Whoever makes any more noise will be disqualified from purchasing this month. His share will be divided equally among the remaining people." As soon as he finished speaking, the noisy scene instantly quieted down. All the merchants seemed to have become mute. The whole scene was a little strange. "Let me finish." Jean glanced at everyone and continued, "This time the production has decreased. Everyone's share has been reduced to 2/3. Hearing that a third of their share had been reduced, the merchants were in an uproar. However, as Jean's gaze swept over them, they immediately became well-behaved. "However, considering that you and our Beifeng Principality are old friends, we naturally won't ignore it." Xian smiled. "The Lord has given the order that we can take out some white sugar from our warehouse and sell it at the same price." Only then did the merchants breathe a sigh of relief. However, the rest of the white sugar is not something you can buy as you wish. Jean's words caused the merchants who had just breathed a sigh of relief to worry again. "Don't worry, we don't intend to raise the price. However, there is a condition for buying the white sugar." "What condition?" The merchants didn't let down their guard. "It's very simple. If you want to buy the white sugar, you have to first buy another product." Jean took out a beautiful amethyst bottle and then slammed it on the table. "Perfume." "Perfume? What's that?" Hearing Jean's words, the merchants looked at the amethyst bottle with some confusion. "This is a new product that we have developed. It's very popular with women." Jean picked up the perfume bottle and opened it. A pleasant floral fragrance filled the air. "This is flower dew?" one of the merchants asked. "This is perfume. The effect is higher than flower dew. The fragrance is stronger and lasts longer," Jean said with a smile. "Then, Sir Jean, how much is this perfume? And how much is the share of white sugar after buying the perfume?" Another merchant asked. "The price of a bottle of perfume is 50 kinner. You can buy half a kilogram of white sugar." "Sir Jean, this price is a little high. 50 kinner. It's much more expensive than flower dew. One bottle can only buy half a kilogram. That's too little." "Hee, this is the Lord's decision. I have no right to change it. If you don't want to buy it, then don't buy it. We can't force you to buy it. We, the Northern Town City, are honest merchants. We definitely won't force you to buy or sell," Jean said righteously. When the merchants heard Jean's words, they were speechless. What was that saying again? I've never seen such a shameless person before. This time, there are only 2,000 bottles of perfume, so there's only 2,000 kilograms of white sugar. Buy it if you've made up your mind. "Sir Jean, I want to buy 200 bottles of perfume and 200 kilograms of white sugar." "I want 100 bottles of perfume and 100 kilograms of white sugar." "I also want 100 bottles of perfume and 100 kilograms of white sugar." After hearing that there were 2,000 kilograms of white sugar, these people didn't delay any longer. They all shouted that they wanted to buy it. The 2,000 bottles of perfume were sold out. After completing the transaction, Jean excitedly went to report to Sulen. After hearing that the 2,000 bottles of perfume were sold out, Sulen was also very happy. He ordered the factory to start production. Sulen was very confident in the perfume. When the next time came, these people would probably rush to buy it. The construction of the new city had begun. Currently, there were more than 3,000 people living nearby. When the construction of the new city began, some merchants came here to establish a foothold. When Sulen arrived, the entire construction site was in full swing. It was a scene of prosperity. The scale of the new city was directly built to accommodate 50,000 people. Now that the northern town city had enough manpower, they didn't have to build it step by step like before. They could complete it in one go. The new city was built according to the blueprint. The first things to be built were the residential buildings and the city walls. These two buildings would be completed before winter. The construction of the entire city was quite boring. This time, for the construction of the new city, all kinds of materials were prepared. There were a lot of bricks. After this period of development, the brick factory in the northern town city had expanded again. The production had more than doubled. With bricks, the amount of work could be reduced. At least, they didn't have to use soil to build. If this work was done by an ordinary lord, except for the city lord's mansion, the other places would probably use soil. This way, the construction time would be greatly increased. Very few people would use a lot of bricks to build the city walls. As for ordinary houses, they were directly built with soil and wood. Only the rich merchants and nobles would use bricks. Most of the city walls were wrapped with a layer of bricks on the outside and rammed earth on the inside. The strength of this kind of city wall was lower than bricks. However, if the rammed earth city wall was strictly made according to the rules, the city wall's hardness wouldn't be bad. However, very few nobles would do so. Sulen naturally wouldn't skimp on the work. The construction of the city had strict standards. Only a rich person like him would use a lot of bricks. Sulen even planned to use mud to stone to fuse all the bricks into a whole city after these city walls were built. In the royal city of Florence, since King Henry was seriously ill, the atmosphere in the city had become more and more strange and tense. The most likely to obtain the throne were the eldest prince and the second prince. The two of them controlled nearly 80% of the entire city's forces, and the rest was controlled by various nobles. Less than 10% of the army was controlled by the third prince. At this time, the third prince, Daniel, was listening to his subordinates report with a gloomy face. "You mean His Majesty has been in a coma for 2 days?" "Yes, the eldest prince and the second prince's men have surrounded the palace and don't allow anyone to get close. We also got some information from several nobles. Go and call the Shadow Walker." The third prince, Daniel, clenched his fist and slammed it on the desk, leaving a deep dent on the hard desk. He hadn't seen the king for more than a month. The eldest prince and the second prince cooperated very tacitly and blocked all the other princes except for them. Daniel knew that they had even made a private decision to imprison or put the others under house arrest before making a move. This was to prevent others from picking the fruits of their labor, while the two of them were fighting until the victor was decided. Just outside his mansion, there was always someone watching him. "Sir." A figure shrouded in darkness appeared in the room. Immediately spread the news that the eldest prince has the support of the wizards. "I must let my good second brother know. This way he will be scared and panic, and it is very likely that he will act first at all costs. As long as they start a war, no matter who wins or loses, they will suffer heavy losses. This is my chance. They already control more than 70% of the power in the city. If we let them continue, we won't even have a chance to survive. Get people ready. Once one side becomes weak, help the other side and weaken their strength as much as possible. My father doesn't have much time left. Only I am qualified to inherit that position." Chapter 4:14. Hurry up, don't think of slacking off. You bunch of lazy bums, you should be grateful. If it wasn't for the Great North Wind Duchy, you would have starved to death in the wilderness. A kobold shouted at the other kobolds and goblins with a whip in his hand. Yes, I'm talking to you. Don't slack off, or I'll cancel your food for today. Also, the kobolds in your group will have their food reduced by half. Hurry up, This section of the wall must be completed before dinner, or else you won't have any food left. The kobolds who were being reprimanded sped up their work when they heard that they wouldn't have any food to eat. Even the kobold who had slacked off earlier did the same. If he completed the task today, he would at least get some leftovers. If he didn't, he would probably be beaten to death by the kobolds in his group. This was not impossible. One had to know that it was normal for 1 or 2 kobolds to die in the wilderness. Buttface, don't be so harsh. As long as they can complete 80% of the work, they'll be allowed to eat. A human supervisor beside him said with a smile. You're right, Lord Boar. You're too kind. Your glorious image is a role model for us to follow. No matter how hard we lowly kobolds work, we can't compare to you. Buttface immediately turned into a bootlicker. His flattery made people blush. If you ask me, we should be stricter towards these kobolds. Otherwise, they won't know how hard it is for them to work. If it wasn't for our North Wind Duchy, these kobolds would have frozen to death when winter came. The North Wind Duchy saved them. I'm guiding them to repay the debt of gratitude. Sulen stood on a high ground and naturally noticed the situation not far away. The practice of using kobolds and goblins as supervisors was from the experience gained during the construction of the North Town. Compared to the humans, these kobold and goblin supervisors were very capable. Compared to the humans, these kobold and goblin supervisors were more demanding. The construction progress was usually 15% to 20% faster. Of course, there was another advantage. This practice placed the humans in the position of arbitrators. The ones oppressing the kobolds and goblins were their own supervisors, and had nothing to do with the humans. If the supervisors were too oppressive, the humans could remove the supervisor and slightly improve the treatment of the kobolds and goblins. Then they would continue to be oppressed and exploited. From the North Town to now, the humans were very familiar with this process. Your Excellency! Your Excellency! A young man dressed as a messenger shouted, and rushed to the construction site. Stop! Just when he was 10 meters away from Suluan, 2 soldiers of the formation breaker stopped him. I have urgent news for you, Your Excellency. After the messengers of the messenger was, the messenger's messenger, and the seal and the wax on it was undamaged. Only then did the messengers of Sufs pass. Of Sufs the messenger. Of the seal and wax of Tites. Teet. Estov of T. Teet, 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 teet est is ask. Got it. Sulen turned and left the construction site with his men. He left a few people to pack up. The others followed Sulen back to the North Town. The letter didn't say too much. It only told Sulen that something had happened in the Florentine, and asked him to go back as soon as possible. Although the letter didn't explain exactly what had happened, Sulen had some guesses in his heart. The King of Florence was not young. When Sulen was still in the south, he had heard that the king's health was not very good. Now that he was told that something had happened in this, wasn't the reason obvious? Could it be that the king knew he was about to pass away, and for the sake of a smooth transition of power, he deliberately asked Sulen to support him? Sulen pondered in his heart as he rode to the North Town. It was already afternoon when he arrived at the North Town. Sulen rushed all the way back. After entering the city, he went straight to the palace without delay. Phyllis had been waiting anxiously in the palace for a long time. When she saw Sulen coming back, she immediately threw herself into Sulen's arms. She couldn't hold back the tears in her eyes anymore. Sulen, my father is seriously ill and in a coma. Phyllis, don't worry too much. There are several bishops and pastors in the capital. They will help. Sulen comforted Phyllis as he patted her on the back. In fact, even Suluan himself didn't believe it. Although priests could heal injuries, they didn't have a good way to deal with birth, old age, illness, and death. King Henry's life should be coming to an end, and magic would basically be useless unless the gods intervened, or rare treasures such as the Fountain of Youth or the Fountain of Life appeared. Otherwise, he could only die bit by bit. Sulen, I want to go back and see my father and mother. Can you come with me? Phyllis raised her head and said with tears in her eyes. It's okay. I'm here. We will go to the capital as soon as possible. Sulen reached out and wiped away Phyllis's tears. Okay, thank you. Because they needed to go to the capital as soon as possible, Sulen and Phyllis didn't bring too many people. There were barbarian guards, spear guards, and human and half-elf archers. There were a total of 200 people. This time, only Sulen and Phyllis went with them. Hathaway and Chris stayed in the North Town to take care of all kinds of things. Originally, Sulen planned to use the teleportation circle to go directly. However, he didn't have the coordinates of the capital of Florence. If he used the teleportation circle forcefully, there would be a big error. Therefore, he had to bring many guards with him on horseback. It would take less than 20 days to go from the North Town to the capital of Florence. They didn't bring much supplies, and each of them rode 2 horses. Of course, they were fast. It took Phyllis more than a month to go from the capital to the North Town. Of course, if Sulen and Phyllis rode the Pegasus directly, it would probably take them 1 or 2 days to get there. After arranging things in the Northwind Duchy, Sulen set off with Phyllis. The 200 soldiers followed them and left the North Town. It wasn't difficult for Sulen and the soldiers in the North Town to travel by force. With their physical fitness, they could still endure it. Sulen was a little worried about Phyllis. Perhaps it was because she had awakened the bloodline of the Red Dragon. Although the journey was very tiring, she still persevered. Just as Sulen and the others were moving toward the capital of Florence, Marquis Savoy, who was far away in Calt, also received the news that King Henry was seriously ill. He knew more than Sulen. As someone who also had the right to inherit the kingdom, and wanted to replace the Henry family as the new royal family, Marquis Savoy paid more attention to the capital than anything else. Not only did he know that King Henry was seriously ill, but he also knew that the 2 princes were rubbing their hands together and preparing to kill each other. Henry is finally going to die. God is blessing the Savoy family. Marquis Savoy happily walked back and forth in the study. His excitement was indescribable. He took a few steps to the wine cabinet next to him, took down a bottle of precious Helen wine, and poured himself a glass. The bright red wine emitted a rich wine aroma. Savoy smelled it a little intoxicated. He then took a sip and lay down comfortably on the sofa next to him. This old fox must be regretting it to death. Savoy chuckled. You were able to get Duke Northwind to support you last time. What can you do now that your 2 sons are fighting each other? When both sides are injured, it will be the time for the Savoy family to rise. I really have to thank Duke Northwind. His potion made me a dozen years younger, and made me a legend. Chaos, chaos. I will clean up the mess when the time comes. That will be the day when the Savoy family replaces the Henry family as the new royal family of the kingdom. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks on the door interrupted Marquis Savoy's reverie. Come in. Marquis Savoy said in a good mood. Father, the army has gathered and is on standby, Vader said respectfully. You've done well. This is the best opportunity for the House of Savoy. Once we move into the capital and replace the Henry family, you will be the first heir of the Kingdom of Florence. The Marquis of Savoy said excitedly. Vader was also very excited when he heard his father's words. With his father's words, he didn't have to worry about his brothers fighting for the throne. However, he couldn't let his guard down. It would be best if he could find an opportunity to send his brothers away. Only then would he be absolutely safe. However, Vader didn't realize that his father, Marquis Savoy, had successfully become a legendary warrior. According to the lifespan of a legendary master, although a warrior's lifespan wasn't as long as a spellcaster's, it was still 200 years. In other words, as long as he wasn't killed, he could sit on the throne for 150 years. As the heir of the Marquis of Savoy, Vader could only wait patiently for 150 years. No, he couldn't wait that long. Vader was just a warrior. He might not even be able to endure 50 years, let alone 150 years. How could there be a crown prince who could live for 150 years? In a world of 150 years, Vader's grandson's grandson would be 40 years old by then, and Vader would only be a pile of bones. In his excitement, Vader didn't realize that even if the Savoy family replaced the Henry family as the royal family, he would never be able to become king. Chapter 4:15. Father, what do you plan to do with the Duke of Northwind? Vader asked softly. When I attended the founding ceremony of the Northwind Duchy, the Duke of Northwind was not only a legendary knight, but he also had a legendary witch as his partner. No one could ignore a powerful legendary wizard, not to mention that Hathaway had a wizard tower. Sulan did not deliberately hide information about Hathaway, so after the founding of the Northwind Duchy, information about Hathaway had already spread. She was a legendary wizard, and a witch at that. There weren't many wizards in the first place, and even fewer legendary witches. Many wizards believed that the children of wizards and wizards had a higher chance of becoming a wizard. Although there was no direct evidence for this, if the parents were wizards, the chances of the children having the potential to become a wizard were very high. Among the wizards, the number of witches had always been lower than the number of wizards. Therefore, the requirements for a witch to choose a spouse were relatively high. Moreover, a legendary witch's lifespan was relatively long, far longer than any close combat profession. Therefore, a legendary witch's requirements for choosing a spouse were even higher. Those who were not strong enough would not even be considered. There was a very real problem. When she was still in her prime, her spouse would become old. This was a situation that not many people would accept. As a legendary warrior, Sulan was able to have a legendary witch as his partner. This was very rare in the entire continent. The Duke of Northwind's rise is too fast. Savoy shook his head helplessly. He originally thought that he had the confidence to become the new ruler of the Kingdom of Florence after becoming a legendary, but now it seemed that he still needed the support of the Duke of Northwind. How much do you know about the Duke of Northwind's preferences? Father, according to the information I've gathered, the Duke of Northwind likes beautiful women. His duchesses are all great beauties, Vader said. Apart from that, the Marquis also has a great need for people. Ever since he opened up his territory, he has never stopped migrating. I think if we help him migrate, the Marquis will definitely be moved. With my sister Sandy, even if we can't pull the Duke of Northwind to our side, we can at least keep him neutral. That's a good idea. Marquis Savoy nodded. Then let's do it according to your plan. We can help him immigrate 100,000 people. 100,000 people is nothing compared to the total population of the Kingdom of Florence, especially in the south. Many nobles have a lot of refugees in their territories. These refugees are unstable factors. When we send them all to the Northwind Kingdom, those nobles will definitely welcome us to help them solve the hidden dangers in their territories. Yes, Father. Vader nodded. In a magnificent mansion in the royal city of Florence. What did you say? A man in luxurious clothes with a cold face listened to his subordinate's report. You're saying my brother has the support of a high-grade magus? How is this possible? Aren't wizards supposed to be neutral? Didn't they not participate in the change of royal authority in the secular world? Why would he support my brother? Could it be that they've changed? Damn it. What benefits did my brother promise those adepts to make them make an exception and support him? I knew it. I shouldn't have reached a tacit agreement with him. I had to seize the opportunity to finish him off from the very beginning. No. I can't just sit there and wait for death. I have to make a move in advance. This good brother of mine is really scheming. He used a set of words to temporarily stabilize me and let me wait for Father to return to the Kingdom of Heaven. When that time comes, he can directly ascend to the throne with the support of the Magi. He can sit on the throne without spending a single soldier, and I can only be like a stray dog, chased back to my territory. Immediately send someone to contact the Duke of Northwind. I have to get his support. Otherwise, I have no chance at all. Doesn't he want to migrate? When I ascend to the throne, I'll give him 100,000 migrants. Oh right, there's also my mother and sister. I heard that my sister is very favored by the Duke of Northwind. I can ask her for help. And my mother, Phyllis, listens to her mother the most. I can ask her for help. Immediately send someone to prepare a carriage. I want to go to the palace to see my mother. Hearing his words, a middle-aged man beside him slowly said, Your Highness, it's not that we don't have a chance now. As you said, the eldest prince still doesn't know that we already know that he has the support of the Magus. The eldest prince should still be waiting for His Majesty to return to the Kingdom of Heaven before making a move. We can make a move before that and catch him off guard. As long as the plan is good, there's still a chance to kill the eldest prince. As long as we succeed in killing the eldest prince, the throne will naturally be yours, Your Highness. Of course, you still have to contact the Duke of Northwind. As long as the Duke of Northwind recognizes you after you ascend to the throne, then it can be said that there's no chance of failure. Let's go and prepare first. I'll go to the palace to see my mother and ask her for help. Now that my brother has the support of the Magus, there's no chance of a direct confrontation. I can't let go of this chance. Sulen didn't know that he was now in high demand, and several families wanted his support. He was now rushing towards the Kingdom of Florence with a group of people. The road from the northern city to the Blackstone Fortress was very normal. Although there were no roads, there were still many bandits and monsters in the wilderness. However, as soon as they saw the flag of the northern city and the 200 soldiers, they quickly ran away. They were afraid that they would be killed by the soldiers of the northern city. The journey, which was more than half a month long, was very boring. Sulen had no choice but to focus on learning spells. Then he would camp at night and explore the origin of life with Phyllis. Since he still had to hurry, he would only try it once every time, just in case Phyllis couldn't make it the next day. Now that he had the abilities of erudite and encyclopedic knowledge, his learning speed was very fast. He was now supplementing all kinds of wizard knowledge. After continuous learning, his knowledge was no worse than that of the orthodox wizards who had been learning wizard knowledge since young. Sulen's wizard ability had been steadily improving. Now his spellcasting ability had reached the level of an advanced wizard. The only problem was that he needed to master the spell models bit by bit. Of course, he could also use skill points, but it was not easy to get them now. He planned to save them for when he encountered a particularly difficult spell. On the way to the Kingdom of Florence, Sulen rarely entered the city. Other than resupplying some food and other supplies, most of the time, he just directly camped outside the city. This led to a problem. Whether it was the second prince or the Marquis of Savoy, the messengers they sent did not meet Sulen. The road conditions in this era were very bad. Many of the wilderness had no roads at all. Sulen just followed the directions of the strategic map and took shortcuts most of the time. Therefore, he inadvertently missed the messengers. Dusk fell. The mansion of the second prince was brightly lit. Teams of fully armed soldiers were patrolling. The servants who came and went looked nervous because the second prince accidentally killed a maid in a rage today. The dead maid was dragged to the garden and buried, but the oppressive atmosphere still shrouded the luxurious mansion. In the dark corner near the garden, soldiers with bows and arrows were lurking. Since yesterday, the entire mansion was shrouded in the atmosphere of a storm. The second prince did not go out for an entire day, but he constantly sent out servants to gather information. In the study room, the second prince's face was gloomy under the dim candlelight. He looked to the side and said in a hoarse voice, "Still no news from the Duke of Northwind?" "Yes, Your Highness," a young knight with a tall and straight figure replied. 2 days. Ever since he learned that his brother had the support of wizards, he became very nervous. As time went by, the situation would become more and more unfavorable for him. Although his mother promised to help him persuade his sister, she only agreed to let the Duke of Northwind remain neutral. This was not what he wanted. Now many nobles were gradually leaning towards his brother, which was a dangerous sign for him. If he waited any longer, the power gap between him and his brother would become bigger and bigger. The second prince, Sean, closed his eyes tightly. He seemed to be resting, but his hands were beating rhythmically on the table. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes. A terrifying light flashed in his eyes. "I can't wait any longer. I have to start." Sean finally made up his mind. "Tell Lucian to start the plan immediately." "Yes, Your Highness." The young knight immediately turned around and left the room to pass on the order. Soon, the troops that had been prepared began to move slowly. Several figures moved and directly blended into the darkness. Night fell. Only the noble district in the city had some light. The brightest light was in the palace, followed by the eldest prince's mansion. At this time, the eldest prince was happily listening to the report of his men. "You said my good brother went to see my mother?" What did he say to my mother? Your Highness, the second prince went to the queen to ask Her Highness to help him. He wanted Princess Phyllis to persuade the Duke of Northwind to support him. A man who was dressed like a chamberlain said. What did my mother say? The eldest prince frowned. Her Highness did not agree. She only said that she would persuade the Duke of Northwind to remain neutral. As long as he remains neutral. Haha, my good brother is so calculating. Unfortunately, you will lose this time. At this time, the house suddenly shook violently. The guards and attendants outside screamed. Earthquake. The eldest prince's face changed. Without saying anything, he directly jumped out of the window on the second floor. The house was still shaking violently, but the range was limited to the main house. As soon as he landed, he felt that something was wrong. The ground did not shake at all. Chapter 4:16. Something's not right. The moment Cecil landed on the ground, he felt that something was wrong. The surrounding houses did not shake at all. Only the house he was in had collapsed. With a dull thud, the house in front of him collapsed into a pile of rubble. In the darkness, a pair of eyes locked onto Cecil's figure. Before the surrounding guards could rush over, a cold sword light suddenly flashed in the darkness. Backstab. A cold light flashed and instantly pierced towards Cecil's back. The sharp blade flashed with a cold blue light in the dark night. With a single glance, one could tell that it was smeared with poison. Just as the blade was about to pierce Cecil, there was a flash of light. Immediately after, the surroundings became extremely cold. It was as if the temperature of the air had dropped by more than 10 degrees. A shield of ice suddenly appeared around Cecil's body. Clang. With a light sound, ice shards flew everywhere. The cold air quickly spread along the blade, and in an instant, a layer of frost appeared on the arm holding the dagger. Cecil, who was preparing to continue his attack, stiffened slightly. Ice shield. Cecil's figure flashed, and he immediately put some distance between them. In that moment of crisis with his reaction speed, he was unable to dodge in time. Fortunately, he had a magical item on him for protection. At the critical moment, he summoned 3 ice shields to protect his body. Otherwise, even if he did not die, he would have at least suffered a layer of skin. Assassin. Protect His Highness. Assassin. A series of alarmed cries sounded, and the surrounding guards quickly rushed over. Quick, kill him. The assassin did not give up. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he shouted in a low voice. A few cloaked figures rushed forward. Cold light flashing from their blades as they slashed towards Cecil's body. Cleave. Revolving strike. Cecil's expression changed, and he immediately drew his sword to meet them. At this moment, fleeing would only lead to a faster death. Clang. 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 The sound of metal colliding rang out continuously. Under the attacks of these people, Cecil was continuously forced back. Fortunately, the 3 ice shields around him continuously blocked the attacks, so he was not injured. Over here. Kill these assassins. From the collapse of the loft to the attack of the assassins, less than 2 minutes had passed. The surrounding guards rushed over one after another. When they saw the besieged His Highness, these guards did not hesitate at all. They brandished their weapons and rushed over. Go. When they saw the large number of guards rushing over, they knew that they had lost the chance to kill Cecil. They turned around and fled. You want to run? You dare to commit murder right under my nose? You're looking down on me. Mass slow. Arcane missile. 5-inch at this moment. A man in a sorcerer's robe let out a cold snort, and beams of spiritual light flashed one after another. A spiritual light quickly spread out in the darkness. The fleeing assassins only felt as if their bodies had sunk into a quagmire in an instant, their running speed greatly reduced. At the same time, a dozen arcane missiles flew towards them from the darkness. These arcane missiles emitted a faint magic light and were very fast. In just an instant, the arcane missiles hit these assassins. Although the arcane missile was not a high-level spell, its power was still very strong. The power of these arcane missiles was slightly inferior to the power of pistol bullets. The moment they hit the target, they broke the arm of one of the assassins. Following the attack of a dozen arcane missiles, several assassins wanted to dodge, but their bodies were shrouded by the slow spell. They could only watch as the arcane missiles hit them one after another. Bang bang bang. The arcane missiles hit them one after another, and their bodies were blown away like sandbags under the attack of the missile force field. The attack of the rogues was powerful, but the defense of their bodies was really mediocre. After being swept by many egg-sized arcane missiles, their bodies were fractured all over, and their internal organs were injured by these missiles. Before they could struggle to stand up, the guards had already rushed up and were about to kill these assassins. Keep them alive. A middle-aged man who looked like a general stopped the guards' actions. The guards stepped forward and restrained the assassins. Your Highness, the 3 assassins have been caught. What do you think we should do with them? The middle-aged man came to His Highness the Prince and asked. Cecil had regained his elegant demeanor and looked coldly at the 3 assassins. Take them to the dungeon and interrogate them. I want to know who the mastermind behind this is. Yes. The middle-aged general nodded and ordered the 3 assassins to be taken away. After seeing the others leave, Cecil walked to another room with a gloomy expression. Immediately send someone to investigate who was on guard duty tonight. They actually allowed those 3 assassins to sneak up on me. How did they get in? Yes, Your Highness. I'll arrange for someone to search right away. The attendant next to him said. Wait, what's my dear brother doing now? Cecil suddenly asked. I'm sorry, Your Highness. Omar has been keeping an eye on this matter. I don't know. Go and call Omar here. Yes. However, just as the attendant was about to leave, a guard hurried in. Your Highness, bad news. I've just received news that the barracks outside the city have just been attacked. Please support us. What? Cecil stood up instantly, and the chair behind him fell back with his movement. What is James doing? What is he doing? Didn't I tell him to be on guard? Cecil said angrily. What's the situation with the army now? Facing the angry His Highness the Crown Prince, the attendant's expression was slightly awkward. Sir James did not return to the barracks today. Did not return to the barracks? Where did he go? Cecil was slightly stunned. Then, as if he had thought of something, his expression became even angrier. Did he go to the women's brothel again? Yes. Yes, Your Highness. Find him immediately and let him return to lead the army. Cecil took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed his anger. Following the assassination of the Crown Prince Cecil, the second Prince Sean launched his forces to launch an attack. For a moment, the forces that belonged to the Crown Prince were attacked. Even if they did not succeed in killing the Crown Prince, as long as the army in his hands was destroyed, it would be acceptable. Without the support of the army, even if he had the support of the wizards, he would not be able to sit on the throne. When that time came, it would be up to him. If his stupid brother could get the support of the wizards, there was no reason why he could not. In another corner of the royal city, the 3rd Prince Daniel stood on the upper floor and quietly looked into the distance. At this moment, a graceful figure appeared behind him, and a soft and boneless arm wrapped around his neck like a snake. My little cutie, are you satisfied with my arrangements? A delicate face appeared on his shoulder. It was the Pleasure Devil. The Pleasure Devil stuck out her tongue and gently licked his earlobe. Then she blew a breath. Daniel's body trembled slightly, and his breathing became more rapid. Forcibly diverting his attention, Daniel took a deep breath and said, Control your strength. Let them fight until both sides are injured. Don't let either side gain the upper hand. Then, I will clean up the mess. Don't worry, when have I ever let you down? The Pleasure Devil smiled slightly, and then rubbed her body against his. It's so late. Little cutie, we should rest. As she spoke, she pulled Daniel into the room. Ever since the second prince launched his attack, the entire royal city had inevitably fallen into chaos. Although the second prince Sean had the upper hand in the beginning, and for a time, the crown prince's army was in a mess. Just as the second prince's army was about to completely wipe out the crown prince's army in one go, their camp suddenly caught fire. James, who had just climbed out of his bed, led a few hundred cavalrymen to attack the crown prince's army from behind. He even led his men to stab the crown prince's anus. Although they had just won the battle, the second prince's army was also very tired. Moreover, during the pursuit, the army had long lost its formation. After being attacked by hundreds of cavalrymen from behind, the army almost collapsed directly. The opportunity to wipe out the enemy in one go was gone. By the time they recovered, the Crown Prince's army had also recovered from the blow of defeat. At this point, the two sides could only fight force with force. When Su Luan took Phyllis and 200 troops of Beifeng Principality to Yunwu City, a battle had just ended around Yunwu City. What's going on? Why is there an army fighting in Royal City? Has the enemy already reached here? Seeing the scene in front of him, Sulen was a little puzzled. No, these people are the army of the Kingdom of Florence. After taking a closer look at the battlefield, Sulen was even more puzzled. Sulen asked people to catch two soldiers back and ask them. Finally, he figured out that the Crown Prince and the second prince were fighting for the throne. Before Sulen arrived, the two had been fighting for a while. Because of the war, the originally prosperous royal city had become dilapidated. There were scattered soldiers everywhere. It was obvious that the two sides could no longer control the development of the situation. Where is Cecil now? After understanding the situation, Phyllis asked with a gloomy face. I don't know. I heard that he was killed by the second prince. A soldier said. What? Phyllis's face changed. What about Sean? He's there. I don't know. The two soldiers shook their heads. What about my father? How is His Majesty? I don't know. Don't worry about them. Let's go into the city first and restore order in the city. Sulen looked at the chaotic city in front of him and frowned. Okay, let's go into the city first. I'll go to the palace to see my father. Phyllis had a bad feeling in her heart. Everyone get ready for battle. At Sulen's order, the army of Beifeng Duchy immediately quieted down. A murderous aura spread from the army of only 200 people. Chapter 417. Sir, are we really going to attack? A formation breaker guard stood beside Sulen and asked. Attack? If they resist, kill all those who resist. Sulen said coldly. Yes. The formation breaker guard immediately turned around and began to reorganize his army. Although Sulen only brought 200 people this time, he was still confident that he could flatten all the troops here. The average strength of the troops he brought this time was at the 3rd grade. It could be said that no other country's army would be so extravagant. In the armies of other countries, 3rd grade professionals were usually middle to high-level generals. The Northern Citadel already had a powerful army with an average of 3rd grade professionals. These people were all elites who had followed him all the way through countless battles, big and small. Against the army of Florence, it could be said that they were completely flattened. The gate of the Northern Citadel was right in front of them. The army of the Northern Wind Principality was all riding horses. They were very fast and only took a few minutes to push near the gate. The sudden approach of the army made the defenders of the city panic. At this time, 2 barbarian warriors quickly rushed toward the gate. The 2 barbarians ran while roaring at the sky. At this time, something happened that shocked the defenders. The 2 barbarians' originally tall and strong bodies were like balloons. They swelled up again and turned into 2 small giants in the blink of an eye. Seeing the 2 barbarians turn into giants, the defenders' faces changed greatly. They immediately wanted to attack, but it was too late. The 2 barbarians rushed to the gate in a few steps, and then jumped up from the left and right. The giant axes in their hands instantly cut off the chains of the drawbridge. Boom! The heavy drawbridge fell with a loud bang. The 2 barbarians didn't stop at all. They waved their giant axes and rushed toward the gate. Rumble! There was a violent collision sound. Accompanied by the violent shaking of the gate, a large amount of sand and stone fell from the top of the gate. After the barbarians activated God's descent, their strength had increased to around 40 points. Combined with their size and berserk, they were simply 2 demolition machines. The 2 barbarians hammered at the city gate, and the city walls of Florence couldn't withstand a few hits. With a loud bang, the heavy gate was violently smashed open by the 2 barbarians. Seeing the city gate open, the soldiers of the Duchy of North Wind immediately began to charge. Occupy the city gate. Sulen took the lead and rushed into the city. The soldiers guarding the city were scared out of their wits when they saw the two barbarians easily smash the city gate open. They turned around and fled into the city. The city gate was easily occupied by Sulen. Sulen's cold eyes scanned the surroundings. Seeing that there were no other troops around, he ordered, after entering the city, do not kill prisoners, do not attack civilians, do not rob property, do not rape women. Anyone who dares to disobey will be killed without mercy. Kane, your subordinate is here. A guard of the capture barracks stepped forward and responded. Lead a group of men to protect Phyllis and follow her instructions to the palace. Understood. Hansen, your subordinate is here. Take some men and set up a defensive line here. Guard the city gate. Yes, sir. The rest of you, follow me into the city. As the order was given, the army of the northern citadel immediately set off. The royal city of Florence had fallen into chaos at this time. The continuous days of war had turned the outer city into a mess. There were defeated soldiers everywhere. After these defeated soldiers lost control, they burned, killed, and looted. The entire city was out of control. Seeing this situation, Sulen did not hesitate at all, and immediately ordered an attack. How could these scattered soldiers be a match for the army of the Duchy of North Wind? They were killed as soon as they came into contact. The rest of the soldiers were so scared that they turned around and fled. However, how could those with 2 legs outrun those with 4 legs? The soldiers of the Duchy of North Wind chased after these scattered soldiers and killed them. Then Sulen pushed forward and killed all the scattered soldiers in his path. In less than an hour, Sulen had taken control of a quarter of the city. Just as Sulen was clearing out the rebels in the city, the nobles finally reacted. Soon, an army of nobles' private guards was assembled. After this army was assembled, they came to the outer city. Who are you? A noble who was mostly a knight shouted loudly. My lord is the master of the Duchy of North Wind, Duke Sulen of North Wind. A barbarian next to him answered under Sulen's signal. After hearing the barbarian's voice, there was a slight commotion in the army opposite. Sulen's name was very famous in the kingdom of Florence. Where are Cecil and Sean? Let them out. Sulen stepped forward and shouted loudly. I'm sorry, Sir Sulen. My 2 brothers have died in the previous battle. A young noble walked out and said, I'm Daniel, the 3rd son of His Majesty the King. Not long ago, my 2 brothers fought for the right to inherit the throne. In the end, both of them died in battle. We were discussing how to deal with the aftermath. We didn't expect the Duke to come. On behalf of the nobles of Florence, I welcome your arrival. Sulen looked at the young noble in front of him. The other party was handsome, only slightly inferior to himself. He had a strong body, wore a gorgeous silk robe, and had a long sword at his waist. There was a faint evil aura around him. The aura was similar to the little succubus Chris's, but there was a big difference. However, Sulen could be sure that the aura came from the lower planes. Things did not seem to be as simple as he had imagined. Even if Prince Daniel was not a fallen one, he had a deep connection with the lower planes. Things were getting interesting. 2 powerful elder brothers fought for the throne and fought to the death. In the end, when the victor was about to be decided, they were both killed by the 3rd brother. If Suluan hadn't come so quickly, maybe the 3rd prince would have been enthroned as the new king of Florence. Sir Sulen, you must be here to observe the ceremony. I would like to ask you to restrain the soldiers. This matter is the internal affairs of the Kingdom of Florence. As the Duke of the Duchy of North Wind, I would like to ask you to leave for a while, Daniel said to Sulen. Internal affairs? My wife is the daughter of the King of Florence, the Princess of the Kingdom of Florence. Naturally, she is qualified to participate in the internal affairs of the Kingdom of Florence. Sulen smiled slightly and said, Moreover, I feel that a fallen one like you should stay away from here. Fallen one? What's going on? The surrounding nobles were discussing. Daniel's face changed and he immediately scolded. Nonsense. I am now the first heir of the Kingdom of Florence. You are slandering me, blatant slandering. You know best whether it is true or not. Sulen sneered and said, You were the one who started the war between Cecil and Sean, right? Demons preferred simple and crude places, and rarely used schemes and tricks. Now that the palace had become like this, Sulen immediately thought of the devils, who were also creatures of the lower planes. Compared to the simple and crude demons, the devils preferred to play with schemes and tricks. They liked to completely destroy the hopes of those people when they were about to succeed, and then pluck the souls that had been tempered like ripe fruits. Everything in front of him was probably the devil's masterpiece. Scout the camp. A spiritual light shot out from Sulen's body, and instantly hit Daniel, who was not far away. The next second, a blood-red spiritual light suddenly rose from Daniel's body. When the surrounding nobles saw it, their faces changed greatly, and they all stepped back. In the blink of an eye, there was a large empty space around Daniel. These nobles naturally knew what that red aura represented. Although many nobles used detection spells to test the aura, and found that it was biased towards evil, judging from the situation just now, such a dazzling red aura was very likely to be a fallen one. Fallen ones were the people who had signed a contract with creatures of the lower planes, such as demons, devils, and other monsters, and obtained their power. Every time a fallen one appeared, it would cause very serious consequences. Now, the first heir of the Florentine royal family was actually a fallen one. If this spread out, it would definitely be a big scandal. I didn't expect to be discovered. At this moment, a frivolous voice suddenly appeared and entered everyone's ears. I originally planned to harvest slowly, but now it seems that I have to speed up. You sneaky bastard. Now that I'm here, do you really think you'll succeed? Suluan laughed coldly. With a flip of his hand, a glazed palace lantern appeared. Break invisibility. A spiritual light flashed from the glazed glass palace lantern. As the spiritual light swept past, a figure that stood out from the rest suddenly appeared among the nobles. She had a tall and slim figure and a curvaceous body. She had long, black hair and an enchanting face. She gave off an incredibly seductive aura. This was the pleasure demon from Bator Hell. How dare you show off your insignificant skill before an expert? Sulen put away the sky lantern and rushed toward the pleasure demon in a flash. Dimensional anchor. As Sulen raised his hand, a spiritual light shot out. In an instant, the surrounding space was separated by a spell, directly sealing the teleportation spell in this area. No one could use teleportation or blink skills. Forbidden magic field. Then, an invisible energy field instantly appeared in Sulen's hand, and directly turned the area around the pleasure demon into a dead magic field, directly crippling the pleasure demon's magic ability. Lightning spear. Dazzling lightning flashed, and in the next second, a lightning spear was formed in Sulen's hand. This lightning spear contained great power, and he directly threw it at the pleasure demon. Chapter 418. Pleasure Devils. They were the lords of the sixth layer of the Hell of Bator, the subjects of Glagia. They were different from ordinary devils with ugly appearances. Pleasure devils were extremely beautiful, similar to the succubi of hell. However, they had the bloodline of fallen angels. Their lord, Glagia, was the daughter of Asmodeus, the lord of the Hell of Bator. Compared to other devils, pleasure devils preferred to use seduction to get their enemies to willingly fall into their embrace. Once they reached their target, Glagia would use diseases and toxins to corrode their enemies' bodies and abandon their skeletons in the swamps. The lord of the sixth layer of the Hell of Bator, the Hag Countess, had been killed by her. She even used her corpse to decorate her palace. Compared to other devils, pleasure devils were more stealthy and dangerous. They were one of the few devils that could escape the detection of priests. This pleasure devil didn't descend with her true body. Instead, she used a projection ability to project a portion of her soul force and devil power into the material plane, forming a method similar to the incarnation of a god. Sulen was now a high-ranked legend, and because he had divinity in his body, his attacks carried some characteristics of divine power. Dazzling lightning flashed, and it was as if a sun had suddenly risen in the sky. The eyes of the surrounding nobles were directly pierced by the bright light, and they quickly covered their eyes. The dazzling lightning flashed, and in the next second, it flew towards the pleasure devil. Damn it! Seeing the dazzling lightning, The pleasure devil felt a strong sense of danger, and her expression changed drastically. A wave of evil energy instantly erupted from her body. The nobles near her were enveloped by this evil energy, and their bodies visibly weakened and aged. These nobles who had long been hollowed out by wine and women couldn't resist this evil light at all, and a large number of them died in an instant. Their souls were directly absorbed by the evil light into the pleasure devil's body, and the evil light on her body instantly rose sharply. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk the lightning spear struck the evil aura in front of the pleasure devil, and the lightning and evil light violently exploded. Accompanied by the explosion, a figure flashed and instantly flew into the distance. Trying to run? Too late. A cold glint flashed in Sullen's eyes. He moved and appeared beside the pleasure demon. Since you're here, you don't have to leave. If this had been the infernal plane, and the pleasure demon was in her true form, she would have had a chance to escape. But now that she was in the prime material plane, all creatures from the lower planes were suppressed here. Moreover, she was only a soul projection. It would be strange if she could escape. Not good. The pleasure devil felt goosebumps all over her body. She never thought that as a warrior, Sullen would be able to use flash so skillfully. Bang! The storm battle halberd appeared in Sullen's hand. Dazzling lightning appeared on the halberd. As soon as it appeared, he began to attack the pleasure devil. His 50 points of strength was displayed in an instant. The pleasure devil's body that was trying to escape was violently smashed to the ground. Boom! The pleasure devil's body was like a cannonball as it pierced through a 3-story building and crashed heavily onto the ground. If it weren't for the demon's strong physique, she would have lost half her life. Cough. Cough. The pleasure devil's body was severely injured. An evil aura exploded from her body. This evil aura seemed to be a signal for something. Evil aura rose from the bodies of the nobles in the distance. Soul harvest. The evil aura disappeared in a flash. In the next second, many of the nobles began to age rapidly. In just an instant, a young and strong noble turned into an old man with a head full of white hair. It was as if all the life force in their bodies had been sucked away in an instant. Then, souls flew out of their bodies and merged into the pleasure devil's body. Her body was quickly repaired. The pleasure devil's aura that was originally weak was quickly strengthened. Her injuries were also healed in the blink of an eye. Regarding the pleasure demon's actions, Suluan didn't do anything. He didn't care about those nobles at all. If they died, then so be it. She just helped him clear the way. Suluan even wanted to give her a medal. After becoming stronger, the pleasure devil did not act rashly. She did not think that she could defeat Sulen. She glared fiercely at him and said hatefully, "I'll remember you. One day, I'll come back for revenge." Suren's arrival had completely disrupted her plans. After all, it hadn't been easy for the Iranese Queen Glagia to send her to the material plane. She'd paid a hefty price to do so. Her plan had been to sacrifice the entire city to the queen, harvest all the souls, and then return to Bator with her bountiful spoils. But now, her plan was completely ruined. Even she had to flee back to Bator in a sorry state. What? You still want to live for another chapter? Dazzling lightning flashed as the storm war halberd pierced towards the pleasure devil. The space around the pleasure devil was locked down. She could only brace herself and prepare to attack. Lightning howl. Lightning spear. Lightning strike. A powerful energy burst out from Suluan's body in an instant, and directly shrouded the pleasure devil. Then Suluan's storm-like attacks instantly broke out. The pleasure devil was not good at frontal combat. Under Suluan's attacks, it could only parry and evade. Although she was also a legend, the gap between her and Sulen was huge. The souls she had just absorbed had greatly increased her strength, but it was only delaying her defeat. A bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket struck the evading pleasure devil. Not only did the powerful lightning inflict severe damage to her, but it also paralyzed her body for a second. Although this 1 second was short, it was enough for her to die several times in such an intense battle. The storm war halberd struck the pleasure devil's shoulder, and an arm flew out. Sulen did not stop. The storm war halberd launched more than 10 attacks in an instant, and all of them hit the pleasure devil's body. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Before the pleasure devil could recover from the paralysis, she died on the spot. With the death of the pleasure devil, a wave of soul energy emerged. At the same time, the pleasure devil's soul shadow appeared. As soon as the evil soul appeared, a repulsive force appeared out of thin air. This was the power of this world. According to the rules of this world, it would directly expel souls from the lower plane. Soul trap. At this moment, a spiritual light flashed and instantly struck the soul that was about to leave. Although the soul of the pleasure devil was only a part of her body, she was still a legendary figure. In addition to the souls that she had harvested previously, her spiritual energy was still very strong. Powerful energy surged out of Suren's body, instantly suppressing the pleasure demon's soul imprisonment. Then, to her horror, it condensed into a sparkling and translucent gem, a legendary grade soul crystal. The battle has ended. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an epic victory. Congratulations, host. You have successfully killed a pleasure devil. You have received 98,500 experience points. You have received 3 platinum treasure chests. You have received an item, Blood of the Fallen Angel. Congratulations, host. Under your leadership, your army has successfully suppressed the rebellion in San Filto City. You have received 53,600 experience points. You have received 1 platinum treasure chest. You have defeated the devil and quelled the war. You have received 50 favorability from the citizens of San Filto City. Your reputation in San Filto City has reached respected. Your charm has increased by 2. Devil's Temptation. Year 1688 of the Radiant Moon Calendar. In the beginning of September, the king of the Kingdom of Florence was critically ill. The 3 princes began to fight for the right of succession. Under the instigation of the devil, a serious war broke out in San Filto City. The entire city was about to become the devil's nourishment. At this critical moment, you came to this city and successfully killed the pleasure devil, saving San Filto City. With the end of the war, your name and your army's fame began to spread throughout the Kingdom of Florence. Your reputation also began to rise throughout the continent. You have received a large amount of reputation. Reputation plus 40. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your experience bar is full. Your level has increased. Your current level is LV27. Congratulations, host. You have received 2 free attribute points, 2 skill points, and a platinum treasure chest. A series of system notifications rang in Sullen's ears. Sulen temporarily did not have time to count the spoils of war. He had just conquered San Filto City, and there were still many things to settle. Hansen. Yes, sir. A strong man stepped forward. Lead your men and immediately gather all the troops in the city. Kill anyone who resists without mercy. Yes, sir. Issue an announcement. From today onwards, San Filto City will be in a state of war. No one is allowed to leave without a pass. At the same time, seal the city and eliminate the remaining enemies. Organize people to clean up the ruins and treat the injured. Arrest all those who took advantage of the chaos to commit crimes and plunder. Kill anyone who resists without mercy. Check the treasury and the granary. Distribute the food in a unified manner. Do not inflate the prices. All nobles immediately return to their own mansions. Do not go out without my command. Sulen used the momentum of his victory to issue various orders. He completely controlled San Filto City in the shortest time possible. After a period of war, San Filto City began to rebuild. The army of the North Wind Duchy quickly gathered all the defeated troops. Then, under the leadership of the North Wind Duchy soldiers, they immediately began to work. The nobles who had already suffered heavy casualties did not dare to have any objections in front of Sulen. Too many people had died today, and these nobles had lost their courage. Chapter 419. After all the arrangements were made, Su Luan went to the palace with his 2 guards. The palace of the Kingdom of Florence was located in the north of San Filto City, in the center of the noble district. When Sulen came here, the whole palace had been occupied by the army of the Duchy of North Wind. Led by the 2 guards, Sulen went to find Phyllis. Phyllis, what's wrong? Sulen came to Phyllis, gently hugged her crying body and asked, Sulen, boo boo hoo, my father is dead, my mother is dead, they're all dead. After seeing Sulen, Phyllis suddenly threw herself into Sulen's arms and cried bitterly. Cry, 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 and you'll be fine. I've avenged you. And I've killed the devil behind the scenes. You still have me. Sulen hugged Phyllis and comforted her. Finally, Phyllis was tired of crying. The fatigue of rushing for many days came, and she fell asleep in Sulen's arms. Sulen carried Phyllis and put her in a bedroom in the side hall. He arranged for the maids and guards to wait for her, and at the same time, checked King Hengli's body. After all, King Hengli was his father-in-law, and he was going to inherit the inheritance this time, so he naturally had to treat it seriously. King Hengli's body was in the hall, and next to it was the queen's coffin. After seeing King Hengli's body, Sulen found that King Hengli had been dead for 2 days, and his body was only casually collected in the coffin without any funerary objects or any measures to protect the body. The body was slightly smelly. He didn't know who helped him collect the corpses, but his subordinates were still around. Before he died, they couldn't sit still. After he died, they didn't even care. They directly stopped the corpses and attacked. This king was quite a failure. Sulen snapped his fingers and a light flashed. A crystal-clear coffin covered the corpse. This was an ice coffin that could be used to temporarily preserve the corpse. After preserving the 2 corpses, Sulen found a quiet palace and walked in. After finishing his work, he still hadn't had time to count his gains. He opened the system space. This time he had obtained 5 platinum treasure chests. First, he took a shower and changed his clothes. After washing his hands, Sulen sat down again and calmed himself down. Only then did Sulen choose to open the treasure chest. As a dazzling light flashed by, the familiar sound of the system notification rang in his ears. Congratulations, host. You have opened the platinum treasure chest. You have obtained a bottle of Jade Shavings Golden Pills. Congratulations, host. You've opened the platinum treasure chest. You've obtained the Building of Wonders blueprint, Qilin Garden. Congratulations, host. You have opened the platinum treasure chest. You have obtained 1 army talisman. Congratulations, host. You have opened the platinum treasure chest. You have obtained the item Thunder Secret Technique. Congratulations, host. You have opened the platinum treasure chest. You have obtained the item Mechanical Secret Technique. After the light dissipated, Sulen immediately looked at the items that he had just obtained. There were 10 Jade Shavings Golden Pills in a bottle. The effect was that it could increase any attribute by 1 point. Sulen planned to add them to his agility and spirit. In addition to the 2 attribute points that he had obtained from leveling up, Sulen's attributes were getting closer and closer to 50. A new Building of Wonders blueprint, Qilin Garden. Sulen was looking forward to this new Building of Wonders. He picked up the blueprint and began to look at it. Building of Wonders blueprint, Qilin Garden, category, Beast Pen. This blueprint records the detailed steps and process of building Qilin Garden. Qilin Garden, Building of Wonders, Beast Pen. Legend has it that this is the place where the mythical beast Qilin once lived. With Qilin Garden, the mounts in the city can become stronger and faster. It can also increase their growth rate, reduce the chances of the mounts falling sick, increase the reproduction rate of the mounts, and have a chance of attracting wild mounts. Rapid growth plus 35, indestructible plus 30, rare beasts plus 35, sturdiness plus 36, reproduction plus 35, disease reduction plus 35, mount taming plus 37, mutation plus 10. Additional effect, mythical beast's might. Mythical beast's might possesses the aura of the mythical beast Qilin, can forcibly tame mounts 1 at a time. Seeing the effects of this Building of Wonders blueprint, Sulen's eyes lit up. This Qilin Garden was a good thing. Not only could it increase the growth rate of mounts, but it could also make them stronger and faster. Moreover, the special effect, mythical beast's might, could actually forcibly tame mounts? Then if he caught a giant dragon, could he try the effect? Also, with this building, it would be much easier to tame your own creatures in the future. Of course, with so many benefits, it wasn't easy to build this Building of Wonders. The most important thing was that he needed a Qilin horn. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. This world didn't even have a Qilin, so where was he going to find one? After putting away the Building of Wonders blueprint, Sulen could only wait until he had a Qilin horn before building it. The third box opened up a commander's seal. This commander's seal was a little special. The word female was written on it. Obviously, this was a female commander's seal. Commander's seal, female soldier. After use, you can recruit 1,000 female soldiers. Female soldiers have the ability to move quickly and agilely, and have decent attack power. Female soldier, elite female soldier, guard female soldier, female official, star officer. It was actually a female soldier. Sulen looked at the commander's seal in his hand in surprise. In the game, female soldiers weren't very strong. Most of the time, they were considered cannon fodder. However, this didn't mean that they were useless. Female soldiers were only powerful in the later stages. When they were promoted to star officer, they could summon lightning. They were completely a magical soldier. Besides being strong, female soldiers had another advantage. They were beautiful. Using female soldiers to guard the palace was a good choice. Sulen chose to use it immediately. The commander's seal instantly turned into countless fluorescent lights, and then merged into Sulen's body. Although female soldiers were strong in the later stages, they were very weak in the early stages. Moreover, the recruitment and training cost was not cheap. When recruiting female soldiers, he would have to build a new female soldier barracks and a training ground. Sulen planned to wait for a while before building it. The remaining 2 platinum treasure chests contained 2 books, one of which was Thunder Secret Arts. Su Luan skimmed through it, and found that it recorded a large number of thunder and lightning spells. For Su Luan, this was exactly what he needed. With this book, his understanding of the power of thunder and lightning would be improved once again. At the same time, he could also learn more thunder and lightning skills. Secret mechanical techniques. This book was an advanced knowledge of mechanical control that Sulen had learned before. After obtaining the secret mechanical techniques, Sulen's magic skills had become more powerful. He could even improve the iron golems. The 2 books contained a lot of knowledge. Sulen planned to take some time to study them. In addition to the 5 platinum treasure chests, Sulen also obtained a legendary level soul crystal from the Pleasure Devil, and a bottle of fallen angel's blood. The soul crystal was a good thing and could be used in many places. Sulen planned to leave it for Hathaway to make a legendary golem. As for the fallen angel's blood, it was not very useful. After all, there was only 1 bottle. It was impossible to refine the blood. He could only give it to Hathaway as a test material. After putting these things away, Sulen took out the jade shard golden pill and poured out one. This pill looked like a piece of jade. It looked very beautiful and melted in his mouth. After using it, Sulen soon felt his body heating up slightly. 1 free attribute point had also been added to the system interface. Next, Sulen ate the remaining jade shard golden pills. Sulen obtained 10 free attribute points. After adding the 2 points from leveling up, he had a total of 12 points. He evenly distributed them to agility and spirit. After dealing with the harvest, Sulen began to deal with the following matters. After occupying San Filto, Sulen controlled the heart of the Kingdom of Florence. There were many things to be done next. After controlling the entire city, Sulen began to send people to check on the remaining members of the Henry family. Because of a battle for the throne, 3 princes had died directly. King Henry had a total of 5 sons and 4 daughters. The remaining 2 sons had also died in the previous turmoil. After all, during the battle with the Pleasure Devil, many nobles had died because of the Pleasure Devil. The 2 princes were unlucky and also died. Sulen could guarantee that he definitely did not kill them. In other words, there were no male members of the Henry family in the direct line of descent. Of course, as a family that had lasted for hundreds of years, there were still many men in the collateral line of the Henry family. However, regardless of whether it was Sulen or others, they would not have the right to inherit the throne. The 4 princesses of the Henry family had long been married off to the great nobles and members of the royal families of other countries. In addition, they were far away from here, so they could be ignored directly. Therefore, the The one who had the most right to inherit the throne was Sullen's wife, Phyllis. In fact, queens were not rare in this world. No, they were very common. Not to mention, the most famous queen on the continent was the Red Dragon Queen. There were also many queens in other countries. There was basically no problem for Phyllis to ascend the throne. However, considering Phyllis's political intelligence and skills, and her complete lack of experience in governing a country, it was necessary to implement a two-king system. Sulen intended to become the king of the Kingdom of Florence together with Phyllis. As for whether the remaining nobles in San Filto agreed or not, it was not a problem in Sullen's eyes at all. Those who did not agree had already died in the attack of the Pleasure Devil. The remaining nobles firmly supported this decision. After restoring order in the city, Sulen and Phyllis buried the king and queen. After some discussion, they decided to implement the two-king system. Next, Sulen asked people to arrange the ascension ceremony. In fact, the materials needed for the ascension ceremony had already been prepared long ago. There were 3 portions, one for each of the 3 princes. Now it was all convenient for him. Chapter 420. After taking complete control of San Filto, Sulen and Hathaway held a funeral to bury the king and queen. After that, they discussed the preparations for the ascension ceremony. Because Sulen did not lift the ban, the nobles did not know that Sulen was preparing to ascend the throne. Perhaps some smart people had guessed it, but they could only pretend to be deaf and dumb in the face of the powerful Sulen. All the materials needed for the ascension ceremony had been prepared. As soon as Sulen gave the order, the attendants began to get busy. With the materials prepared by the 3 princes, it only took 2 days for the ascension ceremony to be completed. On the 3rd day, Sulen lifted the ban, and the nobles of San Filto were invited to the palace to watch the ceremony. In the main hall of the palace, the nobles of San Filto had gathered in the imperial court. In just a month, the situation had changed. The few princes who were most likely to become the new king of the Kingdom of Florence had disappeared. The nobles who were bustling in the main hall had become sparse. These nobles were naturally aware of today's ascension ceremony. Now that the princes were dead and there were no successors, they naturally hoped that the Parliament of Nobles would jointly elect a new king instead of letting Sulen decide alone. Even though Sulen had shown great strength last time, these nobles who were used to being high and mighty had not changed their views. Count Anthony, Duke Sulen held the ascension ceremony without permission, which violated the laws of the Kingdom of Florence. I think Marquis Kent is more qualified to inherit the throne, Viscount Goen whispered to Count Anthony. Although Sulen was powerful, he was not a noble of the kingdom after all. Although he had tyrannical strength, no one was willing to give up power. In their opinion, even if there was a new king, it was still up to them to govern the kingdom. Count Anthony looked at Goen, and then at the nobles in the hall. Many of them still wanted to renegotiate with the Parliament of Nobles. Even though they had seen Sulen's strength, some of them were still unwilling to believe it. In their opinion, the kingdom had no successor, and it was a good opportunity for them to expand their power. These people had been in the upper echelons for too long, and had forgotten the most basic rules of this world. Let's talk about it later. Besides, Duke Sulen's attitude today has already made it clear that he wants to make it an established fact. Don't you think it's a little late? Anthony shook his head and didn't intend to stand out. As an old fox, he wouldn't easily take a stand, let alone stand out personally. This Duke Sulen has gone too far. If he hadn't forced us not to go out, how could we not know what he wants to do until today when we are about to ascend the throne? Goen snorted coldly, obviously very angry. Don't talk so much. No matter what, he did save our lives. A middle-aged noble tugged at his clothes and said softly, but his eyes were looking at a few servants standing in the hall. The king was dead, the 3 princes were dead, and the entire palace was under Sulen's control. These attendants were naturally loyal to Sulen. If they heard these words, they would definitely spread it to Sulen. What? Do you think he can kill me? This is the Kingdom of Florence, not his Beifong principality in the countryside. Goen didn't appreciate it, but said with disdain. In his opinion, the Beifong principality in the northern wilderness was a small country, and Sulen was a bumpkin from the countryside. Ignorant. Anthony glanced at him, and his body involuntarily moved a few steps away from him. Obviously, he didn't want to talk to him anymore. The morning sun dispelled the darkness in the palace, and the magnificent palace looked very solemn in the morning sun. Sulen and Phyllis were changing into gorgeous clothes with the help of several maids. "My lord, the ceremony is ready, and all the nobles have arrived," a middle-aged attendant said respectfully. "Very good. How are the nobles doing?" Sulen sat in his seat, and let two maids help him put on his robe. "As my lord expected, there are some nobles who are dissatisfied with your arrangement," the attendant said respectfully. Sulen played with a ruby and said casually, "Give them some time to calm down. If they still can't recognize the situation, I don't mind helping them. The old era is over, and the new era is coming. Those who can't keep up with the times will be abandoned by the times." Sulen was very clear about the nobles' thoughts, but he couldn't kill all of them at once. After all, he still needed them to serve him for the time being. But before that, he needed to distinguish between those who needed to be eliminated, those who were willing to rely on him, those who could be won over, and those who were old foxes sitting on the fence. Sulen was very clear about the nobles' thoughts. There was a saying, "Kill the chicken to warn the monkey." Those who jumped the highest and cried the loudest were the chickens that were killed. "My lord, when are you going to start?" the attendant asked respectfully. "Wait a little longer." Sulen put down the ruby and smiled at Phyllis. "Come and take a look at the crown I prepared for you." Suluan took out a beautiful crown from the storage space and handed it to Phyllis. The crown was made of gold. Of course, in order to ensure its hardness, it was also mixed with some other metals. But on the surface it still looked golden. The crown was designed with a hollow design and looked very delicate. There were 3 gemstones inlaid on the front of the crown, 1 big and 2 small. At this moment, they were shining in the morning sun. "It's so beautiful." Phyllis's eyes widened in surprise at the sight of the beautiful crown. "Come, let me put it on for you." Sulen smiled and stood up. Phyllis nodded and bowed slightly. Sulen put the crown on Phyllis's head and stepped back. He bowed slightly and said, "My dear queen, you are so beautiful." "Really?" Phyllis twirled around with the crown on her head and winked at Sulen. "Of course, you are the most beautiful today," Sulen said seriously. Phyllis smiled and then lifted the corner of her dress to make a bow to Sulen. "My king, you are also very handsome today." "Haha." Phyllis couldn't help but laugh as soon as she finished the bow. "All right, it's almost time. We should go and ascend the throne." Sulen and Phyllis played for a while, and then looked at the time. Phyllis nodded. "Okay." Sulen took Phyllis to the outside of the palace under the protection of many attendants. Kane, the guard of the palace, was already waiting there. When he saw Sulen, he immediately greeted him respectfully. The group continued to walk into the palace. "My lord." As soon as they entered the palace, the attendants and soldiers of North Wind Principality all saluted. When the nobles in the palace saw Sulen and Phyllis coming in, they stopped talking and looked at them. Some of these people sneered, some were dissatisfied, some were expressionless, and some were fearful. No matter what, Sulen's strength had made some of them afraid. "I'm very sorry to have kept you waiting." Sulen looked at these nobles and said with a smile, "Mr. Sulen, you are not a noble of the Kingdom of Florence. Why didn't you go through the Parliament of Nobles to choose a king? This seriously violates the system of the Kingdom of Florence. It is illegal." As soon as they walked into the hall, a noble asked righteously. The entire palace became silent in an instant. It was so quiet that it was scary. Sulen's smile froze for a moment. Then he stopped smiling and turned to look at the owner of the voice. He said with a bit of contempt, "Who are you?" "You." Hearing Sulen's words, this middle-aged noble was furious. This was openly despising him and his family. "I am Viscount Goen, a member of the Parliament of Nobles." "Oh." Sulen nodded and said, "I don't know you." "You." Goen widened his eyes in anger. Fortunately, he understood his purpose. He suppressed his anger and said, "I am a member of the Parliament of Nobles. What you are doing is against the law of the Kingdom of Florence." "Are you teaching me how to do things?" Sulen raised his eyebrows. You are acting recklessly. You won't be recognized by the nobles of Florence. Sulen looked at him coldly and said, Phyllis, the daughter of His Majesty King Henry, naturally has the right to inherit the throne after all of King Henry's sons died. This is in accordance with the law and rules. As for the Parliament of Nobles, they only have the right to choose a successor after the royal family has no children, or after the royal family abdicates and gives up the right to inherit. Therefore, it is reasonable and legal for Phyllis to inherit the throne, and it is in line with the national conditions of Florence. You are not a noble of the Kingdom of Florence. This is the internal affairs of the Kingdom of Florence. You have no right to interfere. After hearing Sulen's words, Goen said with an ugly expression, I have no right to interfere? Suluan sneered and took a step forward. He stared at Gon coldly, and then glanced at the surrounding nobles. When San Felto City was in danger, I saved it. This city was also conquered by me from the chaos. It can be said that it is my spoils of war. Phyllis is also my wife. Speaking of which, I am also your savior. How dare you say that I don't have the right to be your savior? What were you doing at that time? You were a fool who was being played by a devil. That was because we were waiting for an opportunity to delay time. Yes, waiting for an opportunity to delay time for the army to arrive. Goen was a little speechless. The army to rescue the king? How many days have passed? Why haven't I seen the army to rescue the king? Are you delaying time like this? Sulen looked at him mockingly. Are you sure that the army to rescue the king will arrive in time to collect your corpses? Goen's face was a little pale and he said stubbornly, This is not within your jurisdiction. Chapter 421. You can't say anything, right? Sulen glanced at him and ignored him. He held Phyllis's hand and continued to move forward. I saved San Felto City and killed the demon to avenge the dead. Now that the kingdom has no ruler, I naturally have the right to choose an heir to ascend the throne. Sulen said loudly, his eyes sweeping across the hall. From today onwards, Phyllis is the queen of the kingdom of Florence, and I will ascend the throne as the king of the kingdom of Florence. Sulen, you are just a nobleman who was lucky enough to gain a foothold. You are just a bumpkin. What right do you have to ascend the throne? After hearing Sulen announce himself as the king of the kingdom of Florence, Gon's face changed greatly. You are asking for death. Kill. Sulen's eyes flashed coldly, and his heart was filled with murderous intent. He shouted sternly. Yes. Cain, who had been waiting in the hall for a long time, immediately rushed over. Before anyone could react, he raised his sword and slashed down, killing Gon. The football-sized head flew up, and blood splashed 3 feet away. The noblemen who had not yet reacted were instantly sprayed with blood all over their faces. Then they screamed and hurriedly fled in all directions. Bang! The headless body fell down, and the strong smell of blood instantly filled the hall. Clean it up, Sulen said expressionlessly. Several attendants skillfully carried the body away, and 2 more people wiped the blood clean. Then they poured a bucket of water to wash and wipe. In just a few minutes, the floor looked brand new. If it were not for the smell of blood in the air, everyone would think that the scene just now was just an illusion. Well, the people who are in the way have been sent away. Who else has any last words, no opinions about Phyllis and me ascending the throne? Sulen said after looking around. Wherever he looked, all the noblemen couldn't help but lower their heads. What opinions? Those were last words. Didn't you see the example just now? Hurry up and ascend the throne. We have no opinions. I am a very democratic person. Everyone can speak freely. If you have any opinions, you can raise them. I will consider them seriously. Sulen said seriously. No opinions, no opinions. The other noblemen in the hall said one after another. You really don't have any objections? I'm giving you a chance, Sulen emphasized. I really don't mind. It seems that my ascension to the throne is what everyone wants. Sulen nodded with satisfaction, and then said, Then let's continue the ceremony. The grand coronation ceremony continued. Sulen took out the crown and crowned Phyllis, and then himself. The nobles below cooperated very well. They cheered when they should, and bowed when they should. Everything was so harmonious. The enthronement ceremony ended amidst peaceful cheers. Congratulations, host. You have successfully ascended the throne. A large amount of data flashed before Sullen's eyes. Congratulations, host. Your duchy has been upgraded to a kingdom. The country template is currently being upgraded. Importing national data. Ding. It has been detected that the host's actual territories are Beifeng Duchy and Fida City. Please take control of more territories as soon as possible. Ding. Please take control of the Kingdom of Florence as soon as possible. Congratulations, host. You have successfully upgraded to a kingdom. You have received a diamond treasure chest. Congratulations, host. You have successfully upgraded to a kingdom. Your Imperial Jade Seal has been upgraded. Congratulations, host. You have successfully upgraded to a kingdom. You have received a miracle building blueprint. A series of system prompts sounded in his ears. However, the reward for upgrading to a kingdom this time was much less than the reward for establishing a duchy. Of course, it was very likely that Sulen did not fully control the Kingdom of Florence. Only when Sulen fully controlled the Kingdom of Florence would all the rewards be issued. Although the rewards were much less, Sulen was still in a good mood. He opened the system and began to check the rewards this time. A diamond treasure chest, a miracle building blueprint, and an upgraded Imperial Jade Seal. Sulen opened the diamond treasure chest, and a gorgeous light and shadow effect flashed before his eyes. The next second, a familiar system prompt sounded in Sullen's ears. Congratulations, host. You have successfully opened the diamond treasure chest. You have received the book, Elemental Fission and Elemental Fusion. After hearing the system prompt, Sulen was slightly stunned. He immediately reacted. The book Elemental Fission and Elemental Fusion was actually opened from the treasure chest. Just by hearing the name, one could tell that this book was a book about the knowledge of the elemental furnace. Sulen simply flipped through it. This book was not only about theoretical knowledge, but it also included a large amount of data and detailed steps. However, it was still very difficult to produce according to the data in the book. Of course, this book was not without benefits. It helped Sulen save a lot of time. It pointed him in the right direction, and he did not have to take any detours. After putting away the book, Elemental Fission and Elemental Fusion, Sulen picked up the miracle building blueprint that he had just received. This blueprint was a little special. It was called Ipang Palace. It was actually an architectural blueprint of a palace complex. Miracle building blueprint, Ipang Palace. It records the blueprint of a large palace complex. After using it, Ipang Palace can be built. Sulen looked at the blueprint. The construction of such a palace complex could not be completed in a short period of time. Moreover, it would require a lot of manpower and material resources. For the current Sulen, it was not worth it. This blueprint could only be used after a long time. Casually putting away the miracle building blueprint, Sulen stretched his body and began to deal with other matters. After Sulen and Phyllis ascended to the throne, Sulen sent official documents in his and Phyllis's name to the surrounding cities to announce the legitimacy of the throne. The news received was mixed. The territories that were originally under the direct control of the kingdom had already accepted the appointment and recognized Sulen and Phyllis as the king and queen. Some of the remaining nobles recognized Sulen and Phyllis. Some of them were watching with ambiguous attitudes, and some of them directly declared that Sulen and Phyllis's thrones were illegitimate and refused to recognize them as the king and queen. Sulen had already prepared himself for this situation. He tried to rope in the nobles who accepted the appointment directly. He also sent people to those who were neutral and ambiguous. As for those who refused, he issued official documents requesting them to immediately surrender and personally apologize to San Filto. Naturally, the nobles would not agree to such a request. However, Sulen did not want them to agree. This would only show that he had too much. At the same time, Sulen began to recruit soldiers in San Filto and the territories under the direct control of the royal family. Due to the previous war, the soldiers in San Filto had suffered heavy casualties. He was now preparing to rebuild the army. At the same time, After the reconstruction was completed, he would crusade against the rebellious lords. However, while Sulen was busy, an unexpected piece of news came. You said that Marquis Savoy sent people? Sulen asked. Yes, Your Majesty. As the most powerful lord in the northern provinces, Marquis Savoy was also the other successor of the Kingdom of Florence. However, he was a little unlucky. It was not easy for him to wait for such a good opportunity. In the end, when he arrived at San Filto, Sulen had already ascended the throne, giving him no chance at all. However, Marquis Savoy knew that he had not made his stance clear yet. If he announced that he supported Sulen, the nobles in the northern part of Florence would not be able to do anything. Those who were neutral would probably immediately preside over Sulen. Even many nobles who were clearly against him would change their minds. Let him in, Sulen said. Yes, Your Majesty. The servant bowed and slowly retreated. About 5 minutes later, the servant walked in with a young man. Your Majesty, the eldest son of Marquis Savoy is here. Vader, long time no see. Sulen smiled and stood up. Long time no see, Your Grace. Vader bowed respectfully. Hearing how Vader addressed him, Sulen did not have any expression. He was still smiling. Sir Vader, why have you come to see me this time? Your Grace, my father does not agree with what you have done this time. Is that so? I heard that when you came to San Filto, you brought an army of 10,000 men. Why are you preparing to go to war with me? Sulen said in a low voice. We did not mean that. We only brought the army to protect my safety, Vader said with a shrug. Protect your safety? Sulen rolled his eyes. You need to bring an army of 10,000 men to protect my safety? I know that you are upset that I became king first, but what is done cannot be undone. It is better to accept it. Vader shook his head and continued. Your Grace, your situation is not very good now. 1/3 of the nobles in the entire kingdom are against you. Why are you unwilling to give up the throne? If you agree to give up the throne, the Savoy family is willing to bear your expenses this time and compensate you. It seems that you want to replace me. Sulen instantly understood the Savoy family's plan. The Savoy family wanted to replace the Henry family as the new royal family of Florence. This is a normal transfer of power within the Kingdom of Florence, Vader said. Sulen smiled slightly. Do you think your strength is enough? Vader glanced at Sulen and said, I still have to thank Sir Sulen for the life essence last time. After using it, my father has already advanced to the legendary level. Advanced to the legendary level? No wonder you are so confident. But the legendary level is different from the legendary level. Sulen shook his head. How about this? I can give you a chance. I will fight with your father. As long as he can win, I will withdraw and hand over the Kingdom of Florence to you. And if I win, I don't need you to pay anything. You just need to announce that I am the king of the Kingdom of Florence. I need to go back and report to my father. Then I will tell you the result, Vader said with a nod. Of course. Sulen nodded. Chapter 422. Vader quickly left San Filto City and returned to the encampment of the army in Cult City without stopping. He then went straight to the largest tent in the center. Father, I'm back, Vader said respectfully to the Marquis of Savoy. Have a seat. The Marquis of Savoy nodded. After Vader sat down, he asked, What did he say? His Excellency Sulen doesn't agree to abdicate, Vader said. That's not surprising. The Marquis of Savoy sneered. He stood up from his seat and walked to the map placed in the tent. No one will easily give up power that's at their fingertips. Moreover, 1/3 of the territory has already recognized him as the king. What else did he say? The Marquis of Savoy picked up a charcoal pencil and marked on the map. He said that if father wants to compete with him for the throne, we'll have to fight him. If you win, he'll choose to withdraw and give up the Kingdom of Florence. If we lose, we'll have to recognize him as the king of the Kingdom of Florence, Vader said in a low voice. Father, I think we should just attack directly. As long as we mobilize, I believe many nobles will follow suit. When the time comes, San Filto City won't be able to stop us. Mobilize? That's easy for you to say. The Marquis of Savoy glanced at his son and put the charcoal pencil back. It's easy to mobilize, but what about after that? Many nobles will respond, but most of them won't put in any effort. They'll wait for us and Sulen to fight until both sides suffer, then take advantage of the situation. Don't think too highly of those nobles. What kind of people are they? They won't act until they see the hair. The Marquis of Savoy snorted. After circling the tent twice, the Marquis of Savoy said, "Looks like we can only use battle." After thinking for a long time, the Marquis of Savoy nodded in agreement. He was very confident in his own strength. In his impression, although Sulen had a record of killing a legendary orc, that orc was already seriously injured. Therefore, he felt that he should be on par with Sulen. What he didn't know was that different people had different physiques, and the same applied to legends as well. The next step was to discuss the time and place. These matters were quickly finalized. The two sides agreed to fight 30 miles northeast of Feather City. The time was set for 3 days later in the morning. After discussing the details of the battle, Sulen began to deal with other matters. He was preparing to build a military camp in San Filto. Originally, more than half of the soldiers in San Filto had been killed or injured. Although Sulen later took in some scattered soldiers, these soldiers were far from being elite. Therefore, he was preparing to build a military camp and recruit new soldiers. He would also send the original soldiers to the military camp for training. Only after going through such training could these soldiers reach the standard of a qualified soldier of Beifong Principality. After Sulen ascended the throne, the southern provinces had the most opposition. In fact, Sulen's reputation was mostly spread in the northern provinces. Not many people in the south knew about it, and since a long time ago, the southern provinces had looked down on the northern provinces. The main reason was the economic disparity. For the southern provinces, the northerners were a group of barbarians who liked to fight and kill. What's more, Sulen's territory was in the northern wilderness, which was further north of the northern provinces. In their eyes, it was a completely barren land. The best way to make these people admit that Sulen was the king was to persuade them physically. Sulen didn't plan to transfer the army of Beifong Principality, so he could only rebuild the army in San Filto. Compared to Beifong City, the conditions in San Filto were much better. At least there were more than 150,000 people here. With enough manpower, the construction of the military camp was very fast. In addition to the ordinary military camp, Sulen also built a military camp for female soldiers. Suluan was going to let the maids in the palace serve as the first batch of female soldiers in the military camp. There were still a lot of female soldiers in this world. The most famous one was the Amazon female warriors in the southern rainforest. Don't think that they were easy to bully just because they were women. In fact, the Amazon female warriors were very powerful. In addition to the Amazon female warriors, there were also female soldiers among the elves, especially among the drows. Sulen's plan to build female soldiers didn't attract much attention. Most people just thought it was the king's hobby. While the military camp was being built, Sulen began to clean up San Filto. The first thing to be changed was the sanitation. Sulen was used to the cleanliness of Beifong City. After coming to San Filto, he hated the dirty streets, so after the city settled down, Sulen began to set up sanitation regulations to clean the streets. There was plenty of manpower in San Filto City, and Suluan easily recruited a large number of workers. Although they were called workers, most of them were actually poor people. More than 90% of the cities in the world had slums. These people were cheap and only needed a small amount of money to hire them. After having the manpower, Sulen began to issue laws. No one was allowed to dump garbage or feces on the streets. Violators would be fined and sentenced to 1 week of unpaid labor. Of course, this kind of thing couldn't just be an order. If people were not allowed to dump garbage everywhere, they had to be given a place to dump garbage. Otherwise, this order would not be beneficial to the people but harmful. Sulen selected some people from the slums and divided San Filto into districts. Each district would have a garbage transfer station. The residents and merchants around would need to send their garbage here. Then these people would drive the garbage out of the city every morning. At the same time, Sulen also sent people to start building public toilets in each district. After these things were built, Sulen issued a ban on dumping garbage and defecating everywhere. The nobles in the city were puzzled as to why Sulen wasn't in a hurry to quell the rebellion. However, under Sulen's power, they were very well behaved on the surface. However, under Sulen's power, they were constantly up to no good in private. In order to obtain information, Sulen formed the Embroidered Uniform Guard. Now that he was the king, Sulen naturally expanded the Embroidered Uniform Guard. However, the Embroidered Uniform Guard wasn't something that just anyone could become. Sulen could only recruit 20 people from other places, and use these 20 people to build the framework. Then he would recruit others and quickly establish the Embroidered Uniform Guard. With the Embroidered Uniform Guard, Sulen would be able to know every move of the nobles in San Filto. With the Embroidered Uniform Guard collecting information, it would be very useful when Sulen went to quell the rebellion of the nobles. There was no need to say how useful information was in a war. Scouting, eavesdropping, breaking ties, spreading rumors, acting as a spy, and so on were too many. Time passed quickly, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Early in the morning, Sulen left some instructions to Phyllis and then left San Filto alone. As for the soldiers of Beifong Duchy, they stayed behind to protect the palace and prevent the nobles from causing trouble when Sulen wasn't around. The Pegasus was very fast, and it only took 10 minutes to arrive at the location of the battle. When Sulen arrived, he found that Marquis Savoy was already waiting there. In addition to him, there were about 500 cavalrymen waiting not far away. Sulen took a few glances and didn't pay attention to them. "Long time no see, Marquis Savoy," Sulen said as he dismounted. "Long time no see, Duke Beifong." Savoy nodded. After a few simple pleasantries, both sides went into the main topic. "Marquis Savoy, we are clear about the conditions. Do you have any objections?" Sulen asked. "No. That's good. When you lose, Marquis Savoy, don't go back on your word," Sulen said with a smile. "Haha, Marquis Savoy is too confident. I was worried that Marquis Savoy would go back on his word. Don't worry, I can still afford to lose. Besides, how could I lose?" Savoy said confidently. Sulen smiled. "In that case, let's begin." "Okay." Sulen took out his storm war halberd, while Savoy took out a two-handed heavy sword. As soon as they were ready, rays of light flashed past Sulen's body. Greater haste. Slow. Arcane Missile X3. A spiritual light instantly enveloped the Marquis of Savoy's body. He felt his body sink, as if he was standing in mud. His movements were clearly much slower. Before he could react, a series of arcane missiles flew at him. Savoy's expression changed slightly. He dodged while blocking. Sulen took the opportunity to rush up and smash down with his storm war halberd. The battered and exhausted Savoy didn't care about his reputation. He rolled to the side to dodge. The storm war halberd fiercely smashed into the ground, and then the war halberd swept across, raising a large amount of dirt into the air. The war halberd carried a biting cold wind, and the wind blew the dirt away in all directions, covering a radius of a few meters. If one was not prepared, one's eyes would be blinded if they were not careful. Savoy was also very experienced in battle. The moment the dirt flew up, he covered his eyes with one hand and swung his heavy two-handed sword with the other. Whirlwind slash. Clang. The heavy sound of metal clashing rang out as the storm war halberd and the two-handed heavy sword collided. Savoy's weapon was of good quality, and it wasn't damaged by the storm war halberd. However, as soon as they came into contact, Savoy felt an irresistible force. Before he could adjust himself, a storm of attacks descended upon him. The Marquis of Savoy could only defend himself pathetically in the face of such an attack. He had no room to retaliate. Clang. A loud sound rang out, and the two-handed sword flew high into the air. In the next second, the storm war halberd's cold blade pressed against Savoy's chest. Chapter 423. I've lost. The Marquis of Savoy was taken aback when he saw the gleaming blade in front of his chest. Whoosh. Sulen smiled and put away his storm halberd. Since the outcome has been decided, you should know what to do, Marquis. The Marquis of Savoy's face turned pale. After a while he said, I'll keep my promise. He turned to leave. Wait a minute. Suluan was the first to stop Marquis Savoy. Duke, do you want me to stay here? The Marquis of Savoy's expression changed. Suluan sneered when he heard the way the Marquis of Savoy addressed him. As expected, the Marquis of Savoy's wishful thinking. However, since Suluan dared to bet, he naturally had a way to make him keep his promise. Don't worry, Marquis. I just have something to give you. Suluan smiled, and with a flip of his palm, he took out the self-created hero template from the storage space. The self-created hero template could turn an ordinary person into a hero, but it also had a powerful function. The user could never betray Suluan. What is it? The Marquis of Savoy asked curiously. This. Suluan quickly sent the self-created hero template into the Marquis of Savoy's body before he could react. The Marquis of Savoy, who was about to block, froze the moment the light ball entered his body. It took him a few seconds to recover. After the light ball entered the Marquis of Savoy's body, Suluan heard a system notification. Are you sure you want to use the self-created hero template? Yes. Template fusion. Fusion successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new hero. Master, the Marquis of Savoy said respectfully after he recovered. Suluan had never believed in the so-called bet. He had planned to take the Marquis of Savoy as his subordinate from the beginning. A legendary warrior was a rare high-end combat force. Moreover, the Marquis of Savoy's family had influence in the north. He could not bear to lose such a top fighter. Name, Spencer Savoy, loyalty, 100 locked, race, human class, knight level, legendary strength, 31 agility, 20 spirit, 16 physique, 27 charm, 14 commander, 78 characteristics, talents legendary sturdy, legendary tenacity, agility, battle dodging, intermediate iron bones, battle reflex, calm, iron blood, overlord flexibility, proficient in battle techniques, firm will, extended lifespan. Skills, cleave heavy chop, whirlwind slash, cross sword technique, white raven sword technique, night battle, aristocratic etiquette, whirlwind slash, excels in defense, excels in weapon combat, excels in defense, excels in offense, excels in collision, quick movement, intimidate, trample weapon proficiency, bow 120, javelin 125, sword 197, horsemanship 178, shield 150. The Marquis of Savoy's attributes weren't that outstanding. They were only above average. In fact, if it weren't for the existence of the health potion, he would never have broken through to the legendary rank. Suluan checked Marquis Savoy's information and said, "Announce that you recognize me as the king and swear your loyalty to me when you return." "Yes, master," Marquis Savoy said respectfully. "Well, take your men back and wait for my call at any time," Suluan said and mounted the horse and left. Marquis Savoy also left with his men after Suluan left. Over the next few days, something major happened in the Kingdom of Florence. One of the 4 electors, the most powerful noble family in the north, the House of Savoy, suddenly announced that they recognized Suluan as the king of the Kingdom of Florence and swore their loyalty to the king. This had a huge impact on the entire Kingdom of Florence. The nobles in the northern provinces who refused to recognize Suluan immediately became obedient after hearing the news. Some nobles even directly announced that they recognized Suluan as the king of Florence. And those neutral, fence-sitting nobles who were originally in a wait-and-see state also expressed their recognition of Suluan as the king after seeing this situation. With the support of the Marquis of Savoy, the entire north quickly settled down. Even the nobles who were still stubbornly refusing to recognize Suluan kept a low profile. However, Suluan was very vengeful. How could he let these guys go? He directly ordered the Marquis of Savoy to lead an army to eliminate the stubborn nobles. After receiving Suluan's order, the Marquis of Savoy immediately gathered an army to suppress the rebellion. After subduing the Marquis of Savoy, Suluan could finally free up his hands to deal with the restless nobles. It took a week for the construction of the barracks in San Filto City to be completed. Suluan began to let the original scattered soldiers re-enter the barracks in batches for training. On the other side, the female soldiers' camp also recruited 100 palace maids for training. There were 2 instructors for these female soldiers, a half-elf and a drow. Sulen did not intend to let these female soldiers fight head-on. Instead, he intended to let them guard the palace. After Sulen's strict orders, the sanitation of San Filto City was greatly improved. Although there was still a lot of garbage in some remote corners, the main roads had been cleaned up very neatly. The smell of human and animal excrement that could be smelled as soon as one entered the city had also been greatly reduced. Sulen recruited a large number of people to repair the main roads of the city. The originally muddy soil road began to be flattened by a large number of stone rollers. After the road was flattened, a layer of gravel began to be placed on it, and continued to be rolled. In this way, the original soil road was replaced with a stone road. On both sides of the road, Sulen also asked the construction team to dig 2 drainage ditches. The drainage ditches were not large, only 50 centimeters wide and 60 centimeters deep. These drainage ditches extended along the road. The drainage ditches were covered with stone slabs, and there were some gaps where the slabs were connected. With the drainage ditches, even if it rained, there was no need to worry about waterlogging on the city's roads. In this era, waterlogging was common in the cities. Most of the time, when it rained, there would be water everywhere in the city. Although the drainage ditches could not completely eliminate waterlogging, most of the time, waterlogging would not occur again. The amount of work required to flatten the road was huge. Sulen recruited a large number of workers from the slums. For a time, even the security of the slums improved a lot. Speaking of security, San Filto City's security was not good. It should be said that security was generally bad in this world. No matter which city it was, there were people who committed crimes. Underworld organizations, gang members, gray areas, officials, nobles, and so on. Not to mention the current world. Even in Sulen's previous life, if the law was strictly enforced, a large number of people would go to jail or even eat peanuts. Corrupt, deceitful businessmen, black-hearted fake medicine, poisoned food, and so on. There were also all kinds of false advertisements on television stations. A group of people formed groups to cheat the elderly in the name of health consultations and safety lectures. There were even many people who used all kinds of methods to escape the punishment of the law. In Sulen's previous life he heard a saying, "Justice may be late, but it will never be absent." However, this was not the original meaning of this saying. The original words of the judge were, "Justice will never be absent, it will only be late." The meaning was to criticize late justice, and to express dissatisfaction with inefficient court trials. It meant that late justice was not true justice to everyone. But at some point in time, this sentence had been changed to this. The meaning was completely opposite, completely overturning the original idea, and instead praising the late justice. In his previous life, there was a rape case in the number 10 special family area. The person who discovered the corpse was sentenced to death and executed by firing squad for 23 years before his case was cleared. Meanwhile, the real murderer was arrested 9 years later and admitted to the crime. He waited until 23 years after the crime was committed before he was officially sentenced to death. Sulen was resolute in his crackdown on crime. Moreover, the laws in the Beifong Principality were completely different from the laws in this world. The laws in this world were very similar to the laws in the Western world in his previous life. It was basically a sham. In front of the law, the nobles had special privileges. Apart from the nobles, the rich could also form a powerful group of lawyers. They had plenty of time and money to slowly drag it out with you. How could ordinary people drag it out with them? When they could not hold on any longer, they could only withdraw the lawsuit. In fact, these laws were completely to protect the interests of the privileged class. The laws in the Beifong Principality were completely different. The most basic law in the Beifong Principality was that those who committed a crime must be punished. For example, the most common reform through labor. This type of punishment was mainly used in cases where the degree of the crime was relatively small and did not cause much harm. Of course, there were many types of reform through labor, from cleaning the streets to transporting garbage to mining. In the Beifong Principality's laws, there was no such thing as mediation. Those who violated the law had to be punished. If the crime was serious, they would be sent to mining and smashing stones. If the crime was light, They would be sent to clean the streets. All prisoners had to complete these jobs to earn living expenses during their time in prison. Otherwise, they could only starve. There was no need to talk about humanitarianism. When these prisoners committed crimes, why did they not talk about humanitarianism? If they talked about humanitarianism to criminals, then what about the victims? Moreover, in the Beifong Principality's laws, the role of lawyers was reduced to the extreme. Basically, there were no serious crimes like robbery or murder. With a lawyer representing them, they could get a light sentence or even acquittal. The judicial officials in San Filto City could only amend the laws according to Sulan's wishes. At the same time, Sulan strengthened the training of the city guards. He had already planned to completely eliminate all kinds of gangs and illegal organizations in San Filto City, especially the slums. This would be the focus of the cleanup. Chapter 424. The slums were common in most cities in this world. Apart from being dirty and messy, they were also the hotbeds of evil and the darkest corners of the city. Murder, robbery, and smuggling were common occurrences here. Even the churches in the city rarely came here. People died here almost every day. Even the priests of the Dawnlight Shrine, who were known for their kindness, did not care about the lives of these people. However, things began to change with the arrival of the new king. The most obvious change was that many of the slums were hired to work. Although the work was hard, they could eat their fill and even get a salary. This gave many people hope to survive. Who would want to die if they could live? In an instant, these slum people burst out with a strong work enthusiasm and were grateful to Su Luan, the king who brought them hope. However, the changes in the slums also made some people think differently. Boss, I've asked around. Those bumpkins earn about 10 copper nars a day. The women get 8, and even the children get 5. A skinny, wretched-looking man with a mustache said excitedly. I've done some calculations. There are more than 200 people in our gang's territory. If they are all adults, they can earn 2,000 copper nars a day, which is equivalent to 2 kinner. That's 60 kinner a month. That's not a small amount. A fierce-looking man with a scar on his face said with a hint of greed in his eyes, "Looks like our king is really rich." The scar-faced man took out a small knife and played with it. He then said, "Mouse, pass down the order. Everyone who goes to work must pay 80% of the safety fee when they return. I'll leave this to you. If anyone dares to hide it and refuse to pay, break one of their hands. Don't worry, I'll do it properly. I won't miss a single copper in AR." The wretched-looking man with a mustache patted his chest and promised. After the health regulations were issued, San Filto City changed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The impact of the war had gradually faded, and the city became more prosperous than before. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks sounded. "Come in," Sulan said without raising his head. Sulan couldn't help but sniff at the fragrance. He looked up and said in surprise, "Phyllis, why are you here?" "I'm here to see you," Phyllis, who was wearing a court lady's dress, said with a lunchbox in her hand. "You'll be living here for the next 2 days. Although the country's affairs are important, you should also pay attention to your rest. This is the meat soup that I asked someone to prepare for you. Try it first." "All right." Smelling the tempting aroma, Sulan also felt his stomach turning. He picked up the broth and started to gulp it down. Phyllis chuckled and wiped the rice off the corner of his mouth with a handkerchief. "Don't drink so fast. No one's fighting with you. If it's not enough, there's more here. That's enough." Sulan patted his belly and put down the bowl. "What have you been up to these days?" Phyllis asked as she put away the tableware. Sulan picked up the documents on the table and said, "Busy making laws." "Making laws? Are there any problems with the old laws?" Phyllis looked at Sulan in confusion. "Big problems." Sulan curled his lips and said, "The laws are too simple and crude. The punishment for crimes is also very low. Most of the time, it's impossible to uphold justice by following the laws. In addition to these laws are also very vague about taxation. For nobles and wealthy merchants, taxes are reduced or directly exempted. For commoners, there are more than 100 types of taxes such as head tax, toll tax, goods tax, land tax, housing tax, city gate tax, salt tax, and so on. If the taxes are collected strictly according to the laws, it's not so bad. But I've checked the tax records over the years. The taxes are getting lower and lower year after year. It's obvious that the officials are colluding to embezzle the taxes. I've also asked someone to investigate the specific tax situation. It turns out that the tax collected by the state is 1 silver NAR, while the tax officials directly collect 1.5 or even 2 silver NARs. The taxes of civilians are increasing year after year, but the state's taxes are falling. In the end, the state doesn't collect enough taxes, but the civilians pay more. The state loses money, and so do the civilians. Only the nobles and the officials get rich. Sulen sneered and threw the documents on the table. Hearing Sulen's words, Phyllis was a bit anxious. Then what should we do? Should we just arrest the tax officials and the nobles and force them to hand over the taxes? That can solve the problem, but it won't do much for the people at the bottom. If we arrest these people and replace them with others, the result will probably be the same as before, Sulen continued. The better way is to improve the laws and strengthen the supervision of the officials and nobles. Then let's do as you say. I support you. Phyllis walked to Sulen and hugged him. Sulen gently stroked Phyllis's hair. Don't worry. It will be better. Compared to North Wind Principality, the Kingdom of Florence had existed for hundreds of years. Although it had a larger population and a larger territory, it was much worse than North Wind Principality in all aspects. In terms of taxes, in Northtown, no one dared to violate the rules set by Sulen, and no one dared to embezzle. There were many successful experiences in Northtown, and the key ones were the prison built by Sulen, and the twice-yearly ideological education. Officials at all levels had to go to the prison for ideological education every 6 months. Plus, there were all kinds of rules and supervisors in Northtown. Basically, no one dared to cross the line. Even if someone wanted to do so, they would be caught very soon. Sulen gave officials the right to report. There was an office in the city hall that received reports, and they needed to report with their real names. Even normal civilians could report officials to the city hall. Of course, if the report was verified, the person who reported it would be rewarded. But if it was false, the person who reported it would also be severely punished. This kind of reporting was originally used to restrict officials. Sulen didn't want it to become a tool for someone to take revenge. This system had been running in Northtown for more than a year, and it seemed to be working well. There was a prison in San Filto City, but it didn't have all kinds of bonuses like the prison in Northtown. Therefore, if Sulen wanted to follow Northtown's rules, he would have to build a new prison. Since he had decided to do it, the sooner, the better. After Sulen marked out the location of the prison, he asked people to build it according to the blueprint he gave. The workers were still recruited from the slums. The slums had a lot of manpower, and they were cheap. Ever since Sulen and Phyllis ascended to the throne, San Filto City had been constantly building. All kinds of construction projects provided a lot of jobs in San Filto City. With a job, there would naturally be income. With income, there would be consumption. This would promote the city's commerce, and the materials needed for various projects would be purchased from the market. Business activities would become more frequent, and the entire city would become prosperous. San Filto City was now more prosperous than it was before the war. Seeing such a prosperous scene, no one would have thought that this city had just gone through a war half a month ago. In order to better control San Filto City, Suren also contacted Hathaway through the communication magic array, and asked her to transfer a group of grassroots officials from Beifong Dukedom to San Filto City, as well as a group of tamed falcons from Beifong City. The officer training school in Northtown City had never stopped. In the past, due to the lack of manpower, the first few batches of training lasted 1 month. Now it had been extended to 6 months, and the number of people in each batch had increased to 100. The most recent batch of officials was about to finish their training, and they were all sent to San Filto City. Magic communication was expensive, so Sulen planned to build an eagle nest in San Filto City and use falcons to communicate. At the same time, to strengthen the connection with Northtown City, Sulen planned to build a teleportation circle. Of course, This teleportation circle could only be used for emergency communication. The teleportation circle cost a lot to build, and it required a lot of mana. The teleportation circle in North Town City was powered by the elemental pool, but even so, it couldn't be used frequently. San Filto City was thousands of miles away from North Town City, so the energy consumption was even higher. He also needed to build an elemental pool. Footsteps came from the corridor, and then there was a hurried knock on the door. "Come in." The door was pushed open, and a servant came in hurriedly. "Your Majesty, our workers in charge of the construction work were killed." Sulen suddenly looked up. "What did you say?" The servant quickly said. "A few workers we sent to build the infrastructure of the city were killed. Their bodies were decapitated and dumped near the city gate." "Who did it?" Sulen's voice was like the cold wind from the icy plains, freezing people. The servant gulped. "We suspect that it was done by the gangs in the slums." "Gangs? How dare they kill my people?" Sulen's face was cold, and his eyes were filled with anger. "I heard that it was because of the workers' salaries. Those workers didn't pay their salaries." Sulen's face turned even uglier. "No, that's not it. The workers' salaries weren't delayed. It was those gangsters who wanted to forcibly take away the workers' salaries. As a result, our staff went to reason with them." Chapter 425. You mean those gangs in the slums wanted to rob the workers of their wages, and our men were killed when they tried to stop them? Sulen listened to the whole story as he walked. "Are there any nobles involved in this matter? Are there any nobles behind those gangs?" "Sorry, Your Majesty, we haven't figured it out yet. Send people to continue the investigation. Now bring some people to clean up the slums," Sulen said in a deep voice. "Yes, Your Majesty." The roads in the slums were still muddy. Mud and dirt would splash up when one stepped on them. Occasionally, there would be places where feces would be dumped. The air was always filled with a foul smell. Small shacks were built in a messy manner, and there were many skinny children with blue faces and ragged clothes on the streets. Rats scurried across the ground from time to time. Compared to the other parts of the city, this place was like a completely different world. Of course, in addition to those low and shabby shacks, there were also a few tall buildings in the slums. There were many strong men with scars around the buildings. Obviously, these places were the gangs in the slums. When Sulen arrived at the scene of the incident, it was already surrounded by people. A servant hurried to greet him. "Your Majesty." The servant carefully carried a few stretchers over. After seeing the bodies on the stretchers, Sulen's face became even gloomier. He looked like a volcano that was about to erupt. The man on the stretcher was already dead. His back was a mess of flesh and blood. One could even see his white spine. His forelimbs were broken. Someone had broken his limbs and whipped him to death. The attendant lifted the linen cloth from the other stretcher and saw that the other corpse was also covered with whip marks. There were more than 10 marks left behind by Luotai on the chest. The skin on the chest was almost completely burnt. There were also many signs of severe beating on the face. It was almost impossible to recognize the original appearance. There was a deep strangle mark on the neck, and the head was tilted to one side. The neck was fractured. The last body was also badly beaten. His legs and arms were broken. 7 of his 10 fingers were broken. His body was covered in blood. Many parts of his skin were torn off while he was still alive. His teeth were also broken. It was not hard to imagine how much pain these 3 people had suffered before they died. Sulen's face became gloomier. He was emitting a cold, murderous intent. Even the servants around him could not help but shiver. They quietly moved back a few steps. As soldiers who had followed Sulen since he was in the North Town, they rarely saw Sulen with such an expression. However, every time they saw him, it was bound to be bloody. "Aiden." Sulen's cold voice was like a bone-chilling wind. "Yes, Your Majesty." The drow bowed and took a step forward. "Take your men and capture all the people involved. Remember, I want them alive." Sulen looked at the drow in front of him and said, "Your Majesty, we promised to complete the task." Aiden immediately said loudly, Sulen nodded. Very good. Your skills are not rusty, right? Try it on all of them. Hearing Sulen's words, the servants around him could not help but shiver. In terms of the skills of torture, the drows could be ranked in the top 3 on the continent. Although these drows in the North Town were all believers of the Dark Maiden, their skills were not weak at all. The 3 staff members had obviously experienced very cruel torture, and were brutally killed after the torture. Since Sulen ascended the throne, he had become the master of San Felto City. Now someone actually treated his people like this in his territory. This was no different from slapping Sulen in the face. These 3 staff members were managers recruited to transform the city. They led the workers to transform the city, and represented the work of the city hall. Now that they were tortured and killed, how could Sulen not be angry? After Aten left with his men, Sulen turned around with a strong murderous intent. On the surface, it was just the killing of 3 staff members, which was not a big deal. However, for Sulen and the new city hall of San Felto City, it was a blatant humiliation. This was a very serious blow to the prestige of Sulen, and the city hall in the eyes of ordinary civilians. Sulen was the king of the kingdom of Florence, and San Felto was the capital of the kingdom. In the capital, his staff members were cruelly killed and abandoned near the city gate. What would the civilians in the city think if they saw this? They would think that as the king, Sulen could not even protect his own people in the capital. Who would dare to follow Sulen in the future? This was a serious provocation to Sulen's dignity. He had to use 10 times more cruel means to exact revenge. Everyone involved in this matter had to pay the price in blood. Hansen, your subordinate is here. The barbarian next to him stepped forward and saluted. Take your men and occupy the entire slum area. Kill anyone who dares to resist. Sulen said with a murderous look. Blood could only be washed away with blood. Kane, your subordinate is here. Take people and lock down the noble area. Don't let anyone in or out. Yes, your majesty. Sulen did not believe that these gangs in the city had no connection with the nobles in the city. It could be said that without the support of the nobles, these gangs would not be able to develop at all. Most of the time, the gangs in the city were the dogs of the nobles. They helped the nobles deal with things that they could not do in public. These gangs did a lot of illegal things in private. Without the support of the nobles, they would have been dealt with. Sulen didn't have time to deal with these gangs before. After all, these gangs were in the slums. As long as they didn't come out to make trouble, Sulen planned to let them live for a while. When he had time to deal with them, he would deal with them. Unexpectedly, these gangs took action first. As the king of the kingdom of Florence, if these gangs dared to despise him, then the nobles in the kingdom would not respect him. By then, the whole kingdom of Florence would be full of rebellions. After the order was issued, Hansen smiled ferociously, then led his barbarians and army directly into the slum area. Hansen's army was more than 5,000 people. Each barbarian warrior led an army of 100 people. These barbarian warriors were fully armored and wielding giant axes. The gangs that were originally tyrannical in the city were not much stronger than chickens in front of them. On the other side, Aten and the drows were also constantly advancing. Their goal was the culprit of this incident. Just after the incident, they investigated immediately and had already figured out the lairs of the gangs. Now they had to capture all of these people. Kane led other people to seal off the noble district. All the nobles were asked to return to their own residences. Seeing this situation, many nobles did not know what was going on at all. At the same time, some nobles were very flustered. The slum area, the Black Dog Gang. This was a 3-story building. Compared to the surrounding shacks, it was like a crane in a flock of chickens. At this time, there was a sound of fighting in this house. Damn it! Run, those people are coming. Monsters, they are all monsters. Bang! A loud noise came, and one of the walls of the house was directly knocked down. A barbarian in heavy armor and holding a giant axe rushed in. As soon as he entered, he waved his giant axe and directly cut 2 gang members around him into 2 pieces. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Several gang members were so scared that they turned around and ran. The barbarian rampaged. Wherever he went, there was no enemy. Although these gang members were much stronger than ordinary people, compared to the barbarian, they were a group of weak chickens. Dealing with them was like chopping melons and vegetables. Only a few of the leaders' strength had reached the level of beginner or intermediate professions. As the army entered, the slum area was cleaned up bit by bit. The ordinary poor were hit and isolated. This time, Sulen was ready to completely clean up the slum area, but the ordinary people living here could not be ignored. These people would be temporarily placed in concentration camps. The next city construction would employ all of these poor people. Of course, before that, they still needed to catch the gang members hiding in the slum area. For the gang members who resisted, Sulen's order was to directly behead them. As for those who surrendered, they would be investigated and then dealt with according to the law. Those who had committed serious crimes would be directly killed. The rest would be assigned to various places according to their crimes until the end of their sentence. The slum area was not small. After cleaning it up, Sulen would completely demolish the slum area. Some of it would be rebuilt with new houses, and other areas would be built with markets, warehouses, and so on. Sulen built 4 concentration camps outside the city. Each concentration camp could accommodate 20,000 people, which was enough to accommodate all the poor. As the army continued to advance, more and more poor people were sent to the concentration camps. Aiden had also completed the task given by Sulen. The murderers of the 3 staff members, as well as the entire gang, were all brought over. At this time, these people's limbs were broken, their 10 fingers were dripping with blood, and there were all kinds of wounds all over their bodies. All the punishments of the 3 dead had been given to these people. Moreover, in addition to these punishments, the drows also used their torture skills. Now these people were only left with one breath. "Your Majesty, they've been interrogated," Aiden said respectfully. Sulen did not look back. He asked directly, "Who's behind them?" "The Grizzly Bear Gang is backed by Viscount Matt, but this time, there's another secret." "What secret?" "When we interrogated them again, we found out that a wizard had unknowingly cast a suggestion spell on them. But that wizard is very cautious. These people have never seen him before." "I know." Sulen's eyes were even colder. Chapter 426. Who else knows about the wizards? Sulen asked. "Your Majesty, I've only told you about this," Aiden said respectfully. Sulen nodded. "That's good. Pretend you don't know anything about this. Go and arrest the noble behind the Grizzly Bear Gang." "Yes, Your Majesty." Aiden bowed and left. Sulen didn't go after the wizard who was hiding behind the scenes. After all, wizards had too many ways to hide themselves. Sulen didn't have any wizards under his command in San Felto City, so it wouldn't be easy to find the wizard. However, it wasn't impossible. He could just ask Hathaway to come and do it. The wizard was so secretive that he couldn't be a legendary. Hathaway could use a prophecy spell to find him. Although prophecies weren't very reliable most of the time, they were still very effective when used on people who were weaker than the caster. The slums were very large. It took a whole day to move all the poor people out. They were all placed in 4 concentration camps. Although they were concentration camps, they didn't lack any living materials. Of course, if they wanted to enjoy these things, they had to work. Sulen wouldn't feed them for free. Other than these poor people, all the gangs in the slums were wiped out, including the noble who was involved with the Grizzly Bear Gang. As for the crimes, there were too many. If they were to count, more than half of the nobles in this world would be arrested. The gangs in the slums were wiped out. Other than the kidnappers who resisted and were killed, those who surrendered basically survived. These surviving gang members had to go through a round of screening. Among them, those who committed the most heinous crimes and angered the public were directly sentenced to death. Then they were sent to the shooting range for the new recruits to train their courage by seeing blood. It was the first time for many of the recruits to kill someone, so they were hesitant when they made their move. Some of the gang members were slashed more than a dozen times, but still didn't die. The scene was extremely miserable. It was an extravagant hope to have a quick death here. Those who committed lesser crimes were sentenced to life imprisonment. In Sulen's law, life imprisonment was not like the law in his previous life, where they were sentenced to prison for committing a crime. After that, the state would have to fork out a portion of the tax revenue to support these people. They would be able to eat their fill, wear warm clothes, and receive free medical treatment when they fell sick. In the end, the state would have to waste police resources to keep an eye on them. To the outside world, it was said that this was the spirit of humanitarianism, and that criminals also had human rights. That would not work in Sulen. The laws written by his organization did not have such treatment. Those who committed serious crimes but did not deserve death were directly thrown into the mines. They would only be given food and daily necessities after mining a sufficient amount of ores every day. Those who did not work were just waiting for death. Human rights? Unfortunately, criminals had no human rights. Sulen had always felt that emphasizing human rights for criminals was completely condoning their crimes. You treat criminals as human rights, but what about the human rights of the victims? The victims did not break the law, but who cared about their human rights? In Sulen's previous life, he often saw reports of drunk driving car accidents on the news. The perpetrators would even threaten the victims to accept an apology by not paying compensation and issue a letter of understanding. High medical expenses could bring down a family. Many people succumbed like this, and then the perpetrators would be given a lighter punishment. In Sulen's eyes, this was simply ironic. One should not persuade others to do good without experiencing their pain. The number of gang members caught in the slums exceeded 3,000. Half of these people were convicted of serious crimes, such as crimes against the law, human trafficking, robbery, and murder. After confirmation, all of them were sentenced to death. The rest, except for some minor crimes, were thrown out to clean the streets and toilets, and the rest were all sent to the mines. At the same time, Sulen also found a lot of dirt on the aristocrats from these gang members. These gangs were inextricably linked to the aristocrats. Otherwise, how could these gangs survive? In the aristocratic district, in a luxurious aristocratic manner, bang! An exquisite antique vase that had been passed down from the previous era was slammed to the ground. Then, an angry roar was heard, and the whole room seemed to tremble slightly. In the room, a middle-aged man with a strong body was angrily smashing things. Then he grabbed the collar of the leader of the few people standing in front of him and roared, "Idiots, bastards, are you looking for death? Who told them to do it? Why didn't you stop those idiots? I really want to pry open your heads and see if it's filled with dog sh*t. You bunch of swine beasts. Don't you know what time it is now? That person has just ascended to the throne by force, and is in a hurry to take care of us. Do you want to die faster? Are you rushing to hand him a knife? What do we do now? The outside has been blocked by his people. We can't escape now." The group of people standing in the hall broke out in cold sweat. One of the men who looked strong hesitated and whispered, "Your Excellency, this was done by the Grizzly Bear Gang. It has nothing to do with us." Bang! The strong man directly grabbed a lampstand and smashed it over. The man's head was full of blood, but he did not dare to dodge. "Are you a pig?" He was furious and roared loudly. He has now surrounded the slums. Do you think it's just to deal with the Grizzly Bear Gang? If he's determined to kill us, none of us can escape. You, Viscount Ron, the Blackfeather Bandits are your people, right? Over the years, at least 20 caravans have died in their hands. Those stolen goods were all sold in the slums. And you, Baron Taros, you've taken tens of thousands of kinner every year from San Filto's gray income, right? I heard that you recently robbed a merchant and killed all of them. And you, how many of you have shit on your butts? How many people in your family have never been stained with blood? Which family of yours doesn't have a representative in the slums? If he really pursues the matter, none of you can escape." A middle-aged man dressed as a noble next to him hesitated for a moment. Then his expression turned cold. He said in a deep voice, "Should we strike first?" As he spoke, his right hand slammed down. Bang! The strong man grabbed the clothes rack next to him and smashed it, roaring, "Idiot, who do you think he is? A pig at the mercy of others? He killed a legendary devil the first time he entered the city. Who among the nobles in our city has the strength to do this? Can you invite a legendary powerhouse to take action? You should have seen his army. That group of troops alone can easily kill all of us. What do we do now? Another well-dressed noble had an ugly look on his face as he slowly said, "Speaking of which, none of us are clean." He's not really planning to kill all of us nobles, is he? How dare he? Why wouldn't he dare? The strong middle-aged man sneered. Look at what he's done before. It hasn't even been a month since he ascended the throne. How many nobles in San Filto City have died? If the detection spell of this world was cast on all the nobles, then it was estimated that more than half of the nobles belonged to the lawful evil camp. The ruling class had no lack of lawful evil. In their eyes there was no good or evil, only all kinds of benefits. This group of people was the easiest to fall into depravity. This was also why Sullen's pleasure devil targeted this city when he came here last time. There were too many depraved souls here. To the devils, those depraved souls were their best resources. Most of the time, the more prosperous a city was, the darker the other side. Hand over those gangs, stop all the gray channels, the slave trade, the black market, and the organizations that are no longer there. At the same time, support all of His Majesty's policies unconditionally. Prepare the money, food, and manpower. If we want to survive this crisis, we can only rely on him. I don't think His Majesty is crazy enough to want to wipe out all the nobles. Sulen indeed didn't plan to wipe out all the nobles. If he did, more than half of the nobles in the Kingdom of Florence would rebel. Even those who had declared their support for him to become the king. This time, Sulen planned to wipe out the nobles who had gone too far and warn the others. If he really wiped out all the nobles, then the entire Kingdom of Florence could only be wiped out city by city. Governing a city wasn't an easy task. Sulen wasn't a noble family with hundreds of years of history. He couldn't easily find a large number of managers to help him manage the city. Most of the time, he could only rely on nobles. After all, more than 95% of the human population was illiterate. It was difficult to find enough managers. Of course, Sulen had been cultivating talents for a long time. This time, he had wiped out all the gangs. In fact, it was a warning to the nobles. As he expected, after he wiped out all the gangs in the slums, many nobles began to express their goodwill to Sulen in various ways. These nobles began to actively cooperate with Sulen's orders. The efficiency of San Filto City also increased rapidly. After clearing out the slums, the next day, the buildings in the slums began to be demolished. Suluan had already made a plan for this area. In his previous life, real estate development was the most profitable business. The area of the slums was very large, and the bad areas would be built into houses for the poor to live in. The areas with convenient transportation would be transformed into markets. Chapter 427. After the cleanup, San Filto City quickly regained its prosperity. After the gangs were gone, the trading and living conditions were greatly improved. The city's sanitation reform was still ongoing, and the pace was significantly faster. It wasn't a good idea to keep tens of thousands of poor people in a concentration camp. If they didn't find something to do, there would definitely be trouble. Therefore, Sulen began to take out the basic reconstruction of San Filto City. Sulen knew the method of providing relief through work, which was very suitable for these poor people who had nothing. Public toilets and bathrooms were also built, and the streets were turned into cobblestones. The poor people would be paid for their work every day, and they would be able to eat their fill. To them, this was already very blissful. Many new houses would be built in the original slums, and these houses would be sold to the poor at a lower price. The building materials needed could be gathered by the poor people. The poor people would still be used to build the houses, and after the houses were built, they would be sold to the poor people. In this way, the money Sulen distributed to the poor people was once again recovered. It could be said that Sulen didn't spend any money and even made a small profit. He only paid a small price to complete the basic reconstruction of the city. After Marquis Savoy left San Filto City, he led the army back to Cult City. After he announced his loyalty to Sulen, the neutral nobles in the northern provinces of the Kingdom of Florence began to support Sulen. However, there were still a few cities that didn't accept Sulen. These cities were located in the northwest of the Kingdom of Florence. They were already at the border of the Kingdom of Florence. On the other side, they were connected to the Kingdom of Lorenza. The road to these nobles' territories wasn't easy. They had to pass through a mountain range. Because of the mountain range, it was much more difficult to conquer these territories. After 3 days of rest, Sulen ordered Marquis Savoy to lead the army to wipe out these territories. Under the leadership of the legendary knight, the morale of Kalt's army soared. None of the rebellious nobles had legendary combat power. As long as Marquis Savoy arrived, it was only a matter of time before the rebellious nobles were dealt with. Sulen had someone send some falcons to the Marquis of Savoy so that he could use them to communicate. If anything unexpected happened, he could be notified immediately. When the Marquis of Savoy went to eliminate the rebellion, the first batch of officials and soldiers from the Northwind Dukedom arrived at San Filto. As soon as these officials arrived, they immediately immersed themselves in their work. Sulen was finally freed from his busy work. After Sulen reviewed the new law, it was passed and officially implemented. Of course, there were many imperfections in the law written in such a short period of time. However, it could be amended slowly as it was used. In addition to the most basic constitution, Sulen also established several branches such as criminal law, commercial law, and civil law. Because of the reinforcements from the Northwind Dukedom, Sulen also began to reform the tax system. In the past, he didn't change it because of the lack of manpower. Sulen didn't trust the previous tax officials in San Filto. If the new tax system allowed them to collect taxes, there would definitely be many problems in the end. Before he had people he could trust, Sulen wouldn't reform the tax system. This time, the biggest change in the tax system was that the nobles were included in the list of taxpayers. In the past, the nobles didn't pay taxes. Not only did they not pay taxes, but their caravans and shops also didn't pay taxes. Sulen wanted to teach them one thing. In this world, birth, death, and taxes were unavoidable. The nobles enjoyed many privileges. If their taxes were abolished, there wouldn't be much money left in the national treasury. After the officials from the Northwind Dukedom arrived, Sulen sped up the construction of the prison. He planned to let the officials experience the prison after it was completed. With the prison, the corruption and dereliction of duty of the officials could be guaranteed. "What's this?" Phyllis asked, pointing at the drawing on the table by Sulen. "Water pipe design." Sulen didn't even raise his head. He focused on the drawing in his hand. "What water pipe design?" "Water pipe design," Sulen repeated. After getting used to the convenient water in the Northwind Dukedom, Sulen felt very uncomfortable after coming to San Filto. "What's this for?" Phyllis asked curiously. Sulen put down the quill and poured himself a cup of tea. "This is the water supply system of the Northwind Dukedom. You've seen it in the Northwind Dukedom. Do you want a cup? I added ice, lemon juice, and sugar. It tastes good." "No need." Phyllis waved her hand. She didn't like the bitter taste of tea. She preferred milk. "I asked someone to bring you today's lunch. Try it and see if you like it." As she spoke, Phyllis took out the fragrant food from the lunchbox. The lunch was very sumptuous. There were grilled fish, steak, lamb chops, vegetable salad, fruit platter, and so on. Phyllis and Sulen enjoyed the lunch together. After the sanitary pads in San Filto were improved, Sulen began to try to improve the living standards of the city. First of all, the water system could greatly improve the happiness of the residents. In addition, the public bathhouse built by Sulen also needed the water system. Otherwise, it would take a lot of time to transport water to all the public bathhouses in the city. There were many benefits to using tap water. Commoners in this world usually went to the river or the well to draw water. Then they would store a tank of water at a time and use it slowly. Because the tank was rarely cleaned, most of the time, the water in the tank was not very clean. If you looked carefully, you would find a layer of green caterpillar-like things floating in the water tank. In fact, those were algae. Sulen's water supply system this time was a water tower. This method was much less work than the overhead aqueduct. The water from the river outside the city was pumped to the water tower. and then the water was sent to every house through the pipes. Of course, the power problem was solved with spells. In fact, there were many spells that could be used to replace the pump. The simplest one was to use a whirlwind to draw water from the river. This required a simple rune magic circle and an energy crystal to drive it. As long as the energy crystal was replaced in time, the system could be used continuously. Water pipes were either made of iron or copper. Iron pipes had to be treated with anti-rust treatment, or they would be scrapped in a few years. Copper pipes were good, but they were currency. Sulen was worried that someone would steal them and make them into currency. As for silver, there was no need to mention it. However, in this world with magic, this kind of thing was easy to solve. It was not too difficult to just add some anti-rust treatment to iron pipes. There were many ways for wizards to do this. In this way, it would be much easier to build a water system. As for the power source, Sulen planned to use the element pool to replace it. The second problem was the lighting of the palace. Although there were magic lamps in this era, they were rarely used in other places except for the wizard tower. Even the palace used candles. Sulen planned to install magic lamps in all the palaces. The cost of magic lamps was not high. The main problem was the power source. However, since Sulen planned to build the element pool, the power source problem was solved. You drew a tower? Phyllis sat on Sulen's lap. A pleasant smell enveloped the tip of her nose. Yes, this is a water tower. It is used to store, purify, and filter water. The water in this tower is sent to thousands of households through pipes. This is different from the one in Northern Town, Phyllis asked curiously. The one in Northern Town uses an elevated aqueduct. This one requires magic, Sulen explained. Then what is this drawing? Phyllis asked, pointing at another drawing. This is a blast furnace used to make iron. Sulen pointed at the drawing and said, this one is hollow. It is used to store fuel and ores. I improved it by combining the dwarves' blast furnace technology. Sulen had seen the blast furnace made by the dwarves in the underground world. To be honest, the blast furnace made by the dwarves was almost the same as a blast furnace except for the smaller capacity and lower temperature. If not for the lack of better materials, the dwarves would have built a bigger blast furnace. However, this was not a problem for Sulen. The dwarves did not have good refractory materials, but the wizards did. The new blast furnace was nearly 8 meters tall, and could produce 2 tons of iron at a time. The furnace body was in the shape of a tower, with an inner diameter of 3 meters. To prevent it from collapsing, there was a supporting frame at the bottom. The walls of the furnace were thin at the top and thick at the bottom. The belly of the furnace was half a meter thick. The innermost layer was made of Soraya's fire-resistant bricks, and there was a circle of air supply. The air was pumped into the belly of the furnace by manual blowers or hydraulic blowers. In addition to this blast furnace, Sulen also made a feeder, which was a climbing rail and a movable feeder at the bottom. The feeder would climb to the top of the furnace under the traction of manual blowers or hydraulic blowers. The buckle at the bottom of the feeder would be put in by a hook, which would open the outlet and pour fuel or ores into the furnace. In fact, this thing had been in the dwarves' hands for a long time. Sulen just made some simple modifications and moved it here. The method used to make iron in San Felto City was relatively backward. With this blast furnace, the production efficiency had increased several times. As long as a few blast furnaces were built according to the drawing, the production of pig iron in San Felto City would increase exponentially. Sulen was planning to expand his army, so he needed a large amount of iron to make equipment. In addition to this blast furnace, Sulen also planned to build a blacksmith workshop to produce equipment in a better way. Chapter 428. In this era, the percentage of soldiers equipped with armor was very low, around 50%. The percentage of regular soldiers could reach 120%, and the percentage of auxiliary soldiers was around 20%. Soldiers in this era were required to prepare their own weapons and rations on the battlefield. The auxiliary soldiers were usually farmers. If there was a war between two noble lands, it would usually be a knight leading a dozen squires against an army of farmers. Sulan's army was not like that. The regular soldiers of the Kingdom of Florence were equipped with leather armor and iron scale armor. Iron armor could only be worn by a platoon leader. The main reason was that the production cost of iron armor was very high. The Kingdom of Florence did not have a hydraulic forge like the one in North Town, nor a blast furnace, so the production of pig iron was limited. A full set of iron armor was not cheap either. Sulan planned to build a blast furnace and a hydraulic forge here to mass-produce iron armor. While Sulan was planning to build a blast furnace, the prison in San Felto City was completed. The prison was built from a castle. It looked solemn on the outside. All the windows were only the size of a palm, and were sealed with iron pillars as thick as a finger. On the high wall outside the prison, there was a sharp iron fence. Just by looking at it from the outside, one could feel the security was tight. The prison had around 80 rooms, and it was sturdy and durable. After the prison was completed, Sulan came here in a hurry. He planned to bring some officials here for some ideological education. Prison. A prison built from a castle. Any criminal will be severely punished here. Eerie Terror plus 33, Indestructible plus 30, Abrupt Repentance plus 28, Mind Interrogation plus 33, Strength Suppression plus 35, Imprisonment plus 33, Spirit Modification plus 30, Surrender plus 35, City Security plus 20, People's Sentiment plus 15, Prosperity minus 3. This is the prison we built? Blacksmith, who was standing not far away, gulped as he looked at the building that gave him goosebumps. Looks good, Sulan said as he looked at the prison. Where are the officials? Are they here? Your Majesty, I've sent someone to inform them. I believe they will be here soon. A guard beside him said respectfully. Around 10 minutes later, a group of officials arrived outside the prison under the guard's lead. Your Majesty. Although they were a little confused when they were suddenly called here, the group of officials did not show any dissatisfaction. Sulan nodded and walked up to the officials. Many people are wondering why I called everyone here. What's so interesting about this prison? We're not criminals. Indeed, you are not criminals, but you are officials. An ordinary person's crime may only affect him or a limited number of people, but you are different. As officials, one of your decisions will affect thousands of people, so I have high requirements for officials. The reason I brought you here is to let you see what kind of punishment you will receive if you bend the law for favoritism, dereliction of duty, corruption, and knowingly break the law. It will serve as a warning to you. As soon as Sulan finished speaking, there was a commotion among the officials below. These officials were all former officials of San Felto City. According to the conduct of the nobles, one could imagine how professional these people were. Even if they were all wiped out, Sulan wouldn't be surprised. Quiet. Seeing the chaotic crowd, Sulan said in a deep voice. I don't care about what you did before I came to San Felto City. I wasn't the king at that time, so it wasn't under my control. But after that, you'd better make up for what you did. If you don't listen to me, don't blame me for not reminding you. Alright, now all of you follow me into this prison. Take a good look at the consequences of doing wrong. After that, Sulan led the jailers and the unwilling officials into this gloomy and terrifying prison. As soon as they entered the prison, they felt a gloomy and cold atmosphere. The entire prison environment was very depressing. The light was dim, and just the corridor made people feel a sense of trepidation. The officials' behavior was even more unbearable. Different from the prison in Northern Town City, there were a lot of torture devices in this prison. These torture devices seemed to have been used before. There was a lot of dark red stuff on them that looked like fresh blood. A few jailers on the side gave a detailed explanation of these torture devices. They even took out a few pieces of pork to demonstrate. When they saw the pieces of pork being tortured by various torture devices, the officials' faces turned pale. Their limbs went soft, and they couldn't even stand properly. Sulan waved his hand. Two jailers went forward and lifted up the officials whose legs went soft. Who knew that as soon as they lifted them up, the officials started to struggle and cry violently. Your Majesty, please spare my life. I know I was wrong. Please spare my life. One of the officials thought that the jailers were going to torture him. He was so scared that his face changed drastically. He cried crazily, "Don't come over! Don't come over! Your Majesty, I confess. I surrender. I took bribes from others and worked for them. Your Majesty, please spare my life." For a moment, the entire prison was filled with cries and shouts. Sulen was also shocked by the scene in front of him. He didn't expect the prison to be so effective. He had only seen half of it, and the officials in front of him couldn't take it anymore. Seeing these officials begging for mercy, Sulen was very pleased. Since these people were willing to surrender, Sulen had no reason to refuse. He directly asked someone to record their crimes. Of course, before the records were recorded, all the officials had to walk through the entire prison. Of course, those officials who were so scared that their legs went soft were also forced to walk through the prison by the jailers. After going through such a baptism, the officials became very honest. They recounted all the crimes that they had committed in detail. For these people, those who had committed less serious crimes would continue to be promoted. Of course, they would have to make up for all their previous crimes. They would have to double the amount of money that they had accepted and correct their violations. For those who had committed more serious crimes, they would be removed from their positions after the collection of the stolen goods. Seeing that the prison was so effective, Sulen was relieved. Then he made a rule that all the officials in San Filto City had to come to the prison once every 6 months for ideological education. The officials from Northern City were very familiar with this rule. As for the officials from San Filto City who had just visited the prison, they didn't dare to have any objections. They were afraid that Sulen would throw them into the prison. It was also from this day onwards that the prison in San Filto City became a sword that hung over the heads of all the officials. Because of this, the prison also became a terrifying place in San Filto City that could stop children from crying. With the prison, the efficiency of the officials in San Filto City doubled. All the excuses in the past disappeared. The operation of the city hall became very smooth. All the government decrees issued by Sulen were implemented seriously. It was no longer as superficial as before. Sulen was very satisfied with this change. The most direct manifestation was that the tax revenue had increased by half. The number of people in San Filto City had also increased from 60% to 75%. It was also from now on that Sulen truly controlled San Filto City. Another thing that was worth being happy about was the furnace in the blacksmith workshop. After some construction, the furnace was finally completed. Speaking of which, the technical level of the blast furnace designed by Suluan had only reached the level of the earthen kiln in the 1960s of his previous life. It was impossible to make steel, but it was possible to make pig iron. The furnace in the blacksmith workshop was erected in the backyard. The furnace was made of refractory bricks and was cylindrical in shape. However, the two ends were slightly thinner. The furnace in front of him was 6 meters tall. It wasn't built according to the blueprint of 8 meters tall. The main reason was that the workers weren't skilled enough. However, a 6-meter tall furnace wasn't small. This furnace was filled with ores and dyes. It could produce thousands of pounds of pig iron in one steelmaking. In order to make the blast furnace stronger, Suluan specially blessed the blast furnace with hardening. The refractory bricks on the blast furnace were also blessed with fire resistance by Suluan, which could reduce the burning of the blast furnace by flames. At the same time, Sulen drew runes on the inner wall of the furnace to increase the temperature of the flames. This could increase the temperature of the flames and melt the ores faster. To put it bluntly, the whole blast furnace was a magic item. A mine cart was used to feed the furnace. It was directly transported through the rails. The rails were connected to the furnace's inlet. The whole design used a pulley block to reduce the strength. There was also a large bellows next to the furnace. It was used to ventilate the furnace and transport oxygen. When the air was transported, there was also a heating device to preheat the air. This way, cold air wouldn't enter the furnace and lower the temperature. With this preheating device, the furnace's temperature could be directly raised by 200 degrees. The furnace was about the same height as the walls of the blacksmith workshop. In order to prevent earthquake collapse, Sulen also installed fixed parts around the furnace to make it more stable. After the furnace was built, it was natural to try it out first. The workers around couldn't wait to try it out. Under Sullen's order, the workers immediately pushed the prepared iron into the furnace, and then ignited the charcoal. The orange flame rose instantly, and the surrounding temperature began to rise rapidly. Originally, the charcoal could only be heated to 800 or 900 degrees. However, after using the furnace, the temperature would be further increased. In addition, Sulen also drew runes to increase the temperature of the flames and preheated the air. Finally, the temperature in the furnace directly broke through to 1,600 degrees. Such a high temperature could completely melt the iron ore. Chapter 429. The properties of the blast furnace were pretty good. The ores were completely melted after a dozen hours of calcination. Next, the gate under the blast furnace was opened, and viscous molten iron slowly flowed out of the blast furnace. After the molten iron was stirred and cooled, it would become pig iron. If one wanted to refine pig iron into mature iron, they would have to add limestone and other materials during the calcining process to remove the impurities. However, these human craftsmen relied on their own experience to refine iron. Sulen didn't learn how to refine iron in his previous life, so his knowledge of metal refining was limited. He could only let the craftsmen slowly study it. However, although they couldn't directly refine iron or steel in the blast furnace, they could still refine iron or steel. But with the hydraulic forging machine, they could use forging to refine steel. With the help of these machines, the production of weapons and equipment was several dozen times faster than before. It wouldn't be long before the soldiers of San Felto City had enough equipment to use. Northern Wasteland, Northtown City. It had been nearly 2 months since Sulen left Northtown City for San Felto City. After such a long time, the Martyr's Palace in Northtown City was finally about to be completed. This wonder building was a set with the Arc de Triomphe and also required Battle Soul Stones. The final step required Sulen to complete it himself. After receiving the report from the City Hall, Hathaway used the communication array to contact Sulen in the distant San Felto City. After learning that the Martyr's Palace was completed, Sulen gave some instructions to Phyllis and used a teleportation spell to return to Northtown City. Because he had the coordinates of Northtown City, the difficulty of long-distance teleportation was reduced a lot. The only problem was that it consumed a lot of energy. After leaving the coordinates in San Felto City, Sulen used a teleportation spell to return to Northtown City. A magic light rose and Sullen's figure appeared in Northtown City in the next second. After leaving for 2 months, Northtown City had already entered winter. The weather had started to turn cold, but the city was still very lively. Northtown City had become even more prosperous in the 2 months since he left. Just as Sulen appeared in the Lord's castle, there was a flash of light. Hathaway's figure appeared, followed by the little succubus Chris and Alex. "Your Majesty, you still remember to come back." Seeing Sulen appear, Hathaway rolled her eyes and said. Sulen smiled awkwardly. He was indeed in the wrong for not coming back for 2 months, so he could imagine that tonight would definitely be a sleepless night. "I've just obtained the Kingdom of Florence. I'm tied up with worldly affairs and can't leave, but I'm preparing to build a teleportation circle in San Felto City. I can come back at any time, and you can go there at any time." Hathaway rolled her eyes and said, "I still have a lot of experiments to do. I don't have time to go to San Felto. I don't have time either. I've been managing Northtown City and the underground world all this time. I don't have time to go." Chris glanced at Sulen and said grumpily, "Don't look at me. If I agree, I'll be a traitor." Alex crossed his arms in front of his chest. His already majestic chest looked even fuller. "Don't." Sullen's figure flashed, and he directly pulled the 3 of them to the living room. "Staying in San Felto City is only temporary. Northtown City is my base. I know this very well, but I'm staying there for a while to stabilize the Kingdom of Florence. Once the kingdom is stabilized, Northtown City will be the new capital," Sulen explained. After some explanation, Sulen finally coaxed the girls and promised them that he would come back for 1 day every 3 days. Only then did the three girls reluctantly agree. Northtown City, Central Plaza. A majestic palace stood on the east side of the plaza, only 50 meters away from the majestic triumphal arch. The entire building was made of marble and was 36 meters tall. It was as tall as the triumphal arch next to it. This was the marvelous Martyr's Palace. There were many murals and statues carved on the outside of the Martyr's Palace. The content of the murals was basically the story of Sullen's expeditions. The carvings were of high quality and could be considered works of art. When Sullen arrived at the palace, it was in a sealed state. Sullen pushed open the doors and entered the hall. The decorations inside the Martyr's Palace weren't inferior to the outside at all. The reliefs, murals, and statues were all very beautiful. Sullen went to the center of the Martyr's Palace. There was a tall platform here. He went up to the platform and took out 2 battle soul stones from his storage space. As soon as the battle soul stones appeared, he seemed to hear the clashing of spears and armored horses. He carefully placed the 2 battle soul stones in the gap of the platform. With a flash of light, a powerful energy instantly rose from the altar and quickly enveloped the entire Martyr's Palace. The heroic souls of soldiers slowly appeared in the Martyr's Palace. A faint hymn also sounded in his ears. This was the singing of the legendary angels. At the same time the Martyr's Palace was activated, the triumphal arch not far away also emitted a powerful energy. The 2 energies slowly fused together. The projections of heroic souls appeared in the sky above Northtown City, one after another. The entire city was in high spirits. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully constructed the Martyr's Palace. A triumphal arch has been detected in the surroundings. The Martyr's Palace and the Triumphal Arch have combined. Martyr's Palace. A sacred palace made of marble and battle soul stones to consecrate heroic spirits and war souls. Majestic atmosphere +35. Indestructible +40. War soul everlasting +35. Martial spirit +38. Soul nurturing +25. Heroic spirit growth +38. Special effect. Heroic Spirit Space. Summon Heroic Spirits. Heroic Spirit Space. This is a special space. War souls and heroic spirits can hibernate, grow, and recover their strength in this space. Summon Heroic Spirit. Summon heroic spirits to assist in battle. Heroic spirits will return to the Heroic Spirit Space after death. Sullen wasn't surprised when he saw the Martyr's Palace's attributes. From today onwards, the soldiers of Northwind Dukedom would be reborn in the Heroic Spirit Space after death. These war souls would also slowly grow. After some time, these war souls would slowly level up to heroic spirits. With the Martyr's Palace, the soldiers of Northtown City would be even more fearless. After the Martyr's Palace and the Triumphal Arch were combined, the Heroic Spirit Space doubled in size. At the same time, it gained a new special effect, the War God's Blessing. War God's Blessing. In cities or regions blessed by the War God, the chances of newborns becoming excellent warriors are increased. Newborns will naturally gain +1 strength. After seeing the effects of the War God's Blessing, Sullen was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. All newborns gain +1 strength. This was an area of effect. This special effect was very similar to the Sky Garden's Elemental Land. The only difference was that one increased the aptitude of a wizard, while the other increased the aptitude of a warrior. With these 2 special effects, Northtown City would have an endless supply of wizards and warriors. At the same time, more and more people would be willing to live here. The completion of the Martyr's Palace caused quite a commotion. All the churches in Northtown City sensed the powerful energy. They all came out to take a look. After seeing the Martyr's Palace, these churches were also shocked. They raised Sullen's strength by another level. After completing the construction of the Martyr's Palace, Sullen let out a breath of relief. He then returned to the Castellan's palace to attend the welcoming banquet. It was a silent night. The first rays of the morning sun shone into the room. Sullen slowly woke up from his deep sleep. Sullen had gotten a lot of satisfaction last night, so he slept until noon before waking up. There was still a faint fragrance lingering at the tip of his nose, and his fingertips seemed to still have the soft and delicate touch from last night. The bodies of the women were like octopuses wrapped around his body, and even the messy traces of last night's madness could still be clearly seen. Thinking back to last night's madness, Sulen was still reminiscing about it. Coupled with the seductive bodies around him, his body became erect again. Last night's battle between the three heroes didn't tire him at all. Under his thunderbolt spear, the three women were utterly defeated. They even had to call their two maids over to defend against Sullen's attacks. Originally, their alliance was still very strong. Sulen couldn't break through for a long time. In the end, he had to use his plasma cannon to break through the situation. With the support of the thunderbolt spear, Sulen charged back and forth. The women's alliance crumbled in the end. Of course, they were defeated with honor. In the end, under Sullen's ultimate skill, they could only wait to be slaughtered. It could be said that they suffered heavy casualties. Sulen struggled to get out of bed. He had a simple breakfast, and then went to the new city located in the west of the northern citadel. The new city was 50 kilometers away from the northern citadel. With Sullen's speed, he arrived here in no time. After not seeing each other for 2 months, the new city had changed a lot. The low and simple camp had disappeared, and was replaced by a city wall. The city wall was 8 meters tall and 4 to 6 meters thick. Therefore, the city wall was made of bricks and rocks. The wizards then used mud to stone to create this solid city wall. Other than the city wall, many houses were built in the new city. Now the workers here were living in the new houses. When Boulder and Johnson knew that Sulen had come here, they quickly brought people back. During this time, the two of them had been in charge of the defense of the new city. The bandits and monsters around the new city had mostly been cleared. A large number of monster slaves were also captured here. Currently, there were 5,000 to 6,000 residents in the new city. Its purpose was to protect the trade route and increase the population. With the increase of immigrants, this city would soon develop as the only way to reach the northern citadel. Chapter 430. The moon was dark, and the wind was howling. It was already late at night outside Northtown City, and the bustling city during the day had now fallen into silence. A team of soldiers on night patrol walked past the long street. They were in the outer area of Northtown City, and there were no other buildings around except for a simple campsite. It was a large amount of empty space reserved for Northtown City's upgrade. There was usually no one here during the day, and it was even more desolate at night. Even the soldiers on night patrol rarely came here. Creak, creak. All of a sudden, some noises reverberated in the silent night. Closely after that, the noises disappeared. A few minutes later, the noises reverberated again. Soon several black figures about 1.3 in height, drilled out of the fence of the camp. "It's safe, there's no one here," a dog-like voice said in dragon language. "Be careful, keep an eye out, and alert us immediately if you find anything wrong," another voice said. The dark clouds in the sky were blown away, and the silver moonlight shone on the ground. With the help of the hazy moonlight, a few black figures slowly appeared. They had dark brown scales, another sharp horn on their heads, and the heads of dogs. They were short and wore tattered clothes. They were a few kobolds. "Hurry and inform the oracle that everything is safe." After observing for a while, one of the kobolds, who seemed to be the leader, said. The kobold beside him immediately went back into the fence. "Lord Oracle, we've already checked, and everything is normal outside." The kobold lowered his voice and said excitedly, "Everything is normal outside. Then we'll take action immediately," the kobold oracle in a brown linen robe said with a nod. "Lord Oracle, please come with me." As they moved forward quietly, the kobolds quickly climbed out of the hole in the fence. Everything went surprisingly smoothly, and no one was alarmed when the hundreds of devout believers came out. After seeing all the kobolds come out, a look of joy flashed across the oracle's face. He looked at the sky, and at this moment, the moon was covered by dark clouds again. The entire Northtown City was plunged into darkness. "This is a God-given opportunity. Everyone, follow us. We're going to escape this cage today. May the Wuxing clan ancestor bless us." After saying that, the kobolds all bowed and prayed. Then, under the cover of the night, They carefully crept towards the city walls. At this moment, in the camp, in the guards' room, a few soldiers were staring at the group of dog-headed people who were carefully escaping. "Captain, are we really not going to capture these fugitives? Are we going to let them escape?" A young soldier asked doubtfully. "This is the Lord's order. Do you dare to disobey?" The captain next to him glanced at him and said, "Hee, I wouldn't dare." The soldier laughed dryly. "By the way, Captain, do you know why Sir Lord is doing this?" The captain next to him knocked on the soldier's head. "Mind your own business. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask." "Oh." The soldier shrunk his head and nodded. The captain turned around and continued to observe the dog-headed people outside. However, he thought to himself, "How would I know what Sir Lord is going to do?" Under the cover of the night, hundreds of dog-headed people quickly found their way to the vicinity of the city walls. They searched near the city walls for a while, and soon found a sewer. The sewer was not large, but it was connected to the moat outside the city. The sewer was not large, and an adult would not be able to get in at all. However, it was not a problem for the short dog-headed people. A few dog-headed people got into the sewer, and then crawled out along the sewer. Soon the dog-headed people climbed along the sewer to the edge of the city walls. The sewer of the city would lead to the moat, and then flow out from the moat. However, there were not many of such sewers. They had already seen the moat, but in the end, there was an iron fence that was as thick as a finger at the point where the sewer was connected to the moat. Seeing that they were about to escape, but they were blocked by the iron fence, the dog-headed people were enraged. Bang! A strong dog-headed person slammed the iron fence hard. In the end, something shocking happened. The iron fence that was as thick as a finger broke open at the point where it was connected to the wall. Seeing this, the dog-headed person was overjoyed. He grabbed the iron fence with both hands and shook it hard. As the rubble on the wall slid down, the iron fence blocking the exit of the sewer was pushed to the ground with a clang. "It's open! It's open!" A few dog-headed people cheered excitedly. "What's that sound? Who's there?" At that moment, a loud shout came from afar. Then they saw faint figures moving toward them. "Oh no, we've been discovered. Let's go." Seeing those figures, the dog-headed people immediately panicked. "Don't panic, there's still time. The sewer is open. Everyone, go into the sewer immediately." Seeing the other dog-headed people panicking, the dog-headed person known as the God's messenger immediately commanded. It was obvious that this dog-headed person had a high status among them. As soon as he spoke, all the dog-headed people immediately recovered and jumped into the sewer. After the dog-headed people entered the sewer, they did not stop at all. Instead, they quickly crawled toward the moat not far away. By the time the soldiers strolled over, all the dog-headed people had successfully escaped. Only when the dog-headed people had escaped a distance away from northern Battlefront City, along the moat did they stop, panting. "We've escaped! We've escaped!" The dog-headed people cheered excitedly. After the dog-headed people cheered for a while, the dog-headed God's messenger, Horn, raised his arm. Soon, all the dog-headed people quieted down. "My brethren, although we've successfully escaped from the enslavement of those humans, we're not safe now. So we need to leave this place as soon as possible. The great elder Wuxin has given us an oracle. He has prepared a God-given land for us to live and develop. Praise the true God! Praise the true God! Praise the true God!" A wave of cheers sounded, and the dog-headed people's morale rose again. "Okay, let's set off now. We'll go to our new home," Horn ordered, and the dog-headed people set off again. However, what the dog-headed people did not know was that there were a few eagles circling above their heads. At the same time, not far away from them, a few drows were hiding and quietly observing the dog-headed people. In fact, the dog-headed people's successful escape from northern Battlefront City was completely arranged by Sulan. Otherwise, not to mention the dog-headed people, even a group of knights would not have been able to escape easily. The oracle that Horn mentioned was completely made up by Sulan. Even the escape route that the dog-headed people took was prepared by Sulan. To put it bluntly, it was all a big show that Sulan had written and directed. It was just that the dog-headed people did not know about it. After letting Hathaway use the dream-weaving spell, he successfully used the so-called oracle to guide Horn's actions and make the dog-headed person act according to Sullen's instructions. This was also Sullen's way of deceiving the dog-headed people, because they were not intelligent. Sulen let the dog-headed people out to let them develop on their own. If he kept interfering with the dog-headed people's development, he would easily be discovered by the evil god that they now believed in. Now he let them develop on their own, and only sent people to monitor them secretly. When the fruit was ripe, they would come and pick it. Horn led the dog-headed people to the north of northern Battlefront City in high spirits. They had night vision so they could see well at night. The other monsters around northern Battlefront City had already been cleared, so the dog-headed people did not encounter any other wild beasts at night. However, as soon as they left northern Battlefront City, a ferocious wolf set its eyes on them. Ferocious wolves were a common ferocious beast in the northern wilderness. They were over 4 meters long and 1.7 to 2 meters tall. They usually hunted in pairs. As soon as they discovered the dog-headed people, they immediately attacked them. Facing such a ferocious beast, the dog-headed people did not even have weapons. The ferocious wolf easily rushed into their formation. After biting a few dog-headed people to death, it retreated with the corpses. The rest of the dog-headed people took the opportunity to run for their lives. Fortunately, the ferocious wolf did not continue to chase after them after finding food. After encountering the ferocious wolf, the dog-headed people did not encounter any other monsters for the rest of their journey. When the sky gradually brightened, the dog-headed people arrived at a secluded valley. The valley was shaped like a horn. The entrance was small, but the inside was big. There was also a pool of flowing water in the innermost part. There were also some statues and stone carvings not far from the pool. This valley was a ruin discovered by Sulen. The area of the valley was not big, but it was the perfect place for the dog-headed people to nest. After being enslaved in northern Battlefront City for a long time, these dog-headed people had learned how to grow potatoes and other crops. Although they could not be compared to humans, it was not a problem for them to feed their small tribe. After arriving at the valley, Horn finally let out a sigh of relief. This was the God-given land that the god in his dream told him about. After arriving at the valley, all the dog-headed people quickly began to build under Horn's command. In order to let them develop more believers, Sulen purposely drove the surrounding dog-headed people and goblins to this area. As the evil god's priest, Horn naturally absorbed these goblins and dog-headed people. At this rate, this tribe that believed in the evil god would rapidly grow. Chapter 431. The evil god known as the Heartless had lost a divine power cloned to Sulen last time. Not only did he lose a lot of divinity, but he also killed all his believers. Sulen helped him develop more believers this time in order for him to descend again. Now he had a few hundred kobold believers. Although the number was not high and the quality was poor, as long as they were given time to develop, it would not be long before the Heartless Evil God Church grew stronger again. By then, a blood sacrifice would be enough to lure the evil god down. Then My lord, I have sent people to keep an eye on them as you instructed. A drow said respectfully. Be careful not to be discovered by them. Pay attention to their movements and report to me at any time, Sulen said with a nod. Sulen stayed in Northtown City for 3 days before returning to San Filto City with Hathaway. This time, Hathaway came here to build an elemental pool and a teleportation portal in San Filto City. The elemental pool and the teleportation portal were not cheap. It would probably cost a few million kinner to build. Fortunately, the kingdom's treasury in San Filto City had not been robbed. There were almost 1 million kinner in it. In addition to the treasury, Sulen also plundered a lot of kinner from the exterminated nobles. These nobles had a history of more than a dozen generations. They were all very rich. Their combined wealth was more than the royal family's wealth. Although some of it was used for the demolition and sanitation in San Filto City, there were still a few million kinner left. It was just enough to build the elemental pool and the teleportation portal. After returning to San Filto City, Sulen and Hathaway found Phyllis. Although he had not been here for 3 days, the nobles in Sulen City were very obedient. Sulen's previous massacre had frightened them. Even if he was not here, the nobles would not dare to do anything. You mean you want to build a teleportation portal and an elemental pool here? Phyllis's eyes lit up. Yes, I'm going to build a teleportation portal between here and Northtown City, Sulen said with a nod. There are a lot of magic materials in the royal treasury. I'll open the treasury in a moment, Phyllis said. Sulen nodded. Although he had a Kinnr, it was not easy to get the materials needed to build a teleportation portal with Kinnr. It would be best if he could find it in the treasury. Oh right. A wizard came looking for you the day after you left. Phyllis suddenly remembered something. Wizard? Sulen and Hathaway were confused. He didn't have much interaction with wizards here. Phyllis nodded. They claimed to be from the Emerald Tower. Emerald Tower. Hathaway, do you know this Magus organization? Hathaway nodded and said, the Emerald Tower is a medium-sized wizard organization. There are 5 great wizards in it. If it weren't for the fact that there are no legendary wizards, they would have been classified as a large wizard organization. But this kind of wizard organization usually doesn't have too much contact with the secular world. What are they going to do with Sulen this time? I heard that when the first prince and the second prince were fighting for the throne, the first prince had the support of some wizards. But because of some unforeseen circumstances, the 3 princes went to heaven together. Could this Emerald Tower be a wizard organization that had contact with the first prince? Sulen suddenly said. That's possible. Hathaway nodded. But don't worry. If they want to cooperate, they can talk to them if they follow the rules. If they don't, I'll talk to them personally. Hathaway raised her head slightly and said with a proud face. As a legendary wizard, she had the power to say so. Did those wizards leave their contact information? Send someone to tell them that I'll meet with them in 2 days, Sulen said. The construction of San Filto City was going very smoothly. The city's sanitation was being renovated very quickly. Now there was very little garbage in San Filto City. Most of the roads had been replaced with gravel roads or stone slabs. The old and dirty slums had also changed greatly. The original shacks were all demolished, and houses were rising from the ground. Other than these, Sulen's construction of the city's water supply system was also progressing. In order to ensure the water supply of the entire city, it was not enough to rely on just one water tower. Sulen divided the entire city into districts, and then built 1 or 2 water towers in each district to supply water. Sulen had already completed the blueprint and divided the districts. The water towers were already under construction. The water towers were made of iron armor and were in a triangular shape. When it was completed, a layer of stone would be wrapped around the tripod. At the top of the tower was an iron bucket with a diameter of 3 meters and a height of 4 meters. The iron bucket was made of ordinary metal, but the metal had been treated with a special spell to become rust-proof. There was also a rune circle inside the water tower that would generate a whirlwind rune to draw water from the underground or the river to the tower. Other than these functions, the tower also needed to be engraved with a purification rune circle to purify the water before it could be drunk. In this way, each water tower would need to be connected to the elemental pool and be powered by the massive energy of the elemental pool. Other than these, the water pipes also needed to be treated with anti-rust treatment. Hathaway had made a kind of anti-rust paint before. As long as it was applied to the metal pipes, they would not rust. Other places could be left alone, but the palace needed to be installed as soon as possible. On the 3rd day after Sulen's return, 2 wizards came to see Sulen. Sulen asked someone to bring them to the palace. "Hello, Your Majesty." A tall wizard bowed to Sulen. "Welcome to San Filto City." Sulen smiled. "Please have a seat." The 2 wizards sat down, and the leading wizard continued. "In less than 2 months, San Filto City has changed a lot from the last time I was here. I've traveled to many cities before, but most of them were filled with a foul smell. The roads were muddy, and there was garbage everywhere. It was completely different from the current San Filto City. Your governance is the best I've ever seen. This is nothing. If you've been to my territory, North Town City, you wouldn't be surprised. Sulen smiled. I heard you supported His Highness before. I remember wizards don't interfere with the common world. Why did you break the rule this time? The two wizards looked at each other and said, We supported His Highness because of a deal. All right. Sulen shrugged. It was just an unspoken rule. Then may I know why the two of you want to see me? The leader hesitated for a moment and said, We would like to make a deal with His Majesty the King. What kind of deal? Let's hear it. Sulen was interested. It's simple. We can support you as the king and send wizards to protect you. The wizard nodded. Sorry, I don't need any of that. Sulen shrugged and said, I'm the king now. I don't need your support. As for protecting me, are you as strong as pleasure demons? Edmund shook his head helplessly. Pleasure demons were legendary demons. It wasn't easy to kill them. Sulen could kill a pleasure demon single-handedly, which showed how powerful Sulen was. As for the wizards sent to protect Sulen, they weren't as strong as Sulen. It was hard to say who would be the one protecting whom. It seemed like their offer wasn't enough to move Sulen. If you want to work with me, please show some sincerity, Sulen continued. Edmund hesitated and said, We're going to work with you to develop a mine. What mine? Sulen furrowed his brows. A silver mine. Edmund smiled mysteriously. Just a silver mine? Sulen frowned. A silver mine was expensive, but it wouldn't be enough for the wizards to ask for cooperation. No. They didn't want silver. They wanted another type of metal, mithril. Just at this moment, Suluan suddenly understood. A term popped up in Sulen's mind. There weren't many things that could make wizards lower themselves to work with them. And if they wanted a silver mine, they must have found mithril. For the sake of this extremely expensive and rare metal, there had even been a dwarf tribe that had been wiped out in history. Mithril might appear as an associated material of silver ore, and it was usually only found in worlds where the elemental tide had appeared. When the elemental tide appeared, precious minerals like mithril were more likely to be born. There was a 90% chance that mithril was present in that silver mine. Only such a huge profit could make those magi take the initiative to talk about cooperation. Mithril could only be found by chance. No one would complain about having too much mithril in their hands. However, as long as it appeared as an associated mine, there would be a lot of mithril in the mine. He was tempted. Mithril was an important material for the construction of floating cities. The floating cities' incomparably expensive construction cost was largely due to the need for many extremely expensive and rare materials, and the core components of the floating city required a large amount of mithril. Although he also had mithril mines in the underground world, he wouldn't complain about having too much of it. The mining speed of mithril was very slow. Even an adept organization would need a lot of manpower and resources to mine a mithril mine, let alone a normal miner. It was basically impossible for wizard organizations to mine mithril in secret. Sulen wanted to build a floating city, so he needed a lot of mithril. Now that there was an associated mine with mithril, he wouldn't let it go. Mithril was an indispensable material for floating rings, anti-gravity devices, elemental drive devices, and so on. Chapter 432. When Edmund went out to look for magic materials, he found a silver mine with mithril. However, the silver mine had an owner. The owner was not an ordinary merchant or noble, but the Prince of Florence. Although wizards did not care much about the secular world, they still had to respect the royal family. So after some consideration, Edmund decided to talk to the prince and buy the silver mine from him. After talking to the prince for a while, the prince didn't have much of an opinion about selling the silver mine. However, he made a request that made Edmund hesitate. The prince wanted the wizard organization to support him in becoming the king. It was obviously against the rules for wizards to directly intervene in the affairs of the secular royal family. However, considering the importance of mithril, the Emerald Tower decided to agree to this matter after some discussion. They already knew the strength of the other prince. The two princes were similar in strength. As long as they supported the prince, he had a 90% chance of becoming the new king. To the sorcerers of the Emerald Tower, this could be said to be a piece of cake. However, things did not develop according to their plan. Unbeknownst to them, the issue of the succession of the throne had already been instigated by the demons behind the scenes. As a result, both princes were dead. A legendary-level demon was a very powerful enemy to the Emerald Tower. Even if it was due to the suppression of the plane, it was not something that anyone could deal with. Just as the Emerald Tower was fretting over how to deal with this demon, an even more powerful figure appeared and killed the demon directly, successfully ascending to the throne as the King of Florence. The series of changes were too fast. They did not have time to react at all. After all, their wizard organization had a parliamentary system. Every major decision needed to be discussed. In the end, Sulen had become the king just after they had made the decision. The silver mine that was previously discussed with the first prince directly became the property of the royal family. The mithril that was about to be in their hands was gone. As for using some tricks to seize it, the Emerald Tower did not dare to do so. After all, they were not confident in dealing with a powerful figure who could easily kill a legendary-level demon. However, they could not give up on the mithril. So after some discussion, the Emerald Tower decided to contact Sulen first to see if they could buy the silver mine that was associated with mithril. If it was not possible, they could also discuss cooperation. However, after talking, they found that His Majesty was not easy to deal with. He was too smart. Just from a few words, he seemed to have discovered something. Yes, a silver mine, Edmund said with difficulty. Most wizards were not good at negotiation, especially with nobles. They felt that it was a waste of time. They preferred to use their time on research and all kinds of experiments. Sulen shook his head. Wizard Edmund, I am negotiating with you with sincerity. However, you are hiding something. I hope you can be more honest. Sir Sulen, we are not lying to you. We really want a silver mine. Aha. Sulen chuckled and continued. Silver mine? If it was just an ordinary silver mine, would you wizards be so interested in it? You don't care how much a silver mine is worth. Am I right, Sir Edmund? After hearing Sulen's words, Edmund did not speak. You want to buy silver or? Silver itself doesn't have many uses in magic. It's usually used as a supplementary material. Even if you use it frequently, you can just buy a small amount every year. What you're interested in right now is a silver mine. What's so special about this silver mine? There are not many associated minerals in a silver mine. Let me think. What is it? Copper mine? White iron mine? Lead? Or silver mine? No, these are all associated minerals of low value. As Sulen read out the names one by one, Edmund's expression became more and more unpleasant. If it's not these, then it must be a mithril mine. Seeing Edmund's nervous expression, Sulen directly said the answer. At this moment, Edmund's expression changed drastically. After seeing the change in his expression, Sulen knew that he had guessed correctly. Looks like I guessed correctly. It is a silver mine with associated mithril, Sulen said directly. Edmund and the other wizard were silent for a moment before saying, Sir Sulen, since you already know, then you should know how important mithril is to us wizards. I hope you can cooperate with the Emerald Tower to develop this silver mine. Since the silver mine is in my territory, why should I share it with you? Sulen chuckled. Sir Sulen, mithril is not as easy to extract as you think. Edmund shook his head and said, Also, if you are willing to share this mithril mine with us, then you will gain our friendship. Sulen knew how difficult it was to extract mithril. It was said that this metal was first extracted by the dwarves, but the dwarves' method of extracting mithril was very troublesome. The mithril mined in the underground world in Northern Town would take at least a week or more to extract, and the amount extracted was very limited. As for the mithril ores that were refined by wizards, the production and speed had indeed increased. However, only Hathaway and Alex knew how to refine mithril ores. It would take too long to extract mithril, and both of them had things to do. They couldn't spare a lot of time to extract mithril. At this moment, Hathaway walked out from the back of the palace. Sulen, the things on this list are missing. We need to order them quickly. All right, I'll send someone to buy them later, Sulen said with a smile. Are they your guests? Hathaway glanced at the two wizards and asked. Yes, they want to develop Mithril with us. Sulen nodded. Hathaway's eyes lit up when she heard about Mithril. She immediately looked at Edmund and Alex. Mithril? You found a Mithril mine? A powerful aura surged towards them, and the pressure on Edmund and Alex doubled. They couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. However, at this moment, they were sure that this extremely young witch in front of them was a legendary figure. They were shocked beyond words. Greetings, esteemed witch. We did find a Mithril mine. Really? Hathaway looked at Sulen. Sulen nodded. That's great. It's a Mithril mine. Calm down, Hathaway. The Mithril mine is right there. It won't run away. Sulen comforted her. He then pointed at the two wizards in front of him and said, Let me introduce you. These two are wizards from the Emerald Tower. This is Sir Edmund, and this is Sir Frank. This is my wife, the chief wizard of the Northwind Duchy and the Kingdom of Florence. Her name is Witch Hathaway. It's an honor to meet you, Witch Hathaway. After hearing Sulen's introduction, Edmund and Frank quickly bowed respectfully. Hathaway nodded slightly at the two. The two wizards were not dissatisfied with Hathaway's attitude. It was already good enough that a legendary wizard greeted them. It's not impossible for the Emerald Tower to develop the Mithril mine with us. Sulen smiled and continued, You'll be responsible for extracting the Mithril, and I'll be responsible for sending people to mine it. In the end, I can make the decision and give you 10% of the Mithril. Sir Sulen, 10% is too little. The Emerald Tower can't agree to this. Edmund rejected Sulen's request immediately. 50%. We want 50% of the Mithril. 50%? Do you want to eat **T? Sulen rolled his eyes. Sir Edmund, you have to understand that the Mithril mine is mine. You're only responsible for extracting the Mithril. You're not the only ones who know how to extract Mithril. Sulen said coldly. Please correct your attitude. Otherwise, I can change my business partner at any time. Then we want 40%. Edmund said. 10%. That's it. Sulen shook his head and refused. After that, Sulen and Edmund bargained fiercely. In the end, both sides decided to split the Mithril 80%. Sulen would take 80%, and the Emerald Tower would take 20%. Other than extracting the Mithril, the Emerald Tower also needed to send some people to be the spell consultants of the Kingdom of Florence. To put it nicely, they were spell consultants. In reality, they were a group of wizard workers who came here to assist Hathaway and perform all kinds of basic work in Hathaway's laboratory. The basic work of a legendary wizard's laboratory was very attractive to these wizards. Sulen didn't have to spend much money at all. These wizards were all fighting for it. As far as they were concerned, if they could work as assistants in a legendary wizard's laboratory, they would be more than happy to be taught by a legendary wizard. Suren successfully recruited a group of wizard laborers at a price that was almost as cheap as cabbages. With these workers, many of the transformation plans in San Felto City could be carried out. With them, the construction of various runic matrices would also be easier, which would greatly reduce Hathaway's workload. Other than these benefits, Sulen and Hathaway agreed to participate in the Emerald Tower's academic exchange. At the same time, they could also buy various magic materials through the Emerald Tower. Even the Emerald Tower's spell knowledge could be exchanged for equivalent value. Of course, although they said that they wouldn't keep the precious spell knowledge, they would definitely keep some of it. Sulen and the others would do the same. Even so, they could still exchange for a lot of new spell knowledge. Chapter 433. After discussing the distribution agreement, the higher-ups began to discuss more details. The workshop to refine Mithril had to be built in San Felto City. Anyone who entered the city would have to go through a strict ascension process. The reason for this was to prevent the wizards from embezzling the Mithril during the refining process. The Mithril mine that Edmund discovered wasn't far from San Felto City. It was about 50 kilometers to the southeast of San Felto City. It was a mountain range. Not only did it have a silver mine, but it also had iron, copper, and coal mines. It could be said that it was an important raw material base for San Felto City. There was a small town at the foot of the mountain. It had no name, but it was called Quarryton because it was at the foot of the mine. Now, in just a week, this small town had become overcrowded. A large number of miners came from San Felto City. These miners were originally residents of the slums. They were originally building the city, but Sulen specially transferred some of them to mine. Due to the blast furnace, the iron ore consumption in San Felto City had increased by several times. In order to increase the supply, they had to increase the iron ore production. Most of the miners were sent to the iron ore factory. Sulen and Edmund came to Quarryton together. The silver mine where they discovered mithril was also here. Silver and mithril seemed to have mutated due to the special environment and energy. The physical and chemical properties of mithril had changed dramatically. According to the research left behind by the Arcane Empire, mithril was the product of the mutation of the silver element in the Earth's crust. It usually only appeared in the world or plane where the elemental tide had occurred. The distribution of mithril was irregular and very rare, but it was distributed all over the continent. However, the content of mithril was very low. Only those who were lucky could find it. The most famous description of mithril was that it was as strong as a dragon's scale and as light as a feather. However, even though mithril was extremely strong, it was still half as heavy as iron. It was an exaggeration to say that it was as light as a feather. Mithril was only 1/3 as heavy as silver. The real value of mithril was its amazing ductility and magic conductivity. It would never fade after refining, and its physical properties were extremely stable. It was the metal with the highest magic conductivity among all the known metals and alloys. Magic runes made of mithril could be used for thousands of years without worrying about natural wear and tear. Once in the Arcane Empire, there was a mithril mail armor. This mail armor had a strong defensive power and was very light. Every buckle on this mail armor was engraved with runes. In addition to having a strong defensive power, it was also enchanted with many powerful spells. It was one of the few powerful armors that would not interfere with the wizard's spellcasting. This equipment could be said to be a godly item for those wizards, but using mithril to forge an armor was still a very extravagant act. Without considering its conductivity, the hardness of mithril was not the best among the many metals and alloys. Take adamantine for example. This type of metal had powerful defensive capabilities. Armor made from it would be very sturdy. Moreover, aside from its excellent physical defense, adamantine armor also had powerful magical defense. Adamantine armor could also be used to make weapons. Weapons made from adamantine armor were very sharp. They could directly ignore 20 points of defense. An ordinary heavy armor would be easily pierced. Its value was not much lower than that of mithril. Sulen brought many workers to Quarryton. After a day of rest, they went to the silver mine located in the mountains. This silver mine was only discovered in San Felto a few years ago. It was only considered an above-average mine in the Kingdom of Florence. Of course, Sulen did not care how much silver was produced here. After all, the price of 1 ounce of mithril could easily buy several tons of silver. Sulen looked at the silver mine in front of him. The surroundings of the silver mine were very simple. The whole mine was surrounded by a 3-meter-high wall. There was a row of simple and low houses next to it. The living conditions were very poor. On the other side of the wall was a luxurious 3-story villa. There were only 3 mines in the mine, and there were only about 200 miners. They were bone-thin slaves with expressionless faces. They looked like they could be blown away by a gust of wind. There were also a large number of strong guards patrolling around the mine. Sulen patrolled the mine expressionlessly. The manager of the mine followed him carefully. "Your Majesty, this silver mine can excavate about 10 tons of ore every day. After refining, we can obtain about 30 kilograms of silver." The manager of the silver mine, Hard, moved his rotund body with a fawning expression on his face. His rotund body was squeezed by the clothes on his body, causing people to worry that the buttons on his clothes would burst open in the next second. "Your Majesty, it's very windy outside. Why don't you wait in the office?" Sulen looked around the mine and nodded. "Okay, Send someone to send over some of the ores from the silver mine. Yes, Your Majesty. I'll send someone to do it right away. After sending Sulen and the others to the villa, Hart immediately sent someone to collect the silver ores. About 10 minutes later, a basket of silver ores was sent over. Sulen picked up a piece of silver ore. It was about 5 kilograms in weight. Its surface was gray, and it did not have the bright color of silver. It did not look very eye-catching at all. This was a normal phenomenon. Metals like silver would oxidize in the air. The silvery white silver was mostly freshly smelted. After a while it would turn black. Most silver coins in circulation were made with other metals. Since pure silver was soft and didn't wear well, some copper would be added. For example, the ratio of silver to copper in the coins produced in North Town City was 8:2. 20% of a silver NAR was copper, but the price of a silver coin was calculated according to 100% pure silver. The silver coins minted in Northern Town were very beautiful and heavy. They were very popular during trade, much more popular than the silver coins minted in the Kingdom of Florence. A silver coin minted in this way could earn at least 15% of the profit. That was why silver NAR was a very profitable business. Apart from silver NAR, Kinner was also a very profitable business. Gold was softer than silver, so it was easier for it to be damaged in the process of circulation. Therefore, copper was also added into the minting process of Kinner. The ratio was 85% and 15% respectively. It could be said that a mint was like a hen that laid golden eggs. Currently, the mint in Northern Town made more than 20,000 Kinner in a month. The coining workshop in the Northern Town City used hydraulic coining machines to forge the coins. The forging speed was fast, the process was simple, and the cost was low. The silver NAR pattern was clear and delicate, which was much more advanced than the technology used in Florence. Suluan had planned to set up a coining factory in San Filto City. There was nothing special about the silver ore in front of him. Sulen put it down after a simple inspection. He then continued to search for other silver ores. A basket full of silver ores weighed about 200 pounds. Sulen and Wizard Edmund began to inspect it. Soon, Sulen found an ore that was different from the others. It was a piece of ore slightly bigger than a fist. The surface of the ore was also gray, but there were some small silvery blue particles on the surface. These particles reflected some light under the sunlight. Sulen nodded slightly and put the silver ore aside quietly. He then continued to search among the other ores. 200 kilograms of ores was not a lot. After about 15 minutes, all the ores had been checked. The two of them found 3 pieces of ores with silvery blue granules from the pile of ores. The total weight of these ores was only about 5 kilograms. These ores were naturally mithril ores, but the amount of mithril in them was pitifully small. This was basically the normal distribution of mithril ores. Legend had it that a single mithril vein was discovered in the era of the Arcane Empire, and the amount of mithril in it was unbelievable. Because mithril ores were very scattered and rare, it was possible to excavate all the mithril in such a silver mine, and the final amount of mithril ores would only weigh a few dozen pounds. Therefore, it was very difficult to steal mithril ores. After confirming that this silver mine was indeed associated with mithril ores, Sulen was relieved. Next, the whole silver mine was taken over by Sulen's men. For this mithril mine, Sulen deliberately transferred 30 soldiers from his private guards. These soldiers would be the guards of the silver mine. At the same time, the original manager of the silver mine was sent back to the prison in San Felto City for reform. Kane was reappointed as the manager of the silver mine. Next, the silver mine needed to be transformed. At least, the simple and primitive production method of carrying the ores on one's shoulders had to be more advanced. 2 rails would be laid in the mine to transport the ores. The passage would also need to be widened and various easier to operate mechanical tools would be added. Originally, the workers in the mine were slaves. Their enthusiasm for work was very low, and the food was very poor. The work was also carried out under the beatings of the foreman. Of course, their work efficiency was pitifully low. Sulen naturally would not do that. He was going to use a method of quantitative production, and set a minimum standard for everyone to collect ores every day. After the minimum standard was set, everyone would have food to eat. Of course, the food was better than before, but it was only enough to cover the basic consumption. There were also different levels above that. Once the number of ores collected reached a certain level, they would receive corresponding treatment. As long as they worked hard, they would have meat for every meal. In addition to these, Sulen also stipulated that as long as the workers worked in the mine for 3 years and collected a certain amount of ores during this period, they would be able to obtain the status of a free person and be rewarded with 10 silver nars. P.S. 2 more updates. Please subscribe. Watch pirated versions. Chijian books can now earn money by watching advertisements. You don't have to spend money. Chapter 434. As for Sulen's reforms, the slaves in the mine were only slightly agitated, but they soon calmed down. On the other hand, the poor people who came with Sulen were all very happy. They were very convinced by Sulen's conditions. This was mainly due to Sulen's previous policies. These poor people were different from the slaves. They were paid according to the amount of silver ores they mined every day. Although the slaves were skeptical of Sulen's words, they became more energetic when the sumptuous meal was delivered in the afternoon. Next, Sulen ordered people to rebuild the miners' dormitory. The camp that was originally as simple as a shack was directly flattened. If he wanted the workers to work hard, he had to make sure they were paid well. Those who didn't talk about salary and only talked about sleeping together with you were completely acting like hooligans. As long as the salary were enough, it was not a problem. The ores collected in the mine would be sorted. The normal silver ores would be transported to the smelting factory according to the previous procedures. The silver ores with silver blue particles would be sent to San Felto City. Then these mithril ores would be handed over to the wizards to be refined. The original manager of the silver mine, Hard, was reassigned to the silver mine as the production team leader after going through a round of ideological re-education in prison. Although this guy was a little greedy, Sulen had checked the previous production records. During the time he was the manager of the silver mine's output was at its peak. It was obvious that this guy had some standards. Sulen was currently lacking in all kinds of talents. Although Hard had many shortcomings, Sulen still decided to use him. After going through the ideological education in prison, Hard had obviously realized his mistake. The fact that his originally fat body had slimmed down twice in just a week was the best proof of this. It was also the first time Sulen knew that prison had a weight loss function. For the sake of Hard's health, Sulen had decided to let him experience it once every 3 months. Hard would surely be grateful if he knew that Sulen was so concerned about his health. Then, the matter was settled happily. After working with the Emerald Tower to develop the mithril mine, the construction of the elemental pool and teleportation portal in San Felto City had also begun. The teleportation portal and the elemental pool required a large amount of magical materials. After working with the Emerald Tower, most of these materials could be obtained from the Emerald Tower. Of course, the Emerald Tower would not sell those precious magic materials. With the materials from the Emerald Tower and the help of the sorcerers, the construction of the elemental pool and teleportation portal was completed very quickly. The smooth marble floor was very beautiful. In the middle of the hall, there was a pool with a diameter of about 6 meters and a depth of 1 meter. The pool was seamless, as if it was a hole. A large number of runes were engraved around the pool. This elemental pool was located on the nodes of the surrounding earth veins. The entire elemental pool was plated with a layer of thorium. Thorium was an alloy created by the arcanists to replace mithril. It was mainly made from silver and other metals, and it was quite good at conducting magic. In the 4 directions of the elemental pool, a carving knife was rapidly inscribing runes. The sharp carving knife quickly slashed, and lines of intricate runic matrices appeared. It's finally done. Hathaway casually put away the carving knives, and then checked the runes that were carved out. She then returned to the workbench at the side, and took out 4 magic gemstones that represented the 4 elements of earth, fire, wind, and water. Then, she took out 4 pieces of blue-silver metal that were only the size of a thumb. It was mithril. Hathaway snapped her fingers, and a blue elemental fire appeared on her palm out of thin air. She used the elemental fire to melt a piece of mithril, and then used the sorcerer's hand to control the melted mithril to the top of the elemental pool that was just carved out. She softly chanted a spell, and the melted mithril solution began to slowly fly up, and turned into silver threads thinner than a strand of hair. They fell little by little into the elemental pool. The requirements of this process had reached the level of microns. The blue-silver mithril was quickly integrated into the runes, and the deviation could not be more than 10 microns. Under the control of Hathaway's powerful power of the will, the mithril perfectly drew the complex elemental array. Next, she used the same method to draw the remaining 3 elemental arrays. The cost of building such a medium-sized elemental pool was about 300,000 to 500,000 kinner. Ruby, topaz, sapphire, and emerald. The 4 magic gemstones were carved into 12 face crystals, respectively replacing the 4 elements of earth, fire, wind, and water. Then, they were integrated into the 4 runic arrays of the elemental pool. Hathaway stood on the edge of the elemental pool and snapped her fingers. A magic light flashed, and then a powerful magic energy instantly gushed out of Hathaway's body and entered the 4 runic arrays in the elemental pool. The runic arrays were activated at this moment, and the 4 runic arrays emitted a dazzling light. Powerful elemental fluctuations appeared in an instant, and the entire elemental pool rose up at this moment. Gotcha! There was a sound like an eggshell cracking. Then a crack appeared in the space above the 4 runic matrices. Through these cracks, one could clearly see what was behind the cracks. There was a boundless sea of fire, a thick yellow land, an abyss-like ocean, and a howling wind in the sky. After these cracks appeared, they began to gradually stabilize. Rays of light constantly flashed, and a large number of runes appeared around the cracks, enveloping the 4 cracks. As the runes gradually disappeared, the 4 cracks became illusory like phantoms. Then, a ray of light flashed, and strands of elemental energy slowly flowed into the elemental pool from the 4 cracks. After these elemental energies mixed in the elemental pool, a drop of dark blue elemental water appeared in the elemental pool. With the appearance of the first drop of elemental water, more and more elemental water continued to pour in, and soon covered the entire pool. As the light dissipated, the 4 cracks gradually disappeared into the elemental pool. These cracks were the elemental channels connecting the 4 elemental planes. The 4 elemental planes were the oldest planes in the multiverse, and they were also the foundation of all material planes. They were constantly spreading elemental energy to the multiverse. The elemental pool was connected to the 4 elemental planes to quickly gather elemental energy. The elemental pool in front of her had a standard elemental energy of 300,000. It was a medium-sized elemental pool. Although it couldn't be compared to the elemental pool in Northwind Tower, it was enough for San Filto City. Maintaining a small team of low-grade stone golems, 12 stone golems, required about 5,000 elemental energy. 300,000 elemental energy could support the consumption of a high-grade stone golem army. It was easy to use it to support the long-distance teleportation circle and the operation of some magic facilities. After the elemental pool was completed, Phyllis began the construction of the teleportation circle. Su Luan stayed in the silver mine for 3 days, and then returned to San Filto City. During this time, San Filto City had been busy with construction. All the roads in the city had been repaired, and the sanitary situation had changed dramatically. There was no garbage on the streets, nor was there feces all over the ground like before. The slums had also been demolished and turned into a busy construction site. Riding lightly, Su Luan didn't return to Yunwu City directly with a dozen attendants. Instead, he wandered around the city and then went back. During the time when Su Luan was away, Phyllis had been in charge of government affairs. Now it seemed that she did a good job. Sulen, you're back. Phyllis's figure quickly appeared. She was dressed like a queen and should have just finished discussing matters with the ministers. You've done a good job. Su Luan hugged Phyllis directly, and then kissed her on the face. Phyllis's delicate face instantly turned red. She whispered, "Let go of me. There are other people here. It's daytime." Sulen was slightly stunned. He then kissed her left cheek and whispered in her ear, "What are you thinking? I'm not that impatient." Hearing Sulen's words, Phyllis's face turned red. She bit his shoulder hard with her silver teeth, and then snorted coldly. She ignored him. Sulen rubbed his shoulder with a bitter face, and then pulled Phyllis back to the palace. "Did the Emerald Tower's magi behave strangely?" Sulen asked. Hearing Sulen asking about serious matters, Phyllis didn't show any expression and directly replied, "The Emerald Tower's magi are following Sister Hathaway. Some of them are enchantment on the water pipes and the water tower reservoir. Many of them are following Sister Hathaway to engrave runes. Seems like they're quite obedient." Sulen nodded. "Oh right, the elemental pool has been built. Sister Hathaway said that it's a waste to only use the elemental pool to support the operation of the teleportation portal. She wants to build a Magus Tower here." Sulen frowned. "The cost of building a Magus Tower is too high. We've been spending money like water recently. The treasury can even run horses." Sulen frowned. Of course, he knew the purpose of a Magus Tower. However, the scale of the business now was too big, and the funds were a little tight. It would be very difficult to build a Magus Tower. "It's not a Magus Tower like the one in the northern city. It's a small Magus Tower," Phyllis said. The construction cost of the northern town's Adepts Tower alone was several million gold nars. The total cost of the whole thing was over 10 million gold nars. If it weren't for the supply of magic materials from the secret plane and the underground world, Northern Town would have gone bankrupt on the spot. Of course, this was for a large Magus Tower. The cost of a small Magus Tower was much lower. Many magi built a small Magus Tower after becoming a great Magus. The tower was no more than 30 meters tall, and the cost was about 1,000,000 kinner. After all, not all magi had the support of a financial backer like Sulen. Chapter 435. There were 3 types of wizard towers, the largest of which was the kind built in North City. In the era of the Arcane Empire, this kind of large wizard tower was usually used as the control center of the floating space city. That was to say, this kind of wizard tower was usually upgraded into a floating space city. Of course, because now the technology of building the floating space city had long disappeared in the dust of history. Perhaps there were still some floating space cities in some remote corners of the multiverse. After all, the Arcane Empire was not completely wiped out in the war. The Arcane Empire was an empire in name, but in fact it was a bit like a city-state autonomy. Each floating space city was an arcanist organization. The great arcanists in this arcanist organization were their leaders and decision-makers, responsible for managing the affairs of the floating space city. All the floating space cities united to form the Arcane Empire. Of course, the Empire's binding force was not strong. Under normal circumstances, the floating space cities that were close to each other would jointly explore the Bit Wall. Of course, there were also floating space cities that explored and conquered the Bit Wall alone. When the war with the gods began, the Arcane Empire did not pay attention in the early stage. Many people were indifferent. When the Arcane Empire united in the middle stage, they began to retreat. Otherwise, the war was estimated to be more tragic, and it was not certain who would win and who would lose. Although this kind of top wizard tower could not be upgraded into a floating space city, the equipment was still powerful. Usually, only those large wizard organizations would build it, and then use this kind of wizard tower as the main tower of the academy. The second kind of wizard tower was about 60 meters high. It was usually the residence of legendary wizards. The cost of this kind of wizard tower was not low. It was usually 5 million kinner. Of course, there were also rich wizards who would spend more. In this kind of wizard tower, there was usually an army of golems guarding it. A wizard tower was equivalent to an army. The last type of sorcerer tower was the small sorcerer tower. Usually, it was occupied by spellcasters of the great wizard level, and the cost of construction was around 1,000,000 gold nars. However, although it was much smaller, it still had all the essentials. This kind of wizard tower was also the most common among the major wizard organizations. Hearing that Phyllis wanted to build this kind of wizard tower, Sulen thought about it and agreed. After all, in the future, there would definitely be adepts stationed in San Filto City all year round, and there would be a adept tower that could satisfy their research needs. After Sulen had rested for a few days in San Filto City, Hathaway had also completed the construction of the teleportation circle. The teleportation circle had cost more than 1,000,000 kinner. It could connect to Northtown City and could teleport 30 people at once. If the elemental pool was full of energy, it could teleport about 60 times. Of course, if it was Northtown, it would be even more frequent. After all, the elemental pool in Northtown had much more energy than the elemental pool here. After the construction of the teleportation portal was completed, the wizards of the Emerald Tower also invited Sulen and Hathaway for a spell exchange. Of course, they wanted to invite Hathaway. After all, a legendary which had too much knowledge. Sulen was still very curious about the Emerald Tower, so after receiving the invitation, he brought a few barbarian raiders and Hathaway to the Emerald Tower for the exchange. The Emerald Tower was located in the southwest of San Filto City on the Thorny Wilderness. It was about 500 kilometers away from San Filto City. The Thorny Wilderness could be said to be vast, but sparsely populated. In ancient times, the Thorny Wilderness was also a battlefield. The aftermath of the battle had caused the land here to be barren, but the elemental energy here was very rich. There were also many magical creatures living in the wilderness, and some mutated plants due to the radiation of magic. For ordinary people, this land was completely dangerous. There was no chance of survival if they entered, but for wizards, it was a treasure land. The elemental energy here was abundant, and it was suitable for wizards to meditate. There were many mutated plants, and it was also suitable for growing all kinds of magic plants. Because of the radiation of magic, there were many magical creatures living here, which also provided them with a lot of magic materials and test subjects. I have to make a flying tool in the future. Sulen looked at the white clouds floating by outside the window. Through the window, he could see the mountains under his feet. He was very envious of this airship. He was now on the transport airship of the Emerald Tower. The airship was more than 100 meters long. It was more than 40 meters wide and had 5 floors. There were more than 200 rooms of different sizes, and it could fly at 300 kilometers per hour in the air. Hathaway speculated that the airship's working principle should be the levitation magic circle, and the energy source should be energy crystals. These crystals were made of magic crystals that had been specially processed. It could store a large amount of elemental energy, and then slowly release it like a battery. After the energy was depleted, it could be used again by sending it to the elemental pool to be recharged. It could be said that it was very convenient. Although the airship was made of wood, the wood was all enchanted with hardening spells. Its hardness was not inferior to steel, but it was much lighter than steel. This was one of the reasons why the airship could be built so big. As for the combat ability of this airship, Sulen didn't know because they didn't show it, but it shouldn't be weak. There was plenty of food on the airship. There was also a restaurant on the airship and even an entertainment room to pass the time. Such an airship was far superior in all aspects except for its speed that couldn't be compared to the planes in his previous life. Although he had the Pegasus that could gallop in the air, this kind of airship was a very good tool for transporting troops or supplies. Even if it wasn't used for military purposes, it was much more comfortable than riding the Pegasus. After arriving at the Thorny Wilderness, Sulen found that the environment here was very harsh. There were many fierce wolves in the wilderness, saber-toothed tigers, and even some velociraptors. There were giant elephants, raging bulls, stone-claw beasts, and so on. The level of danger was very high. After about 2 hours on the airship, Sulen and the others arrived at the Emerald Tower in the Thorny Wilderness. Although it was called the Emerald Tower, this place could almost be called a city. After passing through the illusion barrier used by the sorcerers to hide, a town appeared in front of them. The most eye-catching thing was the large sorcerer tower in the middle of the city, which was at least 100 meters tall. The city walls were built with large amounts of obsidian on all sides. A winding moat flowed. In the city, other than the tall wizard tower, there were 6 or 7 wizard towers that were more than 60 meters tall. The buildings around the wizard tower were built in an orderly manner. The closer they were to the outside, the messier the buildings were. The outermost area should be the area where the ordinary people lived. These ordinary people were basically the slaves of the wizards. They planted food for the wizards and provided all kinds of supplies. Of course, if their descendants had the potential to become wizards, they would also be taken in by the Emerald Tower. This is our city, the Emerald City. This city has a population of 80,000. It has a history of 2,000 years. It was built by the first master of the Emerald Tower. Then, it was continuously expanded over the next few hundred years. The tallest wizard tower in the city is the Emerald Tower. It's also the most powerful wizard tower in the entire kingdom of Florence. Edmund said proudly. Sulen pursed his lips and did not say anything. It was indeed the strongest now, but when the Northern Wind Tower was completed, Edmund would become the second strongest. As the airship approached, everyone saw many stone carvings on the city walls. There were gargoyles and warriors holding weapons. The entire body was made of obsidian. It seemed to be a kind of construct life. That's the greatest building of the Emerald Tower, the Emerald Heart Library, Edmund said. There are hundreds of thousands of books in this library. A lot of precious knowledge is stored in it. The first floor is free. Everyone can enter and check it out. The second floor is only accessible to wizards. Okay, we're almost there. As Edmund's voice fell, the airship began to slowly descend. Finally, the airship stopped in the middle of a spacious field. Sulen and Hathaway got off the airship with a few servants. The group looked around curiously. Sulen saw many obsidian statues around the field. Other than gargoyles, there were also humanoid statues. They were very similar to the gargoyles in the northern city. They should be battle puppets. After they got off the airship, Sulen saw some wizards looking at them from a distance. Those are wizards from the School of Evocation. A bunch of bad-tempered guys. See those buildings with green leaves? Those are wizards who study plant spells. They're good at growing all kinds of potions. Many of them are master potioneers. Of course, if anyone thinks they're weak, they'll be in big trouble. Edmund then introduced a few other schools of wizards. Sulen was very interested in these schools. Under Edmund's lead, Sulen and the group came to a house. This is where you'll be staying. It's a little shabby, so please forgive me. The servants in the hut next to it are in charge of your food and lodging. If you need anything, just let them know. If they can't make the decision, they'll report it to us. You're a little tired today, so you can take a rest. Of course, if you're interested, you can also walk around the city. But please remember that you have to follow the rules of the Emerald City. Edmund went back to report after he was done. Sulen and Hathaway didn't stay in the room. The Emerald City covered a large area. It had a completely different style from San Felto City. Sulen and Hathaway planned to walk around the city. They were also interested in the Emerald Heart Library. If there were hundreds of thousands of books in there, there must be a lot of knowledge that Sulen and the others didn't know. The two wandered around the streets for a while and headed towards the library. Chapter 436. Sulen and the others soon arrived at the Emerald Heart Library. Only after a closer look did they realize how majestic the library was. The huge dome was made of pure white marble and looked magnificent. When they came to the gate of the library, many people were coming in and out. It seemed that the flow of people was good. Su Luen and others went straight up the steps to the library. Before they could enter the library, a man dressed as a wizard stepped forward and stopped them. Stop, you can't enter. Why can't we enter if others can? Sulen was a little confused. He pointed at the people around him. The wizard chuckled and said, "They are all residents of the Emerald City. Of course, they have the right to enter the library. You barbarians don't." "We are barbarians?" Sulen was stunned. The expressions of the barbarians and marauders behind him instantly turned cold. "Are there other barbarians here?" The wizard made an exaggerated expression of looking around. There was a burst of laughter. Sorry, I was wrong. This beautiful witch is not a barbarian. As he spoke, the wizard walked to Hathaway's side and performed a noble's etiquette. Beautiful witch, standing with these barbarians will affect your elegance. Please stay away from me. The rotten smell on your body is disgusting. I'm suffocating. Hathaway raised her eyebrows and said with disdain. As a legendary wizard, Hathaway had long been able to hide the elemental waves around her body. In order to make it easier for her to move around, she would hide her elemental waves. Now Hathaway looked like a beautiful ordinary witch. Sulen stepped forward subconsciously and used his body to shield Hathaway. The two barbarians behind him also stepped forward and looked at the wizard coldly. No matter when, it was not Sulen's character to not fight back after being provoked. Moreover, this guy actually dared to try to steal his witch in front of him. If they were not in the Emerald Tower, Sulen would have ordered people to kill him. To be honest, how long had it been since someone dared to provoke him? This was the first time someone had done so since he had become a legend. What did you say? The adept's expression turned extremely ugly. Mana surged around his body, as if he was about to attack at any moment. Hathaway was about to speak, but she was stopped by Suluan. How could he let his woman do it? Suluan gave her a look that said, I'll take care of everything, and then said to the wizard, What's wrong? You want to fight? Sure, come, I'll only use one hand. Sulen had not been active for a while, and this was the first time he had fought a human wizard. Now that someone was asking for a beating, he would not let go of this opportunity. Pipa. The sound of thunder and lightning was heard. The adept raised his arm and clenched his fist. A magic staff with powerful thunder and lightning energy appeared in his hand. As soon as the magic staff appeared, thunder and lightning energy overflowed from the top of the magic staff, and tiny thunder snakes swam around in the air. The magic staff did not seem to have anything special about it. The only reason it had such power was because of the fist-sized thunder crystal at the top of the magic staff. After the middle-aged man took out the magic staff, the elemental waves around his body increased rapidly. The people who were watching the show quickly retreated, afraid that they would be affected if they were a step too late. Looks like you want to fight too? Very well. I'll teach you barbarians a good lesson today. The atmosphere in the field suddenly became tense, but those who were watching the show were very excited. They were completely unafraid of things blowing up. Stop! Just as both parties were about to fight, a voice suddenly sounded, followed by a figure rushing over. Pain, this is a VIP invited by the Emerald Tower. Don't be rude, or else Lord Alfred won't forgive you. Quickly, Edmund said to Pain as he came to the two of them. Before he could finish, the wizard named Pain directly interrupted him and pointed at him with the magic staff in his hand. Don't use the Tower Master to pressure me. I must teach them a lesson today, or I won't be able to take it lying down. You stay aside, or I'll beat you up too. You. Edmund's face turned red. As a grade 3 wizard, he was at the same level as Pain, but because of the school his combat power was not as good as Pain's. In addition, the thunder crystal on Pain's magic staff was nurtured by a grade 4 Thunderbird. In Pain's hands, even a grade 4 wizard might not be his match. In the Emerald Tower, other than the few Tower Masters and Deputy Tower Masters, his strength could be said to be the strongest. It was also because of this that he could be so arrogant in the Emerald Tower. But why was he here today? Edmund, looks like he's not giving you any face. You'd better step aside and let us play with him. Sullen's mocking voice sounded from the side. Didn't you say we're barbarians? Look at the few of us. Which one do you think you can beat? Don't hesitate to pick. There were more and more people around to watch the show. No matter which country it was human nature to like watching drama. Sullen's voice sounded and instantly drew the aggro. Sure enough, every close combat profession was good at taunting. Drawing aggro was a profession, and they were born with taunting aura. The middle-aged wizard called Pain's face turned green, and his expression became more and more furious. He looked at Sulen with eyes that were about to spit fire. If looks could kill, then Sulen would have died a long time ago. Feeling that the situation was out of control, and that a conflict was inevitable. Edmund sighed in his heart. He looked at Pain with eyes full of sympathy, then said, "Fighting is prohibited in the city. If you want to fight, then go to the training ground." "Okay, then let's go to the training ground. Do you dare?" Pain suppressed his anger and looked at Sulen and the others provocatively. "Since you're so eager to be beaten up, why should I refuse?" Sulen said expressionlessly. Some people would not know the immensity of heaven and earth if they were not taught a lesson. Moreover, since they came to the Emerald Tower this time, they had to show off their strength no matter what. Sulen was now suspecting that this wizard in front of him was specially arranged to test Sulen. But since that was the case, then he might as well show off his strength and sit down to talk. The training ground was not far from here. It only took them 10 minutes to get there. However, in just 10 minutes, the news of the battle between the two sides had spread like wildfire. A large number of people came to the training ground to watch the battle. When Sulen and the others arrived, there were already thousands of people gathered there. Soon, Sulen and the others, including Wizard Pain, arrived at the training ground. Sulen looked at him and said, "Now we can fight here. You can choose any one of us." Everyone's attention was instantly focused on Wizard Pain. At that moment his face turned green. Sulen's behavior was undoubtedly telling him that even the weakest person in this group was stronger than him. This made Pain feel like Sulen was humiliating him. Many wizards on the training ground were looking at him. Obviously they were very interested in this battle. As for Sulen and the others who came from afar, they did not really welcome them. Maybe they just wanted to show him who was the boss. At that moment, Wizard Pain's expression was a bit awkward. There were 4 people on the other side. First of all, he was sure that he could not choose that witch. Her strength was average, and she was also a witch. If he chose her as his opponent, even if he won, he would lose all his face. By that time, the whole Wizard Academy would laugh at him. Apart from the witch, the 2 barbarians didn't seem easy to deal with either. They were over 2 meters tall, and gave off an oppressive aura. He also saw the complex inscriptions on their bodies. Although he didn't know what the inscriptions were for, the magic power they contained wasn't weak at all. It seemed like the easiest one to bully was Sulen. Although he looked strong, he was much weaker than the 2 barbarians. Also, he did not have those mysterious runes on his body. Although his body had mana waves, it was much weaker than Abel's. Also, he seemed to be the one with the highest status in this team. The 2 barbarians had been guarding him all this time. This meant that his strength was not that strong, but his status was very high. No need to choose. You are the one. Weren't you very happy just now? This time, I will teach you a lesson. After Pain calculated the pros and cons in his mind, he immediately made up his mind. The situation on Sulen's side became a bit strange. Everyone looked at each other, and then looked at Wizard Pain with sympathy. Pain was still very strong. If he didn't choose Sulen or Hathaway, either of the 2 barbarians would have to put in a lot of effort to win against Pain. However, Pain had chosen Sulen. It was obvious that Wizard Pain was a wizard who specialized in the element of lightning. Sulen was most familiar with the element of lightning, not to mention that he also had the lightning domain. Lightning attacks might be hard to deal with for others, but for Sulen it was just a piece of cake. Hathaway winked at Sulen and whispered, "This is going to be interesting." This idiot chose Sulen. He probably doesn't know that Sulen has mastered the lightning domain. When the time comes, his strongest attack will be useless against Sulen. I can't wait to see his face. Sulen had a serious expression on his face. He then said happily, "Hathaway, you have learned bad things." As for Wizard Pain, Sulen didn't even put him in his eyes. A wizard who had not even touched the edge of legendary might not be able to break through his defense. Chapter 437. Just when Sulen and Hathaway were whispering to each other, Wizard Pine urged, "Hey, what's wrong? Are you going back on your words?" Sulen shrugged and went up to the stage. Since someone was asking for a beating, Sulen had to fulfill his request. Both sides stood in the middle of the stage. Sulen nodded slightly and said, "Go ahead." "You want me to make the first move?" Seeing Sulen's posture, Pine said in surprise. Sulen nodded. "Go ahead, or you won't have the chance to do it." Fine, fine, fine. If that's the case, don't regret it," Pine said while gritting his teeth. After he finished speaking, the thunder scepter in Wizard Pine's hand suddenly shone brightly. Countless lightning bolts exploded from his body, and a strong wave of elemental energy appeared in the middle of the training ground. The faces of the wizards around the stage changed. Although Wizard Pine was arrogant in the Emerald Tower, and a lot of people hated him, his power was still there for everyone to see. Right now, Wizard Pine was going to go all out and kill that person directly. Boom! With a thunderous roar, a black cloud appeared in the sky. A large amount of lightning was constantly churning within the black cloud, bringing with it a strong sense of oppression. The entire training ground was completely enveloped by the black cloud. The churning thundercloud gave people a feeling that the end of the world was coming. Berserk Thunder Spell? The wizards on the stage changed their faces. "I didn't expect Pine to be this powerful already," another wizard couldn't help but say. "Right now, he's only one step away from becoming a rank 4 wizard. It's the Wild Thunder Spell. That kid on the other side is in trouble. Will Payne electrocute him into charcoal?" A slightly mocking voice came from the high platform, and a pretentious and hypocritical expression appeared on his face. "This is your strongest attack?" Sulen raised his head and looked at the thunder cloud in the sky. Interesting. Sulen could easily cast a lightning attack of this level. It would be very difficult for this kind of power to hurt him. It was basically charging him up. "It's not too late for you to beg for mercy. After I attack, I won't be able to stop even if I want to admit defeat. As long as you kneel down and beg for mercy, I'll let you go." Pine continued. "Cut the crap. Hurry up, I still want to eat." Sulen waved his hand and said with a hurry-up expression. "All right, if you want to die, then I'll grant you your wish. Thunder Spell." Boom. Numerous thunderbolts instantly struck down from midair. A dazzling thunderbolt streaked across the sky, illuminating the whole training ground. In the blink of an eye, the thunderbolt struck Sulen hard. The thunderbolt did not dissipate, and then the sky was filled with thunderclouds. Before the first thunderbolt dissipated, another thunderbolt struck down. The powerful thunderbolt made people tremble with fear, and the whole training ground was awed by the power of the thunderbolt. Boom! Thunderbolts kept striking down. After 5 consecutive thunderbolts hit Sulen, the thunderclouds in the sky slowly dissipated, and a large number of cracks appeared on the surrounding ground. As a training ground, the ground here was specially reinforced. Even so, it was damaged by the continuous thunderbolts just now. Burp! At this moment, a sound came from the lightning. In the next second, all the lightning disappeared. Sulen appeared on the high platform of the training ground unharmed. He even burped. "Chocolate flavor. Not bad." Sulen stretched and said. At this time, there were still a lot of lightning jumping around his body, but soon they disappeared into his body. His body did not suffer any harm, and even his clothes were intact. The adepts in the stands were all dumbfounded when they saw the scene on the training ground. How is this possible? Am I seeing things? He's fine? That's it. Seeing the lightning disappear, Sulen glanced at him. "Since you're done attacking, it's my turn." Lightning exploded on Sulen's body, and he appeared in front of Payne in an instant. He then punched out. His fist was filled with powerful lightning energy, and it smashed towards Payne. Whoosh! Whoosh! Bang! Rays of light flashed, and 3 to 4 protective spells appeared on Payne's body. However, as soon as these protective spells appeared, they were hit by Sulen's lightning fist. These protective spells were like balloons, and they broke one by one under Sulen's attack. These protective spells did not even last for a second. Sulen's fist landed directly on Payne's chest. Wizard Payne was sent flying, and there was a clear fist mark on his chest. Boom! Payne's body crashed to the ground. He did not even make a sound before he fainted. Sulen had shown mercy this time. Otherwise, with his strength as an advanced legend, he could have easily killed Payne with one punch. The whole training ground quieted down. After about 3 seconds, the stands were in an uproar. All the wizards looked at Sulen in shock, and their eyes were filled with fear when they looked at Sulen. Is there anyone else who wants to come down and spar with me? Sulen stood on the platform and looked around. As his gaze swept across, everyone could not help but lower their heads. They did not dare to look him in the eyes. The noisy training ground suddenly became silent. Or, do you want to spar with my wife or my 2 guards? What a disappointment. No one in the stands dared to reply. Sulen curled his lips, and there was a trace of mockery at the corner of his mouth. There's not even a single worthy opponent. Sorry, I'm not targeting any of you. What I'm trying to say is that everyone here is trash. Sulen waved his sleeves and patted the non-existent dust away. He then turned around and left the platform. All the wizards in the training ground looked at Sulen with fear in their eyes. Under the respectful gazes of these wizards, Sulen left with Hathaway and the 2 barbarian wizards. After such a show of strength, no one dared to provoke him anymore. After Sulen and Hathaway left the training ground, they continued to go to the library. Although there were some small conflicts between them, there was no difference in knowledge. He would not give up just because of the wizard just now. After entering the library, Sulen and Hathaway began to look through the materials separately. Both of them had the talent of sage and retentive memory, so they could memorize knowledge very quickly. The Emerald Tower had existed for at least 2,000 years, and the knowledge it had collected was very rich. The first floor of the library had the most books, but there were not many books about sorcerers' spells or knowledge. However, the collection of books in other aspects was very rich. For example, the books in the library clearly and orderly recorded the changes in the continent over the past thousands of years, the replacement of dynasties. In addition to these, there were also records of the development and changes of other wizard organizations. Of course, there were basically no confidential things, and they were all superficial things. Sulen also found some information about the end of the First Era. The ancient elf empire collapsed, and the continent entered the era of the Witch Kings. Not long after that, the Arcane Empire rose. Although the era of the Witch Kings was short, it was also the most barbaric and dark era. There were endless blood sacrifices until the arrival of the Arcanists, which completely ended this era. It was said that many evil creatures, evil gods, and evil spirits grew rapidly during this period. Even the Witch Kings went through some evil rituals to become more powerful, but in the end, they went crazy and became evil creatures. Sulen only knew some of this knowledge before, but there was a fairly complete record here. If the knowledge was digitized, then after this study, Sulen's knowledge directly rose by 15 levels. Although this knowledge seemed useless, it would be useful in many ruins. After all, if it was the ruins of the ancient Witch Kings, the difficulty would increase several times without this knowledge. In addition to this knowledge, Sulen also found a lot of other knowledge such as farming, breeding, making tools and so on. These were not useful to wizards, but they were very important to a kingdom. There were hundreds of thousands of books on the first floor of the library, many of which recorded the customs of various places, the geography of mountains and rivers, and even some songs written by bards. Sulen even found some novels in it. What surprised him most was that there were so beautiful mountains and rivers, Countess, City Gate Officer Cheen, Night Abbing, and so on. Most of the books here were useless to Sulen. Among the hundreds of thousands of books, there might only be thousands of books that were really useful, or even fewer. After all, Sulen and Hathaway had a lot of knowledge. From the second floor of the library, there were very few books, but the quality of the books was several levels higher. The books here were all related to wizards, all kinds of magic materials, spell theory, and knowledge. There were even fewer books on the third floor of the library, only about thousands of books. There were many books stored in this large library, but there was basically no real core knowledge, such as spell models and meditation methods. These were the most important things of a wizard school, so naturally, they would not be taken out. However, Sulen's goal was not these. Moreover, even if there was no important knowledge here, it could still be exchanged in the next exchange of knowledge. Sulen and Hathaway had a lot of precious knowledge, many of which could be exchanged, such as the construction of secret realms, the technology of legendary golems, the technology of space folding, and so on. In addition to these, Sulen had the technology of Mageweth tattoos, the advanced technology of Mageweth tattoos, and the technology of elemental fission and elemental furnace. However, if one wanted to get this knowledge, they would have to pay enough, such as the construction technology of floating cities. You're tuning in to the Lee May's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.